Blah. Get back, get back, get back to where you once belonged. Get back, JoJo. I have been waiting in anticipation to do this deep dive. I am so excited. I don't know if it's exactly a deep dive or if it's a general review of something that we will probably be talking about ad nauseum on the Frumess channel, but that's just the way it is. It also is the very first day of our brand new partnership with riotstickers.com. Check out the awesome deal that we will be talking about later in this episode. In the description below, you can check that out. Also, you can see it here on the scrolly scroll, and you'll notice it right here. It says powered by riotstickers.com. So go check out riotstickers.com when you have a chance. But we got to talk about the Beatles. So we're going to do that. Let's launch right into it, guys. So I watched the first part of Get Back on Disney Plus. I have to say, I mean, this thing is monumental. It's just a ginormous tomb of a documentary. You know, normally, initially, we were told, oh, you're going to get 100 minutes. Okay, 100 minutes out of 50-something hours and 130 hours of audio. That's fine. We can deal with that. And then word comes down the pike, but it's Peter Jackson, you know what I mean? Then word comes down the pike, we're going to get 2 hours. Oh, 2 hours, that's great. I'm happy. That's 20 minutes more. Great. No issue there. Then, all of a sudden, it's said that we're going to get friggin' 6 hours. And it's more than 6 hours. It's even more. Because it's my understanding that Peter Jackson was tinkering with this thing right up until November 25th, 2021, which was my birthday, by the way. It was Thanksgiving. It was my birthday. And this was the best birthday present I could ever receive. It is just, it's a gold mine of revelations, people. A gold mine. I just was in awe. So here's the thing. Right, let's just dive into it. I got notes here. We're gonna go over the notes. Here's the thing that really sort of boggles my mind. You know, first of all, I'm like super stoked that we get such an even longer running time than 6 hours. I mean, this thing is nearly 7.5, 8 hours long. I mean, it is friggin', it's a beast. You have to think that that's roughly about 18% of the footage that is used is incorporated. That is a much larger percentage than we were initially guaranteed. And the problem, there's only one problem, and it's not even really a problem as in much as it's like a sensory overload sort of situation. I find myself rewinding every 60 seconds to take in what is going on because everything flies by so quickly. If you're not familiar with the Scouse, I'm mispronouncing that, the Liverpudlian accents, all the English accents. If you don't have subtitles turned on, I watch this stuff. You have to watch it with subtitles because if you don't have subtitles, you're going to be lost in the ether. So I got subtitles turned on. I'm constantly rewinding. And also, there's something happens every 60 seconds, and it's like either a revelation or it's like something that you're just not expecting. Like, wait, what? And here's the thing. There's definitely two levels. I 100% do believe there is two levels to digesting this. There is the Beatles fanatic level where you are just like every second is like a delicious 4-course meal that you are just ingesting. And then there's like, if you are just like a general Beatles fan, you know what I mean? Like you're not a fanatic, or you're just like, the Beatles. Yeah, I want to know more about that. I want to know it. It may not have the same impact, but for me as a fanatic, I was just sensory overload. I can't I keep rewinding the thing, as I said, and I'm trying to, it's weird because there's so much to get through. There's 8.5 hours to get through, and yet I need to like pause and stop and like think about what is being said or what is being done, like all the time. And there's so many things. I just started writing on my phone. I was like, I just had to, because I wasn't going to remember it all. But so let's first, and this is a little bit of a repeat from previous episodes. Let's start right here. Okay. First of all, we are watching a documentary that's been edited. What does that mean? It means there's several different layers of filter that the truth being what actually happened, there's several layers that the truth has to make it through before it reaches our eyeballs, right? The first one is the Beatles are being filmed for this very specific project. So they're around cameras all the time back then, right? And they're not necessarily in the best moods with each other and whatnot, but they're going to already not be exactly acting or saying or feeling the way that they might be if a camera or a microphone wasn't recording them. That's the first filter of truth that we need to get through in order to understand what's going on. Then here's the second mesh layer is you have Peter Jackson sort of showing us heavily editing something. You know what I mean? Like he is taking this stuff and he is editing it in a way that has to appeal to a certain agenda, which I would say is the third filter. So you have first filter being recorded, second filter, Peter Jackson's editing. So he's cutting. And then the third filter is all the people that you have to appease with your edit. So Peter Jackson's edit politically has to pass Yoko Ono, has to pass Olivia Harrison, has to pass Ringo and Paul. And each one of them has their own sort of agenda. So that's like 3 filters that this thing has gone through before it's finally reaching us, the audience. And even then, even still, you are seeing so much. It doesn't matter what kind of spin that they want to put on this thing, because they're trying to spin it and they are spinning it hard. And honestly, everything that we said up until this point was bit conjecture. But even with those 3 filters, even with the heavy editing, even with all of it, it's as plain as day what is going on the camera, especially if you've read books about the Beatles, if you know the stories, if you understand the dynamics of this band, whether you were there in the room or from a historical standpoint. It is so plain to see the turmoil and the animosity and it's not something that we're reading into. It's like there. It is so there. It's there in the little ways, these little sort of microaggressive ways that it will occur when you're around polite company. You know what I mean? Like they're around a film crew. They're around, Michael Lindsay Hogg was the director, who also is kind of like pushing his own agenda as well. You know what I mean? So it's like it's so weird. And that's the thing about documentaries, that no documentary is going to be truthfully true. You just have to sort of take what they give you and apply it to the things that and, try and plug in from a historical standpoint, how it all makes sense, yada, yada, yada. You have 1,000 amateur Beatles historians out there with their own hot takes based on, interviews and footage and, understandings of who these guys were, So right off the bat, you see, so then here's the next thing. Sorry, I'm trying to be as methodical as possible when I go through this, because I know I'm just going to leave something out. I'm going to be really pissed if I do. So here's the next thing that we have to think about. Let's think about what the Beatles are trying to do and what sort of precedent has been set in the past, okay? What Jackson does really well is he absolutely paints a picture of everything that is happening in the moment. He paints a picture of the stakes, I should say. Like when we think about this period of time, we're not thinking about it as a pressure cooker. And what he establishes in this edit is a pressure cooker situation. Why is it a pressure cooker situation? Because Ringo, who is an actor, they're all actors in various different ways. I'd say John is a bit of an actor because he was in How I Won the War, even if it was kind of like a novelty. Ringo, it's funny, Ringo probably has done the most acting out of any of the Beatles. Like actually like a working sort of actor. He's in a bunch of films in the 70s, in the early 80s. Shiny Time Station, no, what is that? Thomas the Tank Engine. But Ringo has probably done the most acting. He has been cast, or he's agreed to do a film called The Magic Christian. And The Magic Christian is supposed to start production with, I think it's with that guy, Dick Odell, not Dick Odell. What is it? Denny Odell? I know I'm butchering the name. This film is supposed to start production at the end of January. The Beatles have just come off the White Album in November. And while they're doing the White Album, this was a real revelation to me as well. While they're doing the White Album, they shoot a promotional clip for Hey Jude, which we all know. It's a very famous sort of little, it's a very famous piece of media. It was like, and essentially, it's my understanding that was the first time that the Beatles are performing for any kind of audience, whether it's like a paying live audience or a studio audience. It's the first time that they've performed in 2 years. They haven't done it in 2 years since, I believe the last time was, I don't know, because it wouldn't have been, they did do the broadcast thing for All You Need Is Love. I don't think that necessarily would count in the same way. It was the first time that they had done anything like that in a long time, and they loved doing it. They did it at Twickenham, which I also didn't know. They did the Hey Jude thing, and it was a very sort of free form. We're just going to perform for the camera, and they're performing with a lot of different people in the room. There's like just all these people, and they're all going, nah, 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 nah. You've seen it. Paul's on the piano. John and George are on guitars, and Ringo's on the drums, and they had a great time. So for whatever reason, or not for whatever reason, inspired, sort of just coming off of that experience in a positive way, the Beatles are like, yeah, let's get back out there. We're going to play live, or we're going to do a concert performance. There's all these different things being kicked around. I'm not getting it exactly right, and I don't want to waste time getting it exactly right, because it was like a myriad of things. There was all these, they were going to perform, they were going to do like a residency at a like a ballroom in London or something in December. There were all these different things. And then, we're going to shoot the concert. And then, we're going to actually do brand new songs. It's like the thing kept changing along the way until January rolls around. January 2nd. That's when they come to Twickenham Studios, which is an unfamiliar environment. Okay. It's a very, very unfamiliar environment for the Beatles. The Beatles are used to they become introverts, right? They've sort of retreated from the spotlight in the public sense, and they spend all their time as a recording band in Abbey Road, right? Or in the new Apple offices on Savile Row. Is that how I say that? I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Savile Row, something like that. That's where they spend all the time and doing their things. But they're not like being the Beatles publicly the way that they maybe were when they were a touring entity, right? So now it's like they want to go, they're like, let's dive back into that, right? And they're trying to figure out what it's going to be. They decide, hey, let's do, before Ringo has to, for whatever reason, they set this deadline on themselves, because this is really where the pressure and the problem of everything comes from. The fact that they have to get all of this done. They have to put this show on and come up with 14 brand new songs before Ringo starts shooting. Why would anybody, let alone the Beatles, decide to do this to themselves? There's a few reasons behind that, especially when it comes to, say, the Beatles. So they're not really sure what the thing is going to be. They kind of have some idea. They know there's going to be performance. They know that they get this documentary crew in there to start shooting them as they're rehearsing and refining and writing and arranging this material. And, we even up to the point where, like the second day or the first day, George Harrison is like, whoa, like they're filming us? Like what, even the dialogue bits? Like they're not even really, I mean, it's just all fly by the seat of their pants. And they're just going to try and once again, bottle lightning. Cause that's what the Beatles used to doing for the last 7 years. They've bottled lightning. And they've seen astounding success in the bottling of the lightning. It's never been an issue before. They just get out there and they bottle the lightning, and everybody loves whatever it is that they're going to do. The precedent before this for just sort of winging it and coming out on the other end, whether it was received positively or not, because it wasn't received very well. It was actually probably the first of the Beatles, the first time the Beatles were not received with critical acclaim was Magical Mystery Tour. Brian Epstein dies. Probably the most significant event in all of Beatledom. Like the thing that, like the single most impactful thing to the Beatles, the rest of the Beatles' trajectory or career, whatever you want to call it, or if you had to put like the top 5 moments in the Beatles' history, it would be Brian Epstein dying in 1967. He had been with them for 5 years. He was old. He was died at 32. He was older than them, and he was like this. He was like this figure of authority in their lives. He knew how to handle each Beatle, and he knew how to sort of guide them from one thing to the next. So the Beatles were it was Brian who's going, hey, we need to do 2 albums a year, and we're going to do 4 singles. We're going to do 4 singles, 1 single per quarter, and those singles can't be on the LP. That's Brian coming up with that. That's not the Beatles. If the Beatles just shrug their shoulders and go, sure, we'll take care of it, we'll do it. And back then, it wasn't a problem because the Beatles just knew how to, Paul and John were so tight. They were so in each other's like pocket. And then speaking of being in the pocket, the band was so tight, which came from those weeks and weeks and weeks of playing together live in Germany, when they were just nothing, finding that chemistry, that second language, and sort of fusing it all together, into this thing where they could do it, and then having that spearheaded by Brian Epstein, right? But then Brian Epstein dies. And what do? They go and they make a film. And there's no script for the film. There's no script. There's no nothing. Paul is like, our manager is dead, and instead of like convalescing about it, we're just going to soldier on ahead. We just did Sgt. Pepper, which is the pinnacle of the Beatles. Some would say is the pinnacle of the Beatles, right? Like the pinnacle of everything, like the highest ascension that they could reach. And maybe others would say, and for me, I think that was like I think that was kind of like the zenith, and then everything after that, like they weren't necessarily breaking new ground after Sgt. Pepper. Like everything they do, the White Album, which is my personal favorite thing that the Beatles have ever done. Like I love that album so much. Like it's not like, it doesn't go higher than Sgt. Pepper in terms of like, whoa, we're doing this crazy sort of out of the box thing, in the sense that, and it's also kind of interesting. It's like, what do you do after an album cover like Sgt. Pepper, where that in and of itself could have its own documentary? You could make a documentary about the album cover of Sgt. Pepper, right? What do? You do the exact opposite of it. Just a blank nothing. The Beatles. They go from being as busy on the cover as they possibly could be, where someone could spend hours and hours and hours in the room just looking at all the different little pictures, to just having a blank slate. You know what I mean? The going from busy to minimalist, that kind of thing. David, we're going to get to all of that. We've got a lot to say about Yoko, 100%. And thank you for joining us, Carpet Beggar. Glad to have you here as well. So the Beatles have just come off of Sgt. Pepper. They launched themselves into Magical Mystery Tour with no script, as I said, and it's just a film of them jumping on a bus, going around doing weird shit. And the Beatles have this attitude of like, we're the Beatles. We can do whatever we want. It's not going to be a problem. Everybody's going to love it. And the music is great. And, if you're a Beatles fan, of course, you're going to love Magical Mystery Tour. But I feel like that was the first time where like the general audience was sort of like, it was screened in black and white. There was it was a disaster. There were a lot of sort of disastrous things around it, in terms of just not being like a smashing success. And so the Let It Be, the Get Back project, this is all of this is just history repeating itself, as it did with Magical Mystery Tour. Brian Epstein dies. The Beatles don't have that leadership. There's a void. John is no longer like the figurehead leader of the band. Paul, who had always been behind John, kind of secretly pulling the strings, is basically taking the lads from one project to the next. Okay, we're going to do this. Now we're going to do this. Now we're going to do this. Trying to sort of keep them together. And everything that they do is essentially brilliant, except for, you know, this Magical Mystery Tour album, which was kind of it was a flop. It was a bit of a flop. It was a misstep, you would say. And then they bounce right back with friggin' the White Album right after that. Technically, Magical Mystery Tour is not even an album. It's a double EP. The original output of it is a double EP, and then Capitol on whatever they switched it around and made it more of an album, right? So they're just sort of like not aimless, but there's no, then they're like, let's form a company. Yeah, we're going to form a company. That's a great way. We'll consolidate everything that we do under this company. And they're essentially managing themselves, right? So there's like this void in organization, and you see that coming into January, into Get Back. There is no friggin' plan, and they're sitting there like right out the gate. They're sitting there wondering, what are we even doing here? Are we actually, like, why are we doing this? Like, should we be doing this? Blah blah blah. Mind you, they've just released a double album with, what is it, 34 songs? And some of their greatest material. That was the thing that was amazing about the Beatles. All of this stuff happened in 7 years. What we think of, like, every time we think the difference between, like, say, like Hard Day's Night and the White Album, that it would be like a decade of stuff. And it's not. It's just a couple of years. They're just constantly changing and evolving and never resting on their laurels. They just go on to the next thing. So even when Magical Mystery Tour maybe doesn't reach the heights that, say, Sgt. Pepper does, because up until that point, that's what I meant by Sgt. Pepper being the zenith. Up until that point, the Beatles have been like ascending higher and higher to the next level, and then they reach this point where they really can't push any further, and so then it's just like kind of like going in a straight line. And of course, not wanting to do a repeat of Magical Mystery Tour, which in a way was kind of a attempted repeat of Sgt. Pepper. We're going to strip things down again. We're going to do, even though White Album is not stripped down, there's a lot of incredible, intricate stuff going on the White Album. But things are stripped down in the sense that you have Dear Prudence is just like John, essentially just John. It's very stripped down. You have Blackbird, you have Julia, you have I Will, you know what I mean? These are very sort of stripped down songs. And you think about everything that they're doing on Sgt. Pepper, everything that they're doing on Magical Mystery Tour, and it's just like so congested with things that we're trying to do. And it's ironic too, because they only had 4 tracks to do all of Sgt. Pepper, and now they have like 8 tracks or 16 tracks with the White Album. So they've doubled the amount of tracks, but now they're doing songs like Blackbird, which is Paul and acoustic guitar tapping his foot, which is great too. There is brilliance in minimalism, in simplicity, and the Beatles were great at exploring brilliance through minimalism and exploring brilliance through excess, and on both sides of that spectrum. So again, to flash forward, now they've come off the White Album, they've done all this stuff, man. Hey Jude is their biggest single ever. I think it sells there's a pre-order, or it pre-sells 3 million copies right off the bat or something, or maybe it pre-sells 1 million copies and then it winds up selling 3 million copies. Point is that even no matter what it was that they were doing, even if they had reached the zenith with like something like Sgt. Pepper, their sales were like still like insane. They're still selling tons and tons of albums. Every single seems to be bigger than the last. Some would argue that Hey Jude is probably the biggest Beatles single, right? Like, it's just huge. It's ginormous. And it's a long friggin' song. You're like going like, what? Why would you make that song so long? And it's just like, we're the Beatles. We could do that. And that's another piece of what I'm just very disorganizedly trying to tell you about. They're like, we're the Beatles. We've done the impossible. We have literally conquered the world. We have conquered pop culture. We are the point at the pyramid, just sort of like leading the way in all these realms, in like fashion and music and movies and all this sort of stuff. Like, what do you mean I can't have a single that's over 3 minutes long with Hey Jude? Of course we can, and it's gonna sell bigger than any of our other singles. And that's exactly what happened. Like, that's that kind of mentality. It's the same kind of mentality as Prince. Prince is like, I want a camel with a stack of pancakes on its hump, like riding a skateboard at 3 o'clock in the morning. And the organizer, the assistant's like, what do you mean, Prince? We can't, that's ridiculous. What a ridiculous request. And Prince is like, why? I'm Prince. I've done all this stuff. I've done literally the impossible. I've become Prince, and I'm this genius that is, incredibly successful. I don't see how anything is not possible. And I feel like the Beatles have that even further. Like the Beatles are the Beatles at this point. What do you mean we can't just, rehearse, write, record, rehearse, and perform 14 brand new songs after just coming off of doing 36 songs for a double album, something that was very, very seldom at that point. Only like Frank Zappa had done a double album. And yet here they are reconvening. And then here's the other part too. And Ringo talks about being grumpy. They've been grumpy for 18 months. That 18 months ago was when friggin' Brian Epstein had died, right? Like things had not been, there had been strains, and there had been strains during the White Album. Ringo left during the White Album. That was, people were leaving. People, before George left the band, Ringo had left the band. You know what I'm saying? Like the seams were coming apart. So you have that. So you basically have this powder keg pressure situation where Ringo's going away at the end of January. We're going to go into the studio with a bunch of cameras rolling, and we are going to write, record, or we're going to write, rehearse, and then perform / record a lot. And it's a brilliant idea. The notion of the first time that we ever perform these songs live, they will be recorded for said album. It's a genius concept. And it's one that they hadn't done yet. And it made perfect sense. They had kind of done it a little bit with All You Need Is Love, because All You Need Is Love was recorded live for the first global broadcast around the world, where like 1 billion people watched it. You know what I mean? So you have all of this stuff happening, and the Beatles basically suffer from a startling amount of hubris. That's ultimately what it comes down to. It's hubris. It's this notion of we can do anything and we'll get by. We work best with our back against the wall. John says that in the thing. And I'll say this, in terms of the review part, this documentary is unbelievable. It's so good. It's not without its criticism, but it is so fucking good. It's like, it really is an astounding monumental work from Peter Jackson. He should win all the Oscars in documentarydom. Like, he is a master documentary filmmaker. He goes from being a master indie filmmaker to a master blockbuster filmmaker to a master documentary filmmaker. And it's so true, I think, to what Beatles fans want. You know what I mean? Like, he really understands Beatle fans, and he puts in all of these things, all of these little, tasty nuggets that we all are going to love. So let's launch into these notes now. We've been talking for about a half hour, sort of setting the tone for what this is, and probably will continuously repeat myself. So I have my notes right here. So the first thing right off the bat. So here are all the factors that really sort of made the Get Back project fail, in my opinion. And mind you, Get Back and Let It Be are two separate things. Get Back is what they were trying to make, and Let It Be is what the material that was recorded in January of '69 winded up becoming almost a year later in early 1970, right? So the documentary Let It Be and the album Let It Be are sort of like the afterthought salvaging. It's a salvaging of something that was supposed to be much bigger and ended up being probably, I would say, the Beatles' greatest failure, right? The failure that also killed them, that destroyed them ultimately. And you get the sense after watching this footage, you absolutely get the sense that they are not going to come back from this. You can see it. You can see the writing is already on the wall. You know what I mean? To go back to the spin thing for a minute, they are trying so hard to spin this as like it wasn't so bad. It was a massacre, dude. It was a total massacre. Maybe I'm using really sensationalized words, or I'm over sensationalizing it. But my point is just simply, they're trying to make it sound like it was just them, the bunch of the boys going in and recording an album. And it wasn't. It was the boys like reaching a level of dysfunction that they were never going to come back from, that it shows them in their death throes. And it's sort of sad, but it also kind of brings like it brings a bit of catharsis, I think, as like, in terms of like answering a lot of sort of questions that we've all had as Beatles fans. And it also kind of like brings a little bit of closure. It brings closure to who they were as an entity. So here are the things that I wrote down, the factors that really set up Get Back to be a failure. Ready? Number one, Paul being the boss. We've heard, and this would only get worse. It would reach its zenith with Maxwell Silverhammer when they're recording Abbey Road a month or two from now. Somewhere in January of 1969. Then whenever it is that they record Maxwell Silverhammer, which would be between February and, oh God, that'd be February and May, maybe February and June, some point, whatever the date was. That was the final like nail in the coffin for the Beatles, man. They just all wanted to just wring Paul's neck from that one. But this is Paul being the boss. Why is Paul being the boss? Because he's trying to rally the troops. He's trying to be the band leader. What does the band leader mean? And I'm not talking about like the leader of the band, not the one that's calling all the shots, but he's the band leader in the sense that he's leading them musically. That's the band leader. So he's not trying to make all the decisions as like the leader of the band. He is trying to be like the way you have in an orchestra. You have a band leader who sort of leads the instruments, arranging things, that sort of situation. And Paul is trying to be that band leader. And the guys are kind of not having it. You have John completely receding back, breaking down. And this is where people want to blame David. I don't know if you're still here, but this is what here's where Yoko really comes into the picture. John drives a wedge between him and his bandmates using Yoko to do it. And Yoko is not necessarily a total succubus the way people make her out to be, but she is literally sitting there in the circle with them as they're trying to be creative. He is sort of self-sabotaging by straining the dynamic further. They're already in an unfamiliar area. They hate the acoustics in Twickenham studio. They don't like it. They talk about that. We hate the acoustics here. It's like a big open sort of space. They're Hare Krishnas. George has his Hare Krishna friends, and Paul even notes, he's like, that's kind of daft. Daft means like dumb or whatever, or like foolish. He's like, that's kind of daft to have them there, huh? That kind of thing. You have bad acoustics, as I said, and they don't have any new material. They've just exhausted themselves with the White Album. So they're not coming, when they came back from India after being with the Maharishi before they made the White Album, they had demoed tons and tons and tons of songs. They had a bunch of material in the pocket ready to be refined in the studio. They had none in this case. So here is Paul trying to sort of really just sort of drum everything up. You have Yoko there, and you see Paul is very tolerant of Yoko. It's George actually, and it's not to be seen in this documentary because, again, remember we talked about the filters of truth. You have Peter Jackson sort of having to negotiate Yoko Ono's final approval for this documentary. So of course it's not going to paint Yoko in her full light. And here's the thing too. Nobody is like good or bad. There's no good or bad. There's just complicated people. All of these people are complicated people. All of them have done nasty things. John Lennon done plenty of nasty things. Paul McCartney done plenty of nasty things. Yoko Ono most certainly has done some nasty things. But they're all just sort of like, they're all just complicated people. It's not like Paul is not a good guy. Yoko is not a bad guy. They're just people, man. They're just people in situations that react depending on the situation. John is at a point where he would much rather be collaborating and working with Yoko than he would be with them. Being there with them is boring now. It's not fun and exciting like it is when he's jumping in a bag with Yoko. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's like there is just such there's such a clear message being sent with, hey, Yoko is, it happened on the White Album and it happened further here. I think by this time they're almost, at least Paul, maybe not George, Paul seems to have just accepted that Yoko has to be there, and the only way that he can continue on with John is if he embraces Yoko. So he's willing to make their relationship work no matter what kind of tension is between them by simply embracing Yoko. That's what I noticed here in this footage. George, and again, Peter Jackson sort of, Yoko had opinions about things, and she would let the Beatles know the opinions. I don't know if they're necessarily present here for the Let It Be or for the Get Back, but they most certainly happened during the White Album. They definitely happened during Abbey Road. They're really trying to really get the sense that Peter Jackson's trying to just show how Yoko Ono is a good guy here. That's the narrative that they're trying to shove down our throats, and it's not a true narrative, but it's also not a narrative that she is literally preventing them from getting work done, because as we can see in the footage, she's sitting there not saying nothing, and the Beatles are they're just disintegrating. They cannot seem to click in and do what needs to be done in order to draw from this material. So you have Paul being the boss. Why is Paul being the boss? Two reasons. One, they don't have Brian Epstein anymore, right? So here's Paul kind of trying to be the backbone and the rallying point and the focal point to drive things forward. But they also are on this insanely tight deadline. And it's just, you feel it looming. They use this calendar. They're counting down the days. And when you look at it visually on the calendar and you see how close their final day is to shoot this concert with brand new songs for the entire world that's watching, you kind of are biting your nails. You're like, holy shit, how are they going to do this? Because they have nothing done. They just don't have anything done. So then you also have George asserting himself as a songwriter and just a writing presence. I have always felt that George probably does not get enough credit for Lennon and McCartney compositions. Even though they are the authors of the work, it's a shame to me that George's input is just almost criminally low, especially when you see how Paul uses Mal Evans. That's their roadie. Mal had been with them since 1962, along with Neil Aspinall, who worked on the Apple side of things. Mal was still in this roadie sort of role with them every second of every day. And then Neil had sort of taken over at he's doing all the operations at Apple. You know what I mean? But you see how Paul is sort of using him as a backboard for lyric stuff for Long and Winding Road. You'd have to think that with George, it's about 100-fold. So here's George now trying to work it out. They're all just trying to work out songs, and that we'll see a little bit later leads to an infamous fight, the infamous scene of I'll play anything you want me to play, or I'll play nothing at all, that kind of thing. They haven't actually played live for a live audience in 3 years. So they went from literally playing all the time and having that sort of those chops honed and sharp to a situation where they're multi-tracking for the White Album, right? They're multi-tracking. So the multi-tracking has sort of crippled their ability to jam with chemistry. You know what I'm saying? They go in because they become a studio only band. And it's oh, okay, now you do your bass part. Okay, they do some jamming. Your Blues is a jam. Helter Skelter is a jam. There are some songs they did Your Blues in a toilet. You know what I'm saying? And it has that feeling. You can feel the tightness of that jam, but it's they probably, how long did they rehearse that jam? With unhindered. And here's the thing: the Beatles were used to doing things in a very short period of time. If you look at any of the stuff that the Beatles did, it wasn't like they spent 3 to 4 weeks rehearsing it, but there was a sense of there was those musical motor skills, those, whatever you want to call it, that musicianship between them. There was trust and chemistry and energy between them that allowed them to just sort of execute with such precision. And that had gone all the way back to the days of Hamburg, where they are just doing 3 sets a day right? They're doing 3 2-hour sets a day of just the same material, working that material, working out those chops, that those eye jet, like, hey, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. That means we have to end the song right here, that kind of thing. Whatever that musicians do, that secret language between musicians, they just hone it. They hone it and they hone it. And that's why when Brian Epstein says, hey, you have 2 weeks off, write A Hard Day's Night, it's no problem. Because that's all they do. That's all they do. All they do is play music together constantly. And now, in the last 3 years, you have to think that they hadn't really seen much of each other since October of '68. So they hadn't spent. That was a long couple of weeks. It's like what, like 10, 11 weeks or something. They haven't seen each other. And now here they are in a room full of cameras trying to record, and they can't, or trying to, work these songs out. So I really think that the multi-tracking was a huge factor and definitely hurt their ability to jam with chemistry in a way where they could form songs as like a whole unit. Not just Paul going off into his world and writing like 10 songs off the top of his head, or John coming in with a composition or two, because that's the other thing that is sort of mentioned or alluded to here, is that by this time, Paul and John are no longer writing songs together. Yes, they're still a songwriting team, and yes, they still use each other's feedback to finish and complete those songs. But the days of sitting together in a room with 2 guitars and just polishing off a song, and I think Paul always said there was never a time where they didn't finish off a song, those days were gone, completely gone. Good afternoon, Amy. We're talking Beatles. Those days were gone. And then I said here, cameras are watching every move. They're on a tight deadline. They're in a foreign working environment. And I said, hubris rightfully earned in the past. In the past, those guys rightfully had earned this sense of we can do anything. As we said, we talked about the Prince thing. That is what is going to set them up for the biggest fail, the biggest fall. And then, I notice, so when Paul's trying to be the boss, when he's trying to be the band leader, and they're trying to make sense of all this material, George is kind of just noodling around on his guitar while Paul is trying to be the boss and be the arranger. And that's where the whole argument starts. Paul wants to be methodical while George wants to noodle. And George is like, well, we're never going to like come up with stuff unless we just noodle around. And Paul's like, look, I want to be methodical about this because and at the end of the day, no one is right and no one is wrong. Paul is right because he's trying to think of the bigger picture and trying to get everybody, sort of rallying towards their common goal. And George is also right because George is like, we don't work that way, or it's not going to work that way for us. We need to just sort of feel it out until we get something. But the problem is they don't have time. So that's what ultimately leads to the first of many sort of passive aggressive arguments between the various different members. Paul and George are going back and forth, and Paul's just getting very micromanaging. He's saying, don't play your guitar while I'm trying to figure out my bass part, because we need to get one thing, concrete and ready to go before we move on to the next thing. And that's when they go, and that's when George is like, I'll play this or I won't play this. I'll play whatever you want me to. And that's the one thing that people always dwell on the Let It Be documentary from 1970, but now we see the full context of what it is. And it's not like, it's not a big, nasty fight or anything, but you see the cracking of the seams, I wrote this: the problem is the show concept has put so much pressure, coupled with being so big and being so rusty, it crushed the Beatles. So having this big thing, because here's the thing, whatever they're going to do has to be great, and it has to be better than the last thing that they did, because the Beatles do 2 things. They're always great, and they always do better than whatever the last thing was. And now they're staring down this barrel of this thing that is just going to come crashing around them, because they're just too rusty. They can't seem to put this material together in a meaningful way. And they don't have much. John brings in Child of Nature, and he brings in Give Me Some Truth, which eventually would wind up on Imagine. It's a great song. You'll see a lot of songs that would end up on Abbey Road and end up on McCartney and end up on All Things Must Pass, all worked out here. So they're trying to figure stuff out. Nothing is working. They're not clicking. George, that's a little bit later. George does bring in, let me see where, as you mentioned, I Me Mine. He talks about I Me Mine at one point. So George brings in I Me Mine, which is one of his songs, and it gets, well, you know what? I see it a little bit further down. We'll talk about it in a second. They're just having serious problems, and finally, Paul just starts doing this riff. You literally watch, and that's the other thing that's just you're in awe of this, of what you're seeing. You are watching these songs that have been around for 50 years, these iconic songs that we all friggin' love, friggin' come together right before your very eyes. It's just, it's astounding. It's just unbelievable to watch and witness. And it starts, you see Paul just sort of bum 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 bum, like he's trying so hard to come up with something. He's trying to pull songs. They're trying to pull songs out of thin air. And so Paul pulls Get Back out of thin air. He finds this thing in this bass riff that he just keeps doing over and over, because what he says is he has Ringo and he has George stop playing. He's like, you guys can't play. I just need to figure this out. And it's really weird to see and super awkward, but what I realized was, no matter what they say about Get Back, and they say, Get Back eventually evolved into a protest song and stuff, but originally Get Back seems to be, without a doubt, a desperate cry to return to glory. It's almost like a death cry in a way. He just keeps saying it over and over and over again. He goes, get back, get back, get back to where you once belonged. He's talking about himself. He's talking about the Beatles. He's just playing this riff over and over and over again. Just it's almost a prayer. He's praying that the Beatles can get back to where they once belong, because they had just fallen out of such disarray. And that is what Get Back is born out of. And that's why it is so symbolic that these are the Get Back sessions, or that the project is called, that the documentary is called Get Back, and that it ultimately ends up being called Let It Be, because we can't get back, so we have to let it be. It's just so... It really is you can't make this shit up. It's just it's so poignant. But that was, my jaw was on the ground as I'm sitting there watching him try so hard to make this work. He's just going, get back, we got to get back. He's just talking to himself, so that happens, right? There's just such a genuine sense of there's such a lack of enthusiasm, and they just seem so uninspired. Ringo is dedicated at this point. Ringo had his moment where he got up and he walked out, and that was for the White Album. He didn't like the way he was being micromanaged by Paul once again on Back to the USSR or Dear Prudence. So he bounced, right? Now Ringo seems to just be in the pocket at all times. He's very quiet in the footage. He doesn't say much. And then when when they're not playing, he is you really see I saw Ringo's character in a way I'd never seen it before. You really see Ringo in this brand new light. You understand him so much more, and he's just, there's way more going on with Ringo than I thought. You kind of get this sense that that there's not much going on, in fact, and that he's a brilliant drummer, but whatever. That's just so not the case, So Ringo is committed, and he's really in Paul's corner in that kind of way. It's George and John that are at wits with each other, and they're especially both kind of at wits with Paul. Now, here's the other thing too. People are going Well, it's not what we thought at all. Everybody's playing music together. They're so happy when they're playing music. There are all these lighthearted moments. That's the only thing that was left. What you're seeing are the last semblances of glue that are keeping the Beatles together, which is their musical relationship. So even though it's rusty, even though their chemistry has eroded from multi-tracking or whatever it might be, there's still that love for making music together. And you see that. You see those are the smiles you're seeing. People are like, "Oh, they're smiling." Yeah, but like they're like in the worst situation ever. Like they're in the worst situation ever. They escape it. They forget it for a moment when they're playing music and trying to create brilliant stuff in this pressure cooker scenario. I wrote here the death of the Beatles occurs at 70 minutes and 36 seconds. George says, and we end up doing something again that nobody really wants to do. That's what Paul does. Paul gets everybody to do something that nobody else really wants to do. It was Paul's idea to do Sgt. Pepper, even though they were kind of all on board. It was Paul's idea to do Sgt. Pepper. It was Paul's idea to do Magical Mystery Tour. Paul pushes the wagon as John becomes an acid casualty, as Brian Epstein dies, as he sort of grabs the reins in an attempt to keep them from steering off the road, that kind of thing. Paul says, if it turns into that, then it should definitely be the last for all of us. So George says, we end up doing something again that nobody really wants to do. And Paul says, if this turns into that, then it should definitely be the last of us, which to me is, that is at the core of everything. That is the disintegration of the Beatles. The Alan Klein Civil War, the Yoko stuff, all that stuff is there too. There's no one thing that makes the Beatles straight up break up. But if there is, it's that core. It's that little piece right there. George then says the Beatles have been in the doldrums for at least a year. And that could mean a myriad of things. That could be talking about Brian Epstein. It could be talking about the tension on the White Album. Remember, as I said previously, they recorded so many versions of Not Guilty. They did like 100-something takes of Not Guilty, and they end up putting on the White Album, they leave off Not Guilty, and they put on Revolution number 9, which is a 9-minute avant-garde piece that easily could have been cut down to accommodate George's song. It's like they're trying to like keep him down, push him out as he's like sort of, exploding as a songwriter. There's George didn't want, and then George was reluctant or didn't want any of the songs on the show for fear of them turning out shitty. So George has just been stockpiling songs, and we know this because he releases the very first triple album in all of history called All Things Must Pass, his most brilliant work that he would put out. That's where George Harrison reaches his peak zenith, sadly, is in 1970. You could say that, well, you could say the same for John Lennon kind of too. And for Paul is just kind of just keeps going. He just keeps going and he keeps going and he keeps going. Then there's talk of the divorce, and who would have the children, which is just like sort of like something you say when you're getting divorced. Who's going to take all the children? In this case, I think it's Paul or it's John who says Dick James would have all the children. Dick James was the publisher who owned the Northern Songs catalog and was the majority stakeholder in Northern Songs, which means that he is the controlling interest and could decide to sell the whole catalog, which he did at that time and sent the Beatles into such a tizzy. And that's how the Beatles lost all of their songs. They lost all of their publishing because of that. That's when, you hear all the time about Michael Jackson outbid Paul for all the songs. He says, I'm going to buy your songs. And he does. Paul is still trying to get those songs back. Paul owns 23% and maybe John owns 24%. And then it's George and Ringo owning a combined 1.8%, 1.6%. So they each own 0.8% of Northern songs, which, mind you, is bringing them plenty of income. I mean, they're definitely making good money, but they are making a fraction of what they might be making compared to Paul or John. I got my mind set on you. That was a cover that he did, Jeff's first cassette tape in '87. Actually, mine was the White Album and the Red Album in 1994. Those are my first two Beatles, and I have Alan Klein to thank for that Red Album because he was the one who packaged that together. I wrote this. In hindsight, they should have done. Oh no, well let's save the hindsight for after, because it's suddenly watching this. Suddenly I'm going, oh my god, it's so blatantly obvious what they should have done in that pressure cooker situation. But we'll get to that in a minute. Lennon is so dismissive and condescending to George, who's trying to show them a song, and he's dicking around. It must have been embarrassing. So George comes in with a song called I Me Mine, which eventually would find its way onto the Let It Be album that would come out a year later, but they wouldn't record the song officially until January of 1970. So a year later, the song gets recorded for I Me Mine. Guess who's not there? John Lennon, because John Lennon quits the band in September of 1969. John Lennon quits the band. Any Beatles business, like any Beatles recording with John Lennon, I think ceases after 1969. In the very least, it ceases with the other three Beatles in August of 1969 when they track live I Want You, She's So Heavy. That's the last time the four Beatles are in the studio together as the Beatles tracking a Beatles song. That's it, August 1969. So they're months away from the final time they're all going to be in a room together. They're months away from John permanently quitting the band. And once John quits the band, it's George, Paul, and Ringo, the Threedles, that would reunite for the Beatles anthology project in the 90s. They're the ones that are tracking I Me Mine. Meanwhile, here is George working out the song with the guys, and John isn't taking it seriously at all. He's not taking it seriously. He's waltzing with Yoko. They're dancing around doing a waltz while they're trying to work out the song. Or when George is showing them the song, John is singing over George. So George is trying to show them the song, and John is singing over it, like just with complete disdain for George's songs for whatever reason. It is. And George, you could tell he's super hurt. He says, I don't care. This is a direct quote. I don't care if you don't want it. I don't give a fuck. It can go in the musical. Then later, and this is later after he's doing the waltz, they're doing the waltz, just like completely goofing on George. He says, do you dig it, man? Just so desperate for John Lennon's approval. Mind you, the reason why they record I Me Mine in January of 1970 is because Michael Lindsay Hogg has decided to include them rehearsing it in the Let It Be documentary film. Why? Because there's this moment of John and Yoko waltzing during I Me Mine. So it's John and Yoko's waltz that even gets I Me Mine onto the Let It Be album. How about that? I mean, it's just crazy. Really, really, really crazy when you think about all that. So you could see that George he's taken it from John, he's taken it from Paul separately. That's building us up for what's about to happen. We're going to get there. John responds very dismissively when he shows them I Me Mine. He says, George, have you any idea what we play? Rock and roll. He doesn't say rock and roll. He goes, have you any idea what we play? Meaning, like, we don't play this waltz shit. We play rock and roll. Meanwhile, just before they had been doing Maxwell's Silver Hammer, because that's a Paul song. And Paul's songs take priority over everybody's songs. They would always experiment. They didn't give a crap about George's songs, or at least they would take George's songs seriously. But for every one George song, there's 10 Paul songs. And Paul's songs have to be done the best. And then the next to Paul's songs is John's songs, but those can be more experimental. You know what I mean? Amy, I can't, I can kind of imitate sometimes I can. It's like, this is Paul. David says, Sorry, guys. I've been really bad with the comments here. I'm trying to not get distracted. I wonder what John and George discussed after that. George was a guest on Imagine, and they did a track bashing Paul. That was How Do You Sleep, which was like one of the most scathing diss tracks, which was also in response to Paul's song Too Many People, which was aimed at John. That was on Ram, and they had George played slide guitar on that. But mind you, how many songs of George Harrison's post 1970 does John Lennon appear on? John was always happy to have George on his songs in the Beatles and out of the Beatles, but he never was around for George's songs, or very rarely was, or would do the most minimalist thing. So day 5 comes around. The days are counting down. Paul comes up to John and says, all right, Amy, I'm going to try and do it. John, have you have anything written? And Paul says, we're going to be in crisis, Paul, because John goes, when I'm up against the wall, Paul, you'll find that I'm at my best. That's so bad. Sorry, I'm trying. Well, David saying Paul wasn't even on George's When We Was Fab video almost 20 years later. That was done. That was kind of like a mini reunion after John had died. But that was because they were having, so Paul, that's a whole other bag of worms. In a super quick nutshell, Paul had been doing some very sort of behind the back stuff to George and Ringo. They had a bunch of beefs, man. He didn't show up for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in '88. Why do you think it was awesome? Amy likes my terrible Beatles impression. It's not good, Amy. Ringo talks like this. I wrote a song about an octopus, Ringo, we got rings on my fingers. Yeah, Ringo Ringo had great songs. He had Octopus's Garden. He had I Love Don't Pass Me By. Is a great song. And they reveal another song, something called Gone to Carolina. Blew my mind. That blew my freaking mind. David, Paul wasn't around because it wasn't around to spite George. It has they would play games with each other throughout the years. But basically, Paul, as I was saying, to get back on track. I'm sorry, guys, I'm getting back on track here. Paul asked John if he has written anything else on day 5, and John says no. Paul says, We're going to be in crisis, And John says, well. When I'm up against the wall, Paul, you'll find that I'm at my best. But Lennon and Paul had been partners when they were up against a wall. Now they were separate writing entities, where with Paul always writing a ton more songs than John. Then what's crazy is the mic. So here's the other thing. We talked about how they're in this really uncomfortable situation with cameras filming them and microphones recording them. And it's just, it makes everything even more tense. And you can tell they're not really 100% like fully being the way that they might be in that situation because they're being captured on film. They're holding back. They absolutely are holding back. So when people wonder why everything looks so friendly, everything looks so friendly because they fucking have cameras on them. I mean, duh. It's so obvious, man. It's such a blatant whitewash job. But the mic comes to capture their tense convo, and they start screaming, not like screaming, but they like start like acknowledging the mic is trying to like be like a fly on the wall, and they're like purposely pointing out the mic because they feel uncomfortable with the mic there. And Paul says, Paul hopes that he can deliver. And John mentions that he has Sunday off and that he's hoping for a little rock and roller. But the well has gone dry for John. It really has. That's something that Richard Buskin always says, from Buskin with the Beatles. The well has run dry for John. And he's not going to get that little rock and roll. In fact, they bring in a record player to hear Across the Universe, because Across the Universe goes back. It did not happen right then and there. They're pulling out everything. Because here's the thing too. This is another thing that we need to acknowledge, or that we need to take a look at. They have gotten so advanced with what they're doing in the studio, because the Beatles pioneered all kinds of recording techniques that are still used to this day. I'm not going to go down that road, but there's like all this stuff that they used to do. At that point in time, it was very hard to recreate the songs that they were doing on those records. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, whatever they're going to perform live, because they're going to be recording, like the album will be comprised of the recordings from that performance. Whatever it is, it has to be something that they can do on the stage. It has to be two guitars, a bass, and a drum. They can't have no Mellotron action going on. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to have tape loops going on and on. They have to just do it. They have to do it with what they got. And they start going through their songbook, and this is a revelation. There are all these songs that, like, I guess they thought were lost to time. That Dick James comes down and brings them lyrics from their songbooks, because back then you couldn't just look up your you didn't just Google your song lyrics. You had to like have a songbook with the official lyrics written down. It was like a whole thing. There's businesses, publishers. I mean, that's what publishing sheet music was all about. You know, if you were in a band and you were wanting to cover another band's songs, you had to go get the sheet music, you know, or you could try and play it by ear on the record. You go get the sheet music with the lyrics, and you just sort of try and put, you know, you put the song together. And so Dick James comes down at one point. We'll get there in a second. What I'm trying to say here is they're basically reaching back, because whatever that they do live has to be simple enough to be executed well live. And that's how we get One After 909. I had no idea, because I had known, everybody knows that One After 909 is a really old Beatles song. I mean, it's before they recorded any music. They had written, it was a very, very early song, probably going back to 60 or even 61, something like that, maybe 62, probably 61. And it's just one of the many, many Lennon-McCartney compositions. And there's a lot of lost Lennon and McCartney compositions from that time. Those dudes wrote a lot of friggin' songs together. I think officially it's 275, but I mean, even more that weren't recorded or given to other artists, you know? I mean, they just did so much. So One After 909 comes back out, gets dusted off almost 8 or 9 years after the fact, because they need material. They just don't have it. So they got Across the Universe. They got that. There's, wow, Ministry of Darkness with the friggin' wow. Okay, that's crazy. He's saying 1959 for One After 909. Thank you for that. David says, I wonder who was more spiteful, or why Paul really did wrong to avoid George like that. Captain got yeah. Another very interesting topic that I am going to not dive into, because it's going to deviate us from our path. 1959 is One After 909. So 10 years later, they're finally dusting off this song and recording it. You have Don't Let Me Down. I've Got a Feeling is coming out. Two of Us is coming out. They're formulating Get Back, Long and Winding Road, and Let It Be are all sort of accumulating. And then meanwhile, while these conversations are going on and Paul feels the camera on himself, you know, Yoko was always there. They're in this intense codependent relationship where he has fallen back. And, you know, there was a time, I'm not sure if it was during Let It Be or if it was during the White Album, there was a time where John would only speak to the other guys through Yoko. That's why when they say Yoko was the reason that the Beatles were broken up, and it's not. That's not the reason why the Beatles were broken up, but Yoko was a talking piece for John at a certain point. So John would only express himself through Yoko, which definitely sort of creates all kind of strain. And it's like perfectly it's such a Lennon-esque thing to do, to sort of just self-sabotage. Many, many years later, when, you know, Lennon started to get, you know, started doing all these interviews in the 70s and right before his death in Playboy in 1980, he just started talking about, like, looking back, you know, retrospectively, and having way more insight about that time than when he was in the middle of it, and recognizing that he had quit the band, or that he had wanted to quit the band, or that he was checked out of the band by 1966, that by Revolver. So even before Sgt. Pepper, he had been sort of checked out of the band, ready to leave the band. He had been, in a weird kind of way, going through the motions all those years. And now, during Let It Be, he's using heroin. He is in this crazy relationship with Yoko, who can never leave his side. He is just really going through the motions. He doesn't know how to tell the guys he wants to leave, but very clearly doesn't want to be there anymore. He doesn't want to work on George's songs. He's not bringing any new songs to the table, really. He's got Child of Nature, as we said. No, none of the stuff is clicking. And meanwhile, Paul is just boom, 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 boom. Here's another song. Here's another song. Here's another song. Paul is just going nuts with his songs. And yet, I'm sure this, for as hard as Paul worked, and Paul worked so hard, hardest working men in show business, right? Paul McCartney. For as hard as Paul worked, it almost seemed like John would effortlessly write something that was equally as iconic as Paul, even though Paul was putting in 1,000% more effort than John was. And that always kind of balanced them out. Paul is doing, positive show tunes, and John is writing like these brutal, raw, honest feelings from his soul. And then when you combine the two together, you get the yin and the yang of the Lennon-McCartney partnership, whether you need one without the other to have the Beatles. And you see that in their solo careers. John is missing the Paul in his solo output. Paul is missing the John in his. They are, and that's why they will never be as big as they could have been together as the Beatles, even though they were always big and larger than life after the Beatles. I wrote here, then there's a scene during all this tense going on. Ringo just starts messing around with a microphone, and he freaks out Paul with the feedback from the microphone, and Paul just explodes. But it's one of those things where like Paul plays it off. He's like smiling and he's trying to make it seem like it's a joke, but I did not feel like it was a joke at all. He was super annoyed. And it's not like he was annoyed at Ringo. It was more about, he was so like stressed about the situation. And then Ringo is doing this playful thing that Paul might normally be, because Paul is just as much of a kid as the rest of them, but he's trying to be the adult. He's trying to put on the adult pants, and the others are just sort of goofing around. And I would say Ringo to a much less point. In terms of who shows up, Paul is always the first one there. Ringo is always the first one there. George comes later, and John is the latest. John shows up super late. They're always doing stuff after John, and then John shows up and joins in. You know what I mean? This is when they talked about Hey Jude, and this was an attempt. Get Back is an attempt to bottle what they had done with the Hey Jude TV performance into not, hey, we did this for a song, now let's do it for an album. So we talked about that already earlier. People are confused, by the way, super confused. You know why people are confused? People are seeing the last remnants of the glue holding the Beatles together in front of the cameras. So people go, oh, everything is happy, everything is great, but like what you're seeing is literally the only thing that's keeping them from flying off the wheels, flying apart. Because every other semblance of these guys are just like they're not together. You see it so clearly. John says only 2 days to go, and then we have another 2 days off, referring to the weekend. George Martin then says you only have 15 more days or songs. He says you only have 15 more to go. So I'm not sure if he means 15 more days or 15 more songs. And then Lennon, and this is what Lennon was doing to George, and this is what Lennon was doing to Paul. Anytime Paul tried to like boss around John or whatever, he'd always go, okay, Paul, sure. Like completely like condescending and dismissing. Paul says it's a small LP with a large hole in the middle, with a picture of your behind. So he's insulting George Martin, who, by the way, does disappear at some point. George had walked off the White Album. Things had just gotten so bad. And it might have improved maybe a little bit with Let It Be, but he wouldn't come back as like a full-fledged producer. Glenn Johns co-produced Let It Be. He wouldn't come back as a full-fledged producer until Abbey Road. And then here's the other thing too. John in later interviews is always dismissing. He's always like, oh yeah, he like rolling his eyes dismissive of like, oh, which one was that? Was that on the Pepper album? Was that on the Revolver album? Like not like, pretending like he doesn't know what any of the stuff was, like this history. But the reality is those dudes were super aware of all that stuff. They were subscribed to Beatle Monthly. They were reading all the stuff, and you see a lot of newspapers lying around, and they do this whole thing with the basically, Pakistani immigration. It was a huge sort of controversial issue going on in Britain, and you have all the right-wing conservative racist SOBs who want the Pakistanis out of Britain for whatever reason. And so they wrote a song. They tried to sort of formulate Get Back into a protest song against Enoch, this prime minister guy or whatever from England. And the lyrics were get back to the country you once belonged, talking about this guy was a Pakistani, this guy was a Puerto Rican in the USA, blah, blah, blah. It was the same thing in the USA, but with Puerto Rico instead of Pakistanis in Britain, that kind of thing. And what's interesting though is these guys are super aware, have a super sense of their accomplishments and what they did. So when John dismisses either songs or pretends like he doesn't really know what's what, he suddenly, you know how many TV appearances the Beatles did? I mean, just so many appearances. And then suddenly, John immediately knew that a certain stage setup was Around the Beatles. So Around the Beatles was a program that they had done, and they were trying to come up with a stage scaffolding for this concert, the Get Back concert that they're about to perform. And they're coming up with ideas, and they're showing sketches to Paul, and Paul says, "Hey, take it to John and Yoko. They're the artists." So they go over it. But what's fascinating is Paul recognized that it was from a program called Around the Beatles, and so did John, except John called it Around the Beatles 69. And it's just funny because for a guy who wants to pretend like he doesn't know like anything, or like just like trying to play it off, trying to be, too cool for school, he's very aware of that kind of thing. He was very aware of that. Looks like the set from Around the Beatles in 69, which I thought was a very profound, interesting sort of situation. And then, they're trying to figure out what the set is going to be, and John is just obsessed with talking about plastic. And you could tell he's dialing it in, man. He's phoning in. He's like, yeah, just make the set out of plastic, and it could have these big cubes of plastic. They have those polymers. Meanwhile, they're supposed to be like ready to do this show in like a week and a half or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, there's no time to figure out to research what kind of plastic you want to have on the set. Like, it's ridiculous. He talks in these crazy abstract terms as if they have time, and everybody kind of acts this way. It's like so incredibly disorganized, and you just get the sense that they are surfing on hubris, complete hubris, that they are just going to pull this off, and it's just going to be another notch in the Beatles' belt. You know what I mean? Michael Lindsay Hogg says this to Ringo, and I thought this was so telling, talking about the pressure, talking about the strain of trying to come up with material and have it ready in time. Michael Lindsay Hogg, who we always talk about, is the, whatchamacallit, Sam Haines' Let the Day Begin was a tribute to George Harrison's Here Comes the Sun. That is funny. Michael Lindsay Hogg, who it's funny, Orson Welles does come up in conversations and Michael Lindsay Hogg talks about him. Michael Lindsay Hogg is the illegitimate son of Orson Welles, which is very interesting. So he says to Ringo, everything you do has got to be good because all your albums are good. There's not a duff album. It's got to be the best. You have the hearts of millions with you. And then Ringo responds, every time we've done anything, it's always going to be the best. So, I mean, that's the attitude that they have going into something so disorganized. Even with Magical Mystery Tour, maybe the movie flopped, but the album had Strawberry Fields Forever. It has I Am the Walrus. Actually, Strawberry Fields was a single, but it got packaged together. You have I Am the Walrus, Baby You're a Rich Man, Your Mother Should Know. Like, these just classic songs. And, of course, all that stuff did really well. Fool on the Hill. You know what I'm saying? And that's when he also says that we've been grumpy for the last 18 months in response to Hogg saying that this might be their last TV performance, because he's sort of seeing Michael Lindsay Hogg is clearly seeing the writing on the wall. The writing on the wall is that the Beatles are probably, that this might be the disintegration of the Beatles. He can, like, I'm sure he can kind of tell. And he's trying to like he's trying to like coax this into something. And he's doing the best that he can in the situation. It's a weird situation, man, because it's like it's the Beatles. They're the real bosses, even though he's the director. So it kind of like, I'm sure it's not so dissimilar from what Peter Jackson was dealing with when he was working with Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr on trying to put this out and trying to do something that would be honest and truthful for the Beatles fans, but also respectful of the legacy that Ringo and Paul are trying to leave behind. And that's what they're trying to do. That's what this whole whitewash campaign is about. Oh, it was actually a really friendly time because they know this is the end. We talked about this previously on our previous shows. They know this is the end. They know that they are securing their legacy, and therefore everything should be left on a positive note, which is why we didn't see all of this footage for 50 years. We didn't see the footage for 50 years because to them, it was nothing positive. You know, it was like this glaring elephant in the room. Now, what's interesting too is the Beatles were a complete democratic process. Ringo didn't want to go venture off to some exotic location to do the show. They had talked about all sorts of different places in England, places, you know, all sorts of exotic places. One place in particular that they wanted to do was this place called Sabratha, which was in Libya, I believe, right near Tripoli. And it's this beautiful Roman ruin amphitheater. And they wanted to have torches on the water. And they kept talking about 2,000 Arabs in the audience, like just this insane audience for the return of the Beatles, not only performing live, but performing songs that no one's ever heard and songs that were going to be recorded on their brand new LP that they were going to do live in front of an audience, which is just an insane notion when you think about it. You're under pressure. And then they're going to film it and then broadcast it around the world. You know, I mean, what you're seeing, the documentary that we have now, that's them. They were trying to make a documentary about the rehearsal process for this project. And that's how we get so much conversation and dialogue and talking about this, because the cameras were just flies on the wall. Nobody is being interviewed. There's no interviews happening. There's no talking head interviews. It's just capturing things as they happen. But to go back to the veto power, so the veto power in the Beatles was amazing. And Ringo, who was set to work on Magic Christian, doesn't want to travel for the show. And Hogg is trying to negotiate. Michael Lindsay Hogg is trying to negotiate a bigger show. And he's trying to get Ringo on board. He's trying to ply him with this shot of a helicopter from the sky, and that it's going to be so great and so like excellent and good, blah, 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 blah. And Ringo's like, yeah, that's great for 2 minutes, but I can't travel all that way for 2 minutes. And they're talking about all these different ideas. You know, let's take an audience with us on the boat, and we'll sail down to the place. And George doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be around what he considers to be commoners. And he's worried about the cost. How much is this going to cost? We still haven't paid off Magical Mystery Tour yet. You know, George was for as spiritual as George was, he was also very materialistic. He was, man, especially when it came to money and that kind of thing. But Ringo has all the veto power. The other three Beatles are not going to travel for the show because Ringo won't do it. And that's the way the Beatles worked. And it's kind of like an amazing system, considering the fact that John and Paul have the lion's share of the revenue via publishing, via music. The fact that Ringo would have so much veto power, that he, in his own way, despite all that stuff, that he is still very much like a pillar. It was 4 pillars of the temple that made up the Beatles, that kind of thing. And then it's mentioned. And Ringo finally sort of agrees. He's like, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll go out to the amphitheater, whatever the freak. It's mentioned that Paul and John have not been getting along. Lennon seems like he's going through the motions. Yeah, Lennon just seems like he's on autopilot. When he's approving like the designs for like this plastic set, he's just like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Like he just doesn't care. He just does not care. And you can see the strain. You see them trying, and it's only when they're making music that they kind of are getting along. And even though Paul says at one point, can you stop playing guitar? Because I'm trying to explain this arrangement stuff for you. Just stop playing for 5 seconds, you know? But the best way to describe it is it's a freight train moving at full speed ahead, almost flying off the rails at any second. Like any penny on the tracks is going to just derail them, and they're just going to go flying and crash. You know, had they done the amphitheater in Sabratha, it might have lit a giant fire under them to pull from that place of greatness once again. So in a way, and this was part of like my, I should have organized this a little bit better in terms of like hindsight stuff. Had they decided to go to a foreign location, I think it would have gotten them in working order. I think the fact that they stayed put where they were didn't really give them the sense of urgency that they needed to pull from that place of greatness that they were so confident that they could pull from. Like they just thought they could just do it. You know what I mean? And I think that they needed something to really sort of light that fire, and they didn't have that. And having that location in Sabratha where they're going to perform in the amphitheater would have made that a reality. George says, shall we do some other people's songs as well? That'd be nice. John says, I don't know any. I can only just bear doing your lot's songs. And then George said some other people's songs are much better than ours. I mean, again, throwing full shade at George. George, John is basically alluding, I can't stand to do your songs. I don't want to do your songs, blah, blah, blah. George is on the right track, though. George has the right idea. They should have been performing, and that was going to be my first thing. That was going to be one of the things. Should I just do it now? We should just do it now. Let's do it right now. In hindsight, here's a couple of things in hindsight that could have saved the Beatles and could have saved this project. One, they absolutely should have done a cover set full of the rock and roll standards that they had done in their Hamburg days, and then maybe throw in 3 to 5 new compositions and record it all live. They would have had 14 songs. When you look at those albums, Beatles for Sale, when you look at, Beatles for Sale and With the Beatles, those two albums, half of the songs are covers. I think 8 songs are covers on Beatles for Sale. And it's definitely considered to be one of the lesser Beatle albums, probably the leastest Beatle album, right? Like it's one of the most obscure ones that nobody really talks about, Beatles for Sale. But the cover stuff is good. Same thing with, there are covers on With the Beatles. Please Please Me, I think has a few covers, but not as many covers as With the Beatles and Beatles for Sale. And that's late 63 through early 60. Oh, and then late 64, because then they do Hard Day's Night and then they do Beatles for Sale, right? So Beatles for Sale, Hard Day's Night is the first time that every song is an original, like 100%. So the Beatles are no strangers to covers. The Beatles have that muscle memory of playing them. And at any time that they're not trying to rehearse brand new songs in this first part of the segment, they're gelling. They are gelling. Their musical chemistry is not lost, but their muscle memory for playing those covers that they used to play in the early days, it's still there, but they need to be able to, they're able to tap into that. And so what would have been smart is a lateral move of like, okay, guys, let's take Don't Let Me Down. Let's take Get Back. Let's take Two of Us. Let's take I Got a Feeling and Let It Be or something like that. And then do the rest of them covers that we know, standards that we love, standards that we haven't performed on albums yet, or stuff that we only did for the BBC sessions. Problem solved. There is your biggest problem solved. That would have saved the project. What would have saved the Beatles? One, they should have cut George in on the songwriting fully. George was already contributing to John and Paul's songs. He was in variety of different ways, whether it was from like little arrangement things to maybe even straight up guitar riffs or whatever the case may be. George had some kind of input in some way, shape, or form. And you see him trying to do it now here during the Get Back sessions, and they are just shutting him down, micromanaging him, trying to control exactly what he plays. They should have brought him into the fold. They should have said, you know what? From now on, it's no longer Lennon and McCartney. It needs to be Lennon, McCartney, and Harrison. Had they done that moving forward, suddenly the lion's share. And you know what they could have done? Instead of a 50-50 split, it could have been a 30-30-30. And then, hey, let's give Ringo 10. Let's give Ringo 10% of that split. And it's not for discussion right now, but the very last proposed Beatles album after Abbey Road, that's right, folks, there almost could have been another Beatles album, proposed 4 songs from John, 4 songs from Paul, 4 songs from George, and 2 songs from Ringo. And to keep that template forevermore, or to keep that template moving forward. But why not take the stake that they had in Northern Songs, which would become a problem in and of itself later down the road, and just simply reorganize it, or at least shut the door on Northern Songs with the Lennon and McCartney partnership and create something brand new in the same way that Harrison had Harris songs. You could create something brand new for all those dudes and just have Lennon, McCartney, and Harrison, Beatles songs, baby, Beatles songs. And then a lot of the strain might be alleviated, because no longer this dynamic, this hierarchy of it's Lennon and McCartney and then Harrison and then Starr. It now sort of folds in because Ringo doesn't mind. Ringo doesn't mind being Ringo. That's what he is. Ringo is Ringo, baby. He just does his thing. You know, he's happy with his place in the band. And it's said that he probably would have continued on with the Beatles. He was the only one who probably would have continued on with the Beatles from that point. He loved being in the Beatles in the same way that Paul loved being in the Beatles. Those two dudes didn't want the Beatles to end. It was really John and George more than anything that wanted the Beatles to end. I think those guys would have soldiered on. So they should have done those things. They should have cut in George and acknowledge him for what, you know, he is and what he's contributing. And they should have recognized that they weren't going to finish things out and just do some covers and a couple of originals. And they could have performed that show. They could have spent 3 to 4 days getting all that stuff together while they were putting on the concert. And then here's the final piece of it. George proposes that they do it at the Cavern Club, where things all started, where the Beatles really developed the beginning of their fan base in Liverpool. Go back just the way that they wanted to get back to where they once belonged. Go back to the beginning by going to the Cavern Club and come full circle and do the Get Back show in the Cavern Club with the packed audience full of old fans doing covers with a couple of new songs that totally fit in, because the songs, as we said, the songs are really sort of stripped down from where they were with Sgt. Pepper. You know what I mean? Everything's stripped down to be kind of like done live, as like a live recording, you know, as they would kind of do on the Rooftop. That would have saved the Beatles, I think, or at least maybe it wouldn't have saved the Beatles. Maybe they were fated to dissolve, but I think it would have breathed enough life into the Beatles that they wouldn't have ended when they did. That's the better way to put it. Moving on. John says in reaction to Bad Chemical Tea. John was like a real connoisseur of tea, and he's talking about like chemical tasting tea, I think, or maybe he's talking about hallucinogenic tea. Who knows? Maybe he's literally talking about chemical tea. He says it turns me off, blows my mind, and floats me upstream, which is also the first lyrics mostly of Tomorrow Never Knows. Turn off your mind, relax, and float upstream. Or is it float downstream? Maybe I'm wrong. Then they go into Susie Parker. I had Susie Parker, which was an outtake. And it blows my mind that they didn't use Susie Parker for this concert. They needed 14 songs. Susie Parker would have been one of them. It's so great. Susie Parker, yeah, Susie Parker, come on, Susie Parker. It would have been perfect, man. And they couldn't. They scrapped it for whatever reason. There was a bunch of stuff, man. Well, there were all these compositions that were Lennon, McCartney, Harrison, Starkey, like all of them together, you know what I mean? Which also kind of blew my mind that I guess they had kind of arranged. Then Linda comes in, she's taking pictures, and you get the sense that Linda is almost there to balance out the Yoko. Now, I mean, obviously she was there, but I'm just saying from like a political standpoint. Obviously, Paul wants Linda in there, and whether you needed that for storytelling or not, like, or information, like giving to the audience, like to give information to the audience. Bottom line is you have these mostly dialogue bear things of Linda just taking pictures. It's a really cool touch, man. It shows like it shows her taking the picture and it shows the still of the picture. But you just get the sense that that's in there to sort of balance Yoko, which is fine. But yeah, that you get that sense. Then Dick James comes in. Dick James comes in with the songbook. They're going through the songbook, the Northern songs. He owns the whole catalog, and it's not just Beatles songs. He owns more stuff, but he's the controlling stake owner. And what would happen because of remarks that Lennon was making in the press really sort of scared Dick James and thought, man, Lennon once again is drawing too much controversy. I'm ready to cash out. He thought that it was time to cash out. And so he told the Beatles, he's like, hey, I'm selling this thing. And it's funny, right before this happens, he shows up here in the Get Back sessions. I was amazed to see him there because literally right after that, at some point, he sells the catalog and they're scrounging together to come up with the money to outbid whoever is trying to buy the Beatles publishing songs. But what's interesting is you hear Ringo says to George, would you like to see what you have half a percentage of? And George says, no, I don't. And, you know, again, because it's kind of like, you know, George was resentful. He even wrote a song called Only a Northern Song, which basically is like, it doesn't matter. Because here's the thing. The Beatles convinced George that his songs should go in with their songs as well, even though that he wasn't an equal stakeholder, because that it would have been better that they would have all gotten more money if he was like consolidated in with them or whatever. And so George is writing songs and Lennon and McCartney are making way more money off of George's songs than George's, but George is making more money than he would have if he had done separate publishing. Eventually he did do separate publishing and it was called Harris Songs. That was what Harris Songs was. And Ringo owned 0.8%, which he still owned. He never gave up his 0.8%. He still had that. And I'll tell you, I don't know if he still has it to this day, but man, you think about the millions and millions of dollars of steady, predictable revenue that has come in from that, you know, that kind of thing. We're getting to the end here. So Paul and George argue. So then there's another argument that's very similar to the one we saw where where Paul was upset with George about, like, you know, what to play or what not to play, like, you know, when he's trying to like concentrate on his part. And they're just arguing over whether chords are fashionable. George thinks a chord is a chord and fits a song that calls for it. Comparing chords to drainies, pipe jeans. George then sort of flippantly says, you need Eric Clapton, and John responds, no, we need George Harrison. But it's interesting foreshadowing that it's first George who suggests you guys should get Eric Clapton because he's just feeling so alienated. Paul is so micromanaging and bossy. We understand why he's being so micromanaging and bossy, but he's just trying to keep the show from flying off the rails. He's so trying to keep it all together. John becomes very passive aggressive and John has a passive aggressive anti-authoritarian streak, and you know, it comes out like all the time in various different ways, this passive aggressive anti-authoritarian streak. And he, at one point he's saying, oh, you know, let's use the lyrics involving the political stuff with the Pakistani and Puerto Rican immigrants for Get Back, which is just not commercially doesn't make any sense for obvious reasons. But that's just kind of like where John is, you know. John, and it's true, John's focus is on all of the avant-garde stuff he's doing with Yoko. They put out 2 albums, man, of just like weird avant-garde sounds, you know, and that's just what John John is into. And that's when I said that John and Paul should have just cut in George and Ringo. In the very least, just to go back to that last part that I said, just to go back to that other thing, if you're not going to, here's the thing. If you're going to cut, let's say that they were going to split everything, because the bands that don't have any resentment towards money, like, let me rephrase that. When money isn't like a factor of conflict within bands, they prosper, they go on, they can move onward. It's like that was the thing with the Ramones. Even though certain guys are really only writing the songs in the band, they split. All the guys were necessary for the band, and therefore everything was split 25, 25, 25, and 25. And you would imagine maybe they would refuse to give Ringo 25%, but that's why I was thinking Ringo should get 10% of the publishing, and if not 10%, then why not 25? Why not just make everything equal? Everybody standing on this equal, like, sort of footing, they could have soldiered on. And then that's when, Paul wants John to stop playing while he's discussing the arrangement, as he's trying to show John what exactly to play. And John is just not having it. And then they completely skip over. Now here's where the first part ends. Brilliant place to end it. George quits the band. We've seen George trying to work with John and Paul. He's trying to give sort of feedback, or trying to say this or trying to say that. And they're just not having it. They're like, no, just be quiet, or here, play this part, and you'll play this part when we want you to play this part, and yada, 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 yada. And you see that George is he's checking out, man. He's just super checking out. They go to lunch, and something happens during that lunch, and they don't make mention of it in the documentary. And I have to look it up and see if I could find it. There's a fight. Supposedly there's a physical fight between George and John. You know what? When we do part 2 of this review for the second part, I'm going to dig that out. I'm going to dig out that passage from the book that I have upstairs. There's a fight. George says something really nasty about Yoko, and John responds by punching him in the face. And because she had been eating his digestive biscuits or something. And that's when he says, I'm quitting the band. I'll see you around the clubs. Peter Jackson's trying to instead put emphasis on the fact that John and Paul are just sort of shutting George out creatively, which I'm sure was a factor as well. But I think it's this explosive incident. And John says, without giving any reference to what it is, so I guess we're just going to pretend like nothing happened, just as George leaves, right? Okay, Minister of Darkness is saying that the fight was bullshit. You have to explain. Why? What about it? Yes, Joey says too. She did sit on his cushions, man. She was sitting on his cushions. It's true. I saw that part. I was like, holy shit. Why do you think the fight was bullshit, Minister of Darkness? I'm curious to know. We got a commenter saying that the fight was bullshit. The fight was not bullshit, man. That's what went down, right? What follows is complete bedlam. They start jamming, and the jam is crazy, and they're kind of having it looks like they're having a good time for the cameras, but you can tell it's them just completely dissolving. Like any sort of organized effort by Paul McCartney to sort of drive this train into the station completely breaks down, and he goes back to being a child like the rest of them in that kind of way. They all are just bashing on their gear, doing feedback and jamming out and dancing and going crazy. And that's when Yoko gets the mic and she starts going, doing her Yoko thing. And the other thing that they cut out completely, okay, Minister of Darkness is saying that it's been confirmed many times. I'm going to find the passage, Minister of Darkness. I'm telling you, man, that fight happened. What they completely ignore is the Yoko wants a mic. If you don't know what Yoko wants a mic is, go Google it. This whole exchange happens where Yoko is incessantly asking for a microphone. And when she gets it, she's just going, John, John, and we see it in the thing, and he finally goes, what? It's very, very truncated. And I'll tell you one thing. When you look at it, when you actually look at it on the film, it doesn't look as benign as when you, like, I listened to it. I listened to the whole thing, just the audio, because we didn't have the video. And a lot of the audio that they show has been there for many, many years. I mean, this stuff was all heavily bootlegged. So hardcore Beatle fans know a lot about the events of what has occurred, but something that we've never seen is the video that goes with the audio. So when you see the video, it doesn't look as maybe like cringy as it sounds when you're just listening to the audio, which is just like, yeah, but it goes on and on and on. It goes on for a much longer time as they're trying to have a conversation about business stuff. Yoko is vying for attention, and it's the first time in almost 2.5 hours into this documentary that we see Yoko kind of like really taking center stage, apart from just sitting there reading a newspaper or knitting or, you know, talking with Linda. And that kind of makes her, that's the stuff that makes her seem like a succubus to me a little bit. There's a whole scenario. And again, Google what happened. Yoko had a bed. They had a bed in the studio while they were recording Abbey Road because of Yoko. Yoko was injured, or maybe she was pregnant and injured, or maybe she was just pregnant, and they had a bed put in there in the studio while they were working. It's kind of crazy. But you think about it, like, that's what it took to get Abbey Road. It took moving a bed into the studio for Yoko Ono in order for us to have Abbey Road. So I guess that's a good trade-off. But and then you'll see George Martin come back to the picture. But they break down. They melt down. They don't know what to do with the rest of the day. It becomes, and that's what had been happening. They just spent so much time farting off, dicking off. They just messing around with it. Just no time. They're not taking it seriously. It's like they know they have to do it, or they're trying to do it, but they don't want to. And their actions speak so much louder than whatever words they're speaking. So then, of course, famously, John says, and he's, again, this is a flippant, again, just totally being flippant and passive aggressive and condescending and ridiculous. He says, let's get Clapton. And, you know, I think the reason why they don't react, here's why none of them freak out when George leaves. They don't want to give him the power. They don't want to admit that George has the amount of leverage that he has in that moment. You know what I'm saying? And he has all the power. They are on this tight deadline. They need him. Like, you wouldn't believe they need him to do this thing, and he's walked out on them. They're not going to replace him with Clapton. I mean, what kind of crazy controversial thing would that be? I mean, just been absolutely insane, you know? They just don't want to give George any power, and so they just pretend like it doesn't bother him. But it's deeply troubling. Deeply, deeply troubling. And then you have the scene where Neil Aspinall, who's, again, he's a guy, you know, longtime Beatles confidant, roadie, just like Mal Evans, been there from the very beginning, who is now in this position of power at Apple, their company. And George Martin, they're trying to break down what's happened of, you know, John and Paul versus George, and also acknowledge that John and Paul are writing separately now. So they were like analyzing the dynamics of the situation all the way as it was happening in real time, you know. And then Paul says something, and this was really telling of what Paul feels inside. So no matter how politically correct or how sort of amicable Paul could be about any sort of situation, how he could just sort of let things roll off his back for the greater good. There's this moment where I guess John and Yoko, they're like, you know, being extra, you know, kissy public display of affection as John has left the band, like they're just dicking off or something, as George has left the band. George has left the band, not John. And he calls out and he says, "Get in your bag, get in your bloody bag." And then Yoko says, "Not again." And Paul says, "The Mercy Beat award for best couple of the year should go to John and Yoko." And he is so like, again, like he's being so sarcastic. There's such animosity under his words, even though it's trying to come off like a joke, like a you fucker, like that kind of thing, you know. And And it concludes with, it ends with the Beatles heading over, ceasing everything to head over to George's house to convince him to come back into the band. And that meeting does not go well. And part of the reason why that meeting does not go well is because of what Yoko says. That's right. Yoko does a lot of talking, or does some talking in that meeting. It's Yoko, Linda, John, Paul, George, and Ringo at George's house. I mean, insane when you think about it. It's insane to think what if Yoko was like a reliable person that you could like actually like get like some very unbiased like opinions from, like, but you can't, because she's just she's on a, not only is she on a Lennon tilt, but she's also on a Yoko tilt. You'll never get like an honest appraisal. I mean, that's a problem with a lot of this stuff. That's a problem with, to an extent. That's why this footage is such a gold mine, because it's just presented to us as like a fly on the wall thing. We're not hearing Paul's skew. We're not hearing Ringo's POV. We're not hearing Yoko's skew. Everybody's got a skew. Everybody's got an agenda. Everybody's got like a bend on history that leans toward them. We talk about this with the Misfits all the time. You see it with Jerry Only. You see it with Glenn Danzig. Everybody has a bend on history. That's why this is so cool to see. I can almost make my own appraisal based on what I'm seeing and based on what I've read around the situation. So in any case, they go there, and that's where we leave off. That's part 1 of this. I'm going to do part 2, and I'm going to do part 3, and then, depending on whether I can get my guest or not, I may do an overall sort of, post-mortem with a guest who is remarkably highly regarded in the Beatle world. I'd love to have him on my show. So we'll see if we can get him for that. But in the meantime, we're going to do part 2, and then we're going to do part 3. So that's where we leave off. We leave off with George quitting the band. And as we said, the Beatles all took turns quitting the band. First, Ringo quit the band during the White Album. Then George quit the band during Let It Be. Then John quit the band right after Abbey Road. And then Paul finally quits the band, officially quits the band, I should say, during the release of Let It Be. So actually, to correct myself, it is George who quits during Get Back. Paul quits during Let It Be 1 year later, because Get Back is different from Let It Be, right? The big question is, did Danzig watch Get Back? Minister of Darkness, you said that the fight never happened. I want more of an explanation. Your what you said doesn't pan out for me. You need to get more specific. I want to know more. Where did you hear that debunked? That is not debunked. That's what happened. Why doesn't Jackson talk more about why George left? Maybe they'll talk about it in part 2. The animosity between George and Yoko was insane. George was nasty to Yoko too. Make no mistake. Thank you for watching this with me. I wasn't intending this to be almost 2 hours, but it's the Beatles. What can I do? I want to talk for a moment about my sponsor, riotstickers.com. Are you in a band? Are you guys in a band? Who is in a band? Who is a filmmaker? Who is an artist of some kind who needs stickers? Well, I'm here to tell you that riotstickers.com is a great way to get your stickers pressed up. They are the official sponsor of the Frumess channel now. I am powered by riotstickers.com, as you can see right here, and we are running a special promo deal, and I guarantee you will not find some other leading sticker brands that I won't name because I don't want to be mean, but let's just say their stickers don't stick very well. Don't offer a deal, or their deal pales in comparison to this deal, okay? And basically, it works like this. You can get 50 3x3 stickers. So that's 3-inch by 3-inch vinyl stickers, 50 of them. When you use the promo code Frumess, and you will get $50% off those stickers. So what the total cost for you would actually be $29.50. So for $29.50, you can get 50 3x3 square stickers, or you can get 50 3x3 die cut stickers. That's where it has like a particular shape. Okay. Minister of Darkness, if you need stickers, please check out. The link is in the description, everybody. Go check it out. You go to riotstickers.com to that link and you use the promo code Frumess and you're going to get 50% off. You're not going to find a better deal. You're not going to find a better deal than that. It's not actually $59. It's 50% off. I'm going to fix that. I need to fix that. That doesn't make sense. It's, but you get 50 stickers for 50% off when you use my promo code. And that, like I said, do you know how big a 3x3-inch sticker is? That is a nice piece of real estate. It's very visual. You know, it's very visual. So if you have a band, right, and you're trying to get your brand or your brand seen, you need to have it big enough to be seen. You can't have these tiny little stickers. You need big stickers. So I got to tell you, and I've ordered, you know, I'm not just playing them up because they're my sponsor. I have done business in the past with riotstickers.com, run by this guy, Joshua Grove. Great guy, independent business. They do stickers for a lot of people. I know Robbie Bloodshed has done business with them. I know Joe from Mr. Monster and Darrow Chemical Company. He's done business with riotstickers.com. Both those guys will swear by riotstickers.com in addition to me swearing by riotstickers.com. So go check that out. Promo code Frumess for 50% off of $59. So it's you getting 50% off $59. So that comes out to $29.50 or $34.50 if you do the die cut. Okay. I'm a big fan. I am a big fan of riotstickers.com, and I don't mind championing something that I feel really good about. And now we're going to play the video. That's right. There's a video. There is a really cool video. Check out this video all about riotstickers.com.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
So, I mean, there you go, guys. I mean, what a cool theme song that is. So check it out. All that stuff is in the description below. Go visit riotstickers.com. Use the promo code Frumess. The link to get to that special deal is in the description below. And we'll see you again very soon. As soon as I watch that second part, we're going to do the second part of this. I'm going to play us out with the Patreon classic. So peace and hair grease, and we'll see you next time.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube casualty for $6.66. The YouTube casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Bye. Hi, boom, boom, boom. Dig a moon dog, dig a road dog, dig a road hog. So you can celebrate anything you know. Yes, you can celebrate anything you know. I told you so. Those aren't the lyrics. I freaking love that song. Dig a Pony. People don't talk enough about Dig a Pony. Actually, I think people constantly are talking about the Beatles. We're constantly talking about the Beatles. We're on a Beatles kick right now because of Get Back. We haven't seen this kind of flurry and fathom. That doesn't really make any sense. We haven't seen this kind of fury over the Beatles since the Beatles anthology in the mid-90s. It's pretty awesome. I'm just so stoked to see so many people just reveling in the revelations that we are getting from this footage. I really cannot think, it can't be understated how much of a masterpiece this thing is. It could have been 18 hours long, like the first cut, and it would have been a masterpiece. It's just something else. It's just something else. I was very excited to sit down and, do this, watch part 2. I took extensive notes. What's going on, Misfit Medic? It really was amazing. I haven't watched part 3 yet. I'm watching a segment. I'm watching, an episode and then doing a review after taking meticulous notes. I also brought, because I know it's going to come up in conversation, You Never Give Me Your Money. For those of you who are listening to the podcast version, that's right. This is also a podcast as well. This is a book by Pete Doggett, The Beatles After the Breakup. And we're going to take a look at this as well because it's important to the conversation at hand. But let's dive right in. So where we last left off in the narrative, in the story, in the document that is being documented, George has left the band. There is I've been saying, and I was quite surprised at what we found in the footage, but I've been, going on and on about how there was a fist fight between John and George, and I remember reading about it in this book over here, and I guess maybe there wasn't. I honestly don't know what to believe at this point. because the footage kind of says otherwise. We don't really see any of that. We just see George leaves. Just see you in the clubs. He goes to Liverpool for a week. They're just hanging around. They don't know what to do. It really is, Yoko gets a mic. She asks for a mic. She gets a mic. She starts wailing and screaming into the mic. It's bedlam. It's bedlam for the Beatles in that kind of way. And it's kind of like, what's going to happen now? I mean, this is bad news. This is we're truly in the heart of darkness right now, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. So here's what basically happened. So only Ringo shows up on the following Monday, at first at least. Then Paul joins, but George is out of the band, gone, and John and Yoko don't even show up. Neil Aspinall, the guy who's running, he's running Apple. He calls to see if John is going to show up or even if George is going to show up. Linda comes in and she starts talking about how Yoko was talking for John yesterday in reference to the meeting that had taken place at George's house. Because what happens is after George leaves the band, the other guys go around to George's house to try and work things out. The meeting does not go well. George ends up leaving the meeting early, I think, and John doesn't talk. Instead, it's Yoko who's talking for John. And John, and the other thing too is Linda's talking about how she doesn't believe that, because Yoko was saying a bunch of stuff in that meeting, which again is all in this book. Here's the thing that I love about this book and why I have such a sort of skeptical view about what Get Back is trying to show us. This book is meticulously researched. They have all the stuff in the back. They show you where every quote, everything is cited, and anything that is scuttlebutt is noted as scuttlebutt. I really think that Peter Doggett has great integrity. I don't know if you call author integrity or journalistic integrity when writing about the Beatles breakup. This is a really great book, though. I highly recommend everybody read this. It really starts when the Beatles break up, and it just talks about everything. Alan Klein, that's how I know half of what I know. And the thing that I like most about it is because there's no bend on it. It's very impartial. It kind of tells you the ugly details as they happen. So, which this movie, these documentaries are skipping over greatly, right? Like, I mean, they've been really skipping over all the ugly details are getting skipped over, and we're getting shown the best bits, the brightest, happiest moments in the whole thing. So, it leaves you wondering, like, how and where and why should you think about what, and so Linda is talking about how Yoko was just talking for John, and John's unresponsive. He's not talking at all, and that she's sort of skeptical. She doesn't believe that John believes half of the stuff that Yoko was saying. That's the point I was trying to get at. And we don't know what is being said, but it was said during that Harrison House meeting. And again, it is sort of talked about in this book. And I read that book 10 years ago, so I don't remember what exactly was being said in it. So, bad on me. I wish I should have reread this book before I watched Get Back in order for this review to have a truly clear picture of everything that is going on or should be going on, yada, 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 that kind of thing. So then Paul is talking about things. He's talking about his relationship with John and John's relationship with the Beatles, and he basically admits that John would probably pick Yoko over the Beatles. And it's almost like he's almost accepting of what the inevitable is in that kind of way. I think this is why, and again, that book definitely says some, shows a nastier side of Paul towards Yoko, but all we see in the footage, and again, remember, we're seeing a manicured, Beatle-produced document, even if it's more footage, even if it's giving us context to all the ugly stuff and let it be, it's still, remember we said 3 filters, there's 3 filters we got to go through. So, there is definitely stuff that is not present on the screen that definitely is mentioned in that book. And, but they do that, that doesn't take away from Peter Jackson's integrity. He has a lot of integrity, and it shows. It shows on the screen. I really just want to say that my criticisms of leaving things out, of which the Beatles obviously should have done and had to do and would want to do for their legacy, I don't hold it against them. I'm just trying to, acknowledge the reality that this is not exactly 100% accurate of everything that happened. That's all I want to say about that. Okay. My view of this time has completely changed from watching this documentary. Completely. I mean, it really was. It's not that it was definitely a negative time. It was definitely a challenging time, but it was also, it was a time where they overcame adversity. I think that's the theme of Peter Jackson's documentary over, say, maybe Michael Lindsay Hogg's version of Let It Be. It's Peter Jackson showing how the Beatles reached the bottom of the barrel, like the lowest point that they could possibly reach, and then somehow managed to transcend that adversity and overcome it. Of course, with some concessions. They did not achieve what they set out to do, but they didn't give up, and they kept pushing on until they had something, whether it was a good something or a bad something. And we all love Let It Be. I love Let It Be. It's a brilliant friggin' album. Those songs are brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. And it's amazing how they could go into the studio and create these masterpiece songs that are just so many, like, there's so many overdubs and there's so much going on. And then, like parabolic evolution, they come out of it and they're like, okay, now let's strip it back down. Of course, when they strip things back down, we don't get the Please Please Me Beatles. We get like this new version. It's almost like the Sgt. Pepper White Album Beatles trying to write songs like the 1962 Beatles. That's what Let It Be is, essentially. When you think about it, that's what Let It Be is. It is, it's the Beatles trying to go back to that place and strip down their sound. However, like we talk about with so many artists on this channel, it's hard to go back to a place once you've evolved musically. Look at Danzig. Glenn Danzig of the band Danzig, he can never write a Misfits album again. He just can't do it. He's not there. He's not in that headspace anymore. Frank Black, he's never, he's tried to write some Pixies albums with moderate success, but again, half of the material sounds like Frank Black songs, so it's like the Beatles trying to go back and be, a Hard Day's Night Beatles or Please Please Me Beatles or with the Beatles, it's just not, it's not that easy to do that after you've done Sgt. Pepper and the White Album and Strawberry Fields Forever. And that's what songs like Two of Us and Dig a Pony and, Don't Let Me Down, that's what those songs are, So, and then there's even more it's even more revelatory than that, because at the end of the day, Abbey Road really is sort of a almost continuation of Let It Be. Let It Be is sort of like this, Get Back sessions sort of end up not really producing anything. And so they go back in and take other material that was not intended for Let It Be, but was like developed at that time. That's like Oh Darling, Maxwell Silverhammer, that stuff. And then that turns into Abbey Road. Remember, Abbey Road contains song fragments like Polythene Pam, Mean Mr. Mustard, Her Majesty. These things are all like little song scraps that they picked up and like, hey, let's make a suite. Let's do a symphony out of this kind of stuff. But it was not, it wasn't like they're like, okay, now that we've completed the Get Back project, now let's go in and do this Abbey Road. It's like Abbey Road is kind of like almost like a bleed through continuation maybe of some of that. In any case, we got a lot to get through, so let's keep moving on. So Paul admits that John would probably pick Yoko over the Beatles, and he's accepting of the inevitable. there's this sort of realization, and we talked about this last time in the first part, that not touring really crippled Paul and John's writing partnership and began this divide. When they toured, they were living together. They were together all the time. And when they were together all the time, and then Brian Epstein be like, okay, it's time to write songs for another album, they would just do it. They were just able to do it, and they were able to grow, and they couldn't, that sort of stopped when all the touring stopped. They really sort of, they split up a little bit, in terms of that. There was a divide that sort of formed. And now we're seeing the full effects of that. We sort of saw that on stuff like the White Album, because you really, Paul songs and John songs are so divided. I mean, you have fans that will make compilations of a John White album versus a Paul White album. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how sort of split things were. You would never make a John album and a Paul album on, say, maybe the material on Revolver, right? I mean, those really feel like collaborative songs. But on the White Album, a Paul song is really a Paul song, and the John song really feels like a John song. And the exception to that is, say, like A Day in the Life, where it really was like, that kind of collaboration sort of thing. It's harder to write, it's discussed that it's harder to write with Yoko there because Paul is trying to anticipate something that both John and Yoko would like. And he makes the reference of writing about blank white walls, and in this way, this is where she is sort of, this is where her part comes into breaking up the Beatles, or this is her part of that factor of her breaking up the Beatles, or where that comes from, in the sense that she drove, by being there, by being that presence, whether John wanted it or not, she drove a wedge further and further deeper between John and Paul. And at least at that point in time, when they're in Twickenham, hindered their ability to sort of be creative. She was just, let's put it this way, she wasn't the only block. There were a bunch of things going on, but she was one extra block. You know what I'm saying? She was another block in that added, that didn't help. You know what I'm saying? Amy says, Abbey Road, is that album cover crossing North London Street? Yes. That's the one of them doing the crosswalk. That's right there by the recording studio, Amy. That's where they did all of their recording. A very, very iconic photo, as I'm sure you know. Jody says, both are icons, but I'm a Lennon fan more. Hi, Amy. Yeah, man. You have that divide between people. You have the Lennon fans and the McCartney fans and the Harrison fans and the Ringo fans. Everybody's got their own sort of little, camp that they sort of connect with or connect to. But, yeah, so Paul's like, it's harder to write because, Yoko, I feel like I have to write for Yoko as much as I'm writing for John, or together, and that they're like this avant-garde force that he can't break through, and so in that way, it seems like Paul is just attempting to be as understanding and accommodating of Yoko for the sake of the Beatles and for the sake of John and for the sake of Yoko and John. But I think secretly it must have eaten him up. Secretly it must have really bothered the crap out of him that to deal with that. And I'm sure there was plenty of stuff that we didn't see that further backed that up. But in all the footage that Peter Jackson chooses to show us, he is very, very, he's very accommodating. And it has definitely changed my view a bit, for as much as we think that she was a disruptive force, in all the footage we're seeing, she's not. She's very quiet in the background. But again, we're watching a documentary that's been cut together in a very specific way, politically, for certain reasons, on that level too. So, yes, we know the Paul is dead story. Allegedly, Paul's not wearing shoes and everything because he died in a car crash in 1966 and was replaced by a doppelganger named Billy Shears, so the conspiracy theorists believe. Yeah, so if you look on the album cover, John's dressed in a white suit as the Reverend. George is dressed in jeans and blue jeans and a blue button-down shirt. He's the gravedigger. And Ringo is dressed in like a black suit. He's the mortician. And Paul with his bare feet is the corpse. That's what the Paul is dead people have sort of read into in that kind of way. So, and then an amazing thing, Paul sort of predicts the future. He literally says it would be incredible if in 50 years time, which is now, we're here 50 years later. He says if in 50 years time, if people were like, they broke up because Yoko sat on an amp, and he was not that far off, that people would blame Yoko for sitting on an amp. And he just thinks how ridiculous that would be, but that is absolutely what it was. He literally predicted the future and was totally joking about the ridiculousness of it, as if to demonstrate the level of triviality. Yeah, there was a documentary on Netflix where they called him Full. It was supposed to be a tape of George Harrison, and he was telling us the truth, that Paul was actually Full and that he was conducting everything from behind a shroud. Full. Fake Paul. So funny. And then, even at that point, Paul is still trudging ahead in faith that something is going to happen. You know what I mean? He is eternally optimistic. And again, we're going to do a whole video about like the sort of the leadership, the hubris of Paul. There's an article that I want to talk about, and the article basically just talks about how Paul is, it's a Get Back in the arrogant, tragic genius of Paul McCartney, which I think is just so whether I agree with everything that's said in this article or not, I just think that the idea of Paul being an arrogant, tragic genius at the helm of Let It Be makes perfect sense, because he's totally a genius. He's totally arrogant, and the whole situation is tragic. But even at that even at that point, even in the midst of despair, Paul is still trudging ahead in faith that something is going to happen. He's not wrong. Something does happen. Paul gets a new idea that doesn't go anywhere, but it's a very interesting idea, and it just goes to show you where they were at this point in time, how much they realized that they could be breaking up, that they would be breaking up. Paul's new idea, he wants, when the Beatles perform their live show, because they're doing like a TV concert, as we talked about, they're doing a TV show or a live show or something, that they're going to have all these like news TV anchors showing cutting edge breaking news segments in between the songs. And it's going to go on. And when we reach the end of the program, they're going to have the latest bulletin, which is the Beatles breaking up, which, had they done, would have absolutely been genius. It would have just shocked everyone and sort of blown everyone away, but like, it would have been genius. And then we get probably the single most profound, sad, crazy, prophetic is maybe the right word to use in this situation, moment of Paul, and his eyes are welling up with tears. He's welling up with tears, and he says, and then there were two. You can see on his face, he realizes he's doing a lot of thinking behind those doe eyes sort of welling up and crying, and just sort of realizing as these cameras are recording him, realizing that things are probably over, or at least that things are coming to an unfortunate end in some way, shape, or form, at least in that given moment. He's fully understanding that this is the end of the Beatles, even if he doesn't realize that it's going to happen right then and there. But within the year, it would be so. It's a powerful moment showing Paul and Ringo just tearing up. And, the look just says it all. He knows that so much more. He knows that so much more than what's gonna, what's intending to happen after the program ends. I guess I don't know what I wrote there. Paul says to Linda, joking. So then they start talking about venues, new venues where they can do a performance, and Paul says to Linda jokingly, "Stay out of this, Yoko," which I mean, which is funny because people, in the pop culture lexicon of like terminology, people all the time to call someone a Yoko, that's a term, that's a pejorative term. That's what you call someone who's meddling or interfering or getting in the way or splitting things up. You call them a Yoko. And here he is in the middle of the Beatles are still active. Like this hasn't become a thing. And it's something that Paul McCartney has sort of coined himself by jokingly saying to Linda, but with definitely a little bit of an acerbic bend on it. He's saying, stay out of this, Yoko. It just speaks oceans about Paul and his intentions on embracing Yoko politically for the sake of the group and what he must have really felt deep down inside. These are the things that I was reading into. Yes, there are smiles. Yes, they are having fun because they're fucking friends. They're brothers. I mean, isn't that what happens with family? Like one minute you're at each other's throats and the next minute you're not. Except in this case, they are slowly ripping apart in a way that they can never come together properly again. Yeah, I don't know. That is a stupid theory. I'm not even going to bother reading it, Dave, because it's just so what a ridiculous notion. I mean, there's just too much audio and video I mean, there's just no point in even discussing it because just go to YouTube, man. Then we get the flower pot lunchtime conversation between John and Paul. And it's a great way to sort of bury the narrative timeline. In other terms, we finished the last segment, them ending the Peter Jackson ending with us going to George's house, but we don't really know what's said. And we're not going to really know what's said unless we read from that book. And instead, we're treated to some of the famous flower pot lunchtime conversations. Here's the thing. John and Paul go into the cafeteria area to have lunch, and they don't realize that there's a microphone recording them because the filmmakers, Michael Lindsay Hogg and the filmmakers, the filming crew, were trying to capture as much candid conversation as possible. So they're putting microphones everywhere. They're bugging the place. So they had no idea that amidst, people eating lunch and things going on, and they think they're having this private conversation off alone. There's no video to capture this, but the audio indeed was captured. But whenever we've listened, and I've listened to many podcasts with the Beatles, whenever we've listened to this recording or recordings like this, the conversation is, you can't hear it. You can't hear it over all the background noise. But with new technology, with this AI technology that Peter Jackson has pioneered and developed in the making of Get Back, they have found a way to teach computers to recognize the difference, like what's Paul's voice, what's John's voice, what's this and what's that. And they are separating and isolating sound like they never have before and remixing it, sort of mixing all the background noise way, way lower and mixing the voices higher so we can actually hear what is being said. And so they just do a great job of burying the narrative. They, instead of telling us what happens at the beginning, instead of telling us what happens at the end about, what was sort of discussed at George's house, at least in a polite way, because we don't get the full conversation. We just get some of the flower pot conversation. They don't speak. They speak like they already know what they're talking about, so there's nothing. It's not like they're not speaking to an audience where they have to explain things to an audience. So we just kind of glean what we can and decipher from what, we think is being said. But it's really interesting. And this was, again, amongst Beatles fanatics, the flower pot conversation is like this sort of, just one of those things that, is really, revered in terms of, but the problem is no one could ever hear it. You can't hear anything until now. So it's just really cool. It's really cool to finally hear that. And, the dust up, and here's the thing, as said at the end of part 1, John says, oh, we're just going to pretend like that didn't happen. There was a dust up in the cafeteria before George leaves. I think Peter Jackson and Ringo Starr and Paul want us all to think that what happened on film that we saw at the end of part 1 was in fact the full reason why George left. Some things were said off camera when they went to lunch. Something happened. And again, what that book will talk about, what that book talks about and what was, tablicized, whatever, reported on in the press and the tabloids at the time, that there was a fist fight. There was a fist fight between John and George. And now it seems like everybody's going, no, there was no fist fight. The Beatles themselves say that there was not a fist fight. They're all saying, oh, it's hogwash. But something had to happen that pushed him to the edge where he left, I don't know what it was. I don't know. I can't tell you what it was. It's just, it was too, something had to have gone down is all I'm trying to say. And as they're talking in this flower pot conversation, John says, talking about how Paul can be controlling and really be bossy and whatnot, which we all know about. He mentions that there was a period where none of them could say anything about Paul's arrangements, because arrangements seem to be a big point of contention between the Beatles. Even if two Beatles write a song, the rest of the Beatles can sort of have a hand in arranging the song. Arranging material is different than, say, writing the material. Although as a non-musician, I don't know. I kind of feel like arranging, maybe you shouldn't get a writing credit for arranging, but there's something about arranging that I feel like you deserve some sort of recognition for an arrangement. I don't know. I feel like there's something additional. Like if you're like, let's say you're the director, but someone's like a creative producer who's creatively producing something, but they're not the director, but maybe they're like giving the director feedback and you call, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. I just feel like arrangement doesn't get enough credit the way it should. I know that producers can be arrangers, right? Like producer will arrange material or help with the arrangement of material. Paul also acknowledges during this conversation, he says, hey, since the beginning, John, you have always been the boss, and me, Paul, I'm the secondary boss. And Paul wants John to really like take on that leadership role more, to join him in a united front when they're trying to show George what to play or not to play, So Riot stickers, as you can see, the code below our sponsors here. By the way, look, you'll see riotstickers.com. We'll have a whole thing about that a little bit later on. Said Sharpie Riot, Josh says that you should get a writing credit. I feel like you should, right, Josh? I feel like you should. That's just me. That's what I feel like. By the way, guys, we're going to have, Josh is going to be on the show. We're going to be doing a Pizza Punk episode with him very soon, coming this week. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that. So after lunch, he's talked about it. He's like, look, we got to be a united front. John, we got to be united front when we're showing George stuff, But after lunch, they decide to go meet with George again. But the problem is he's now gone to Liverpool and he won't be back until Wednesday. So they decide to just rehearse the songs without him because time is of the essence. And as they work out lyrics for Get Back, it's amazing. I'm just noticing how Ringo just puts down a beat anytime they start. Ringo doesn't say much. He's very quiet in all this footage. When he speaks, it's great. And you know what it is? At first, I just thought of like maybe Ringo just kind of like is like, hanging back. He's not as powerful of a personality as maybe, or sorry, I don't know if that's not the right word. I'm trying to think. Like maybe he's, I don't know, maybe more like introverted or something. But then I just realized Ringo is like the silent, confident type. He's just so like secure and confident in who and what he is and why he's there. It's just so cool to see. And the fact that he left during the White Album sessions really, I think, speaks oceans about Paul and what Paul must have done to get Ringo to that spot where he finally was like, fuck it, I'm out of here, Kind of profound to consider that. But it's amazing to see how Ringo is like a watchdog. He's so loyal and dedicated and just ready to be the team player that he is. And Ringo blows me away. He really, really does. And another profound thing about the creative process, as I was watching, it's amazing to me how lyrics can make sense, but not sing good, and vice versa, as they say. Both are key elements. Like, you can have something that makes really good sense and is like super profound, but when you try to sing it, it doesn't really roll off the tongue, or you can say a bunch of words that don't actually make any sense. This is what Frank Black from the Pixies, again, to reference the Pixies, Black Francis, he always talks about how, because he doesn't want to tell people what his songs are really about. His songs are about something, but he wants to remain like just this like surrealist. And so he says, I sang it because it sounded good. That's what he says. So when he's singing, I live cement, I hate this street, give birth to me, I have no rent, this human form that I adorn, I now repent, caribou, knife me let me knife, I will get what I like. He's just saying it for the sake of saying it. It's pretty cool. I'm a horny loser. You can find me crashing on my mother's door. I am the ugly lover. I don't remember. Break my body, break my bones, break my body, break my bones. I mean, it's pretty like interesting how he's like just singing these things that sound interesting to him, that roll off the tongue. And the Beatles do sort of the same thing. The Pixies are greatly influenced by the Beatles. Go listen to the Pixies, everybody. Just go out and listen to the Pixies. All of their music, every single note. They decide to push the shows back a full week. So we were on this like crazy tight deadline, and it's the first time that pressure is truly alleviated in the situation. So pressure probably reaches an all-time peak when George leaves, because it's like, holy shit, we have a deadline and George is gone. He's in Liverpool. What the fuck are we going to do? And now the very first part of the pressure is relieved, because they go, okay, let's push back. Let's buy us a week's more time, because George is not here and there's no way we're going to be ready for our original date with George gone. This happened. George left the band. We got to deal with this. So they push the shows back a full week in order to make enough time for George to come back. There's a moment where Paul shows off his old set list on his Hoff, and it's really cool. You just see it, and you got to think that thing is worth, hundreds of thousands of dollars if it was for auction. He just had the set list tape there. A really touching moment, just to show the full spectrum of Paul McCartney, who could be really cruel, who could be really controlling, who could be really bossy, who was brilliant, who was avant-garde, who was creative and free-thinking and progressive and solicitous. He's showing a crew member, this guy, he's the soundboard clapper, some stuff about music, and he says the absolute most profound thing. This is a 27, 28-year-old guy, okay? He's not, he's 27 years old. Paul is 27 years old. 28? He's 28 years old. And he's showing a crew member this, and he says, the great thing about a piano is that there it all is. That's all. There's all the music ever. That's it. All that has ever been written and will be written is all there. So he's basically saying that, like, when you look at a piano, all of music is represented right there on the board. Every combination that can be made. And it's interesting to think what he's saying is basically, when he's saying that's all that has ever been written, in as if, because they're, again, you could get into like quantum theories and whatnot. This is about to be a little bit of like a rabbit hole tangent for a minute, but just bear with me, because I think it's really cool and it really says something about creativity. And it's like the notion that, like, on one hand, with creativity, we're creating things. We are building things from blocks and pulling them into the existence. And then from the other side, and this is what the Greeks believed, we've talked about this on the channel before, with the muses are inspire artists, and that none of it belongs to us. This is what George Harrison believed, actually. We can't take credit for anything we create. It comes from the divine, and we are simply the current. We are the antenna for which we receive the divine and transpose it into the creative act or art. But this idea that all songs have been written already, they're floating around in the air somewhere, every conceivable song that will ever be written, and that if your brain is wired in a certain way, you get to decipher the song and you manifest it in this world by creating the right sounds and vibrations and notes of noise or lack thereof, because music is not just noise, it's also the lack of noise. It's dynamics. It's the amount of space in between the notes. You know what I mean? And that just like all the music is there, and that if you're a musician, that music is waiting to be plucked. I think that is really fascinating. Jody says, off topic, that I should do a Lemmy style beard, that it would be metal as fuck. And the truth of the matter is, I already have, Jody. And if you go to shows from like a year ago, or like, I have every single during COVID, during like the quarantine, I had every single conceivable style of facial hair. I also had a chipped front tooth, and I had a Lemmy beard for a while. It was fun. It's a fun little novelty. I've been thinking about, I got to do something with my facial hair. Getting kind of sick of this the way it is. In any case, I just wanted to say that. I thought that was so profound that Paul kind of said that, though. He said, the great thing about a piano is that there it all is. There's all the music ever. That's it, you know. All that has ever been written and will be written, it's all there, you know. Yeah, that's cool. You know, it's like, it's almost like only like Johnny Ramone and Joey Ramone and Dee Dee Ramone, they're the only people that could pull out the song Beat on the Brat or Blitzkrieg Bop. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one's going to come up with that except for them. But that song might already have existed. Like, the music chooses the person and not the other way around. It's a profound thing to think about. Jody's really curious about facial hair. What's my favorite style that I've tried what's your favorite style that you tried yet? I don't know, man. I guess the goat, just a straight up goatee, you know? Then we hear Ringo playing the piano. So Ringo comes in, right? Because as every day, it's either Ringo or Paul. Mostly Paul always shows up first. In case the previous day before, it was Ringo who showed up first. And it's amazing to hear Ringo. Ringo comes in. Ringo's playing the piano with Paul, and it's so cool to see Ringo playing an instrument that's not the drums. And you know, if you watch Let It Be, you'll see him composing Octopus's Garden with George Harrison on the piano. And what's interesting, and this is what Steve Zing said to me actually on an episode of Streaming Evil Live show when we were talking about the Danzig Sings Elvis stuff, and he said that the piano was a percussion instrument. So it makes sense that Ringo might have a knack. Anybody who not necessarily might be able to play music per se, but like, or in that kind of way, like, you know, if you're a percussionist, that you might understand the piano. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty cool. So then we see them goofing off like they do, the Beatles do. We see Paul and Ringo doing this sort of ventriloquist bit when McCartney is composing his song Woman. And, you know, Ringo is sort of miming the words, and they're filming it. It's just kind of fun. The Magic Christian sets start rolling in, reminding us that they are going to be shooting that film imminently. And the Beatles talk about doing a short film of some kind. And I said this earlier already, but yeah, Ringo's silent presence has totally changed my opinion of him. He's so confident, like a likable alpha male. That's what I said. Then they just start goofing off because they can't really, you know, John's not, I don't think John's there yet, you know. I don't remember where it was in the movie when they were goofing off like that. So it's just Paul and Ringo like pulling themselves up on these chains. But again, so much pressure has just been alleviated by George leaving and having to move the show, you know. The standard of whatever they were going to do has dropped significantly, in my opinion, and it really sort of help the situation a little bit from what it was in the first episode. In the first episode, you are crippled by the pressure of what they have taken on and realizing that they're not going to be able to do, and then again, John shows up and the cameras are on them, and it's just amazing how that there's like this Beatle humor, that humor that they all had together that made them so likable. They were telepathic with it, and they could just turn it on and off in 2 seconds. It was really cool to see. Then Peter Sellers drops by, and it's weird. He's going to be in the Magic Christian with Ringo, and the whole thing just feels a bit like strained. I don't know. Peter Sellers, you'd imagine Peter Sellers. Now he was in like a radio comedy troupe called Spike Mulligan or something. And that's the connection there, because Spike Mulligan was produced by George Martin. George Martin used to make kind of like novelty goof records before he started producing the Beatles in late '62. Paul, and then John is, they're just bullshitting around, and John starts talking about drug use, and Paul gets flustered a little bit. I think Paul probably knew more than he let on in terms of what was going on with John and maybe some of the heroin stuff. In those days with the drug bus, that stuff really had to remain under wraps. Lennon did they all got busted. George got busted. Paul got busted at one time. John got busted. That's why John had trouble getting into staying in the United States. They're trying to deport John Lennon. There's a documentary about the United States versus John Lennon, because of those drug busts. So, they had good reason to sort of be cautious, because back then they were just looking to bust you for 2 joints. 2 joints will get you 10 years, You couldn't talk about drugs the way you can talk about drugs today. Even in the 90s when drugs were super illegal, you could still like talk about drugs to an extent and not worry about like heat coming down on you. But like in the 60s and 70s, it was not that way at all, man. You had to be very, very careful. People were really looking to bust, rock stars. The Rolling Stones had their share of troubles too. Then John just starts randomly self-referencing Beatles songs. He starts randomly speaking the lyrics of Help. They were just really good at self-referencing themselves. That's what they did so well. And he's just doing that, and it's just really interesting. He's doing all sorts of, they do Please, Please Me, and eventually they just realize, as they're just sort of dicking around with these Beatles songs, they just keep quoting old Beatles songs, they realize they're just wasting time without George. Paul is thinking out loud about whether they are going to land in the show or not. And they're just doing nothing, and what's amazing as they're sitting around just burning film is it's amazing to think that all of this witty banter that we're talking about with John and Paul and Ringo, that all this banter and this milling about is a document of unscripted reality. Like, this was not planned. Everything that comes out of John Lennon's mouth, like, that's just how witty and sharp he was. That's why he was so likable, despite his flaws. He just was so sharp. He was a magnetic personality who could just spitfire say something and make everybody laugh in the room. And he clearly loved, as we can see in this footage, he loved to make everybody laugh in the room. That's what it seems like, so that kind of blew me away too. As the documentary and the show crash around them, Lennon just keeps making everybody laugh, and this is what the ultimate truth is. If the first part is like a pressure cooker, as we've been saying, the second part is, this has gotten so ridiculous and this is such a disaster, we just can't help but laugh at it. And that's what Peter Jackson is saying. We all had it wrong. I had it wrong when I was going, they're like trying to whitewash everything and revise everything. I think what Peter Jackson, and maybe I misunderstood, and maybe more people misunderstood this too, those who were like saying like, shenanigans on the crazy stuff. When Peter Jackson says, it's it wasn't so bad. This was a, there were a lot of moments of laughter and light, that it was very light and happy. Everybody's happy. He uses the word happy a lot. It's not that everything's happy. It's that there's like a disaster happening, and they recognize that it's a disaster eventually, and just go, even in moments like we get this moment of just sadness on Paul and Ringo's face, but then they just they can't help but laugh at it. And so they just goof and joke. And that's the theme of part two. That's like the crux of all of part two, besides Billy, when Billy comes in, that's the other part of it. The fifth Beatle. So, you just can't help but laugh at when life is just falling apart around you. They just decide, like, look, let's do more of a proper album than what we were intending, so that's what they're going to do. And they're going to do it at Apple Studios, which is their brand new studio at Savile Row, which is, where the Apple building is. And this guy, Magic Alex, who we've spoken about, he's like he's this wacky Greek sort of inventor, builder, scam artist kind of guy that basically the Beatles gave a lot of money to build a bunch of stuff, including a working recording studio. And, the recording equipment had this loud hiss. It was unacceptable. He built a 20-track recorder that just didn't work properly. So there's that. Then they meet with George again, right? They actually meet with George, and the meeting goes good. And they decide, with George back on board, let's just shift the direction of what is now being called the Get Back Project. This is when they finally call it the Get Back Project. They scrapped the TV special. It's not going to happen anymore. And that further alleviates even more pressure, right? Now that even more pressure has been alleviated. Instead, they will just go down to as I said, they'll go down to the Apple Studio, built by Magic Alex, and they'll record the songs there. And that's where things really start to shift into Let It Be. Although the track, the album, the sequencing is nothing like Let It Be, which really blew me away. I just had no idea. That's what I was saying, how much Abbey Road really sort of, Let It Be bleeds into Abbey Road so much more than maybe we thought in the past. So George and Glenn Johns discover, as I said, they go down, George Harrison and Glenn Johns. Glenn is the co-producer of this Get Back, Let It Be project, right? And why do they have him instead of George Martin, per se? Because he, and I didn't realize this, that around the Beatles program and why they were all so familiar with it, I was a little off. I didn't realize it was because he produced it. He was the one who produced it, right? Which makes sense. So if he's the one that produced it, they need his expertise for that sort of venue for what they were doing. And George Martin doesn't really specialize in that. So George Martin was kind of like a consultant on the project, and Glenn Johns was the producer, the main producer. But they discover, as I said, Magic Alex's recording studio is not magic at all. There's just too much hiss. And they call up George Martin, and George Martin sends over, this is what they do, because they need something to record on. So they send over 2 4-track mixing machines from Abbey Road and then feed those into George Harrison's 8-track recorder. So we first meet, George Harrison has his own recording equipment. He has an 8-track recorder, which is a big machine. It cost 10,000 pounds in 1969, which is what, like $100,000 or something. Very expensive piece of equipment, right? And in order to, but the thing is, that's just the recorder. You also need to mix. You need mixing machines. You need a mixing console, and they didn't have a mixing console they can use. So what they did was they took 2 4-track mixing consoles, like what they would have used on Sgt. Pepper, and then they lashed those together and then ran the 8-track recorder from George Harrison's studio. All of this was brought into Apple Studios, into the makeshift 8-track mixer, right? And as they're setting all this stuff up, no one's allowed to record at Apple. So the cameras are not allowed to record. We sort of lose sight of that. But then we get this really cool footage of Apple scruffs. What are Apple scruffs? They are diehard female fans of the Beatles that hang outside the Apple building, just hoping to catch a glimpse of a Beatle, preferably Paul. And we get to meet two of them. George wrote a song on his album, All Things Must Pass, called Apple Scruffs. And it's a great track. And if you could guess what Apple Scruffs means, like, you know, just the scruffs, like the sort of leftover bits, as if, what do they do with the apples? They eat the apples, you know what I mean? And George Harrison's song, Apple Scruffs, How I Love You, you know, because he enjoys apple scruffs. George, as Olivia Harrison would say in Living the Material World, documentary about George Harrison's life, George loved women. He loved women. So they're in there. George Harrison is in there. Everybody's in there. George Martin makes a comment on the boom mics, which have made their way over from Twickenham and are still being used at Apple. And Michael Lindsay Hogg responds. Michael Lindsay Hogg really has become a character. He is his own character. He's just as much of the director as he is. He is so a part of the story of what we're seeing. And he's just a character, man. The son, the secret son of Orson Welles. He says he's the same age as all the guys. He's born in 1940, so he's the same age as John and Ringo. And he says that they're just needed for conversation when he's talking about the boom mics. And, you know, everybody's annoyed by the boom mics, you know, sort of leaning in on the conversation. But thank goodness they're there, because that's how we have everything that we're watching and listening is because of those boom mics. And immediately you feel that the energy is better in Apple. The atmosphere just changes. Everybody's talking about how it changes. It's just better. And it's going to get even better when Billy Preston comes, right? At this point, the Beatles still intend to record the songs live without edits and overdubs, you know? And that, again, third Pixies reference, that's what Frank Black did with the Catholics. So Frank Black had a band called Frank Black and the Catholics, and they used to record live to tape, and they would just do 2-track live recording. 1 track for the instruments and 1 track for the vocals. And sometimes they would splice 2 takes together, but essentially that is how they recorded, man. And it's just like, when you listen to those Frank Black albums, you are just blown away to imagine, to think that they are recording that live. It's kind of insane how much chemistry, how much they're gelling. The Beatles could have definitely borrowed some of that, I think, to make it better. So Glenn Johns, yeah, we made mention of this. Glenn Johns was involved around the Beatles, which makes sense as to why he would be used for the live show as the producer over Martin, with Martin there to help out and assist. And, you know, Martin says, like, look, there's no point in changing horses at this point in the race. So they kind of work together now at Apple. With the TV show scrapped, they keep filming because they realize they could use it for the next feature film, and they're going to do some sort of outdoor finale to conclude the film. And that's really get the idea. I think it's called Penrose Park or something. They're going to do a concert there, they think. And, you know, and here's the thing, Glenn Johns, he's leaving soon for another session in LA. And so George Martin is there to sort of co-produce with him. But he, as he says, it'd be silly to change horses midstream. And I love the, you know, and, you know, he was kind of hurt. He was hurt by the Beatles. He was hurt by the Beatles with the White Album. John said some nasty things during the making of Get Back, Let It Be, about something about, like, you know, not what you do, but we want to do something honest. As if what all the studio tinkering that they had done over the last 2 to 3 years was dishonest. That's what he was kind of saying. It's amazing. They had 3 years performing live, and then they had 3 years in the studio, and then the last year was Let It Be in Abbey Road. Isn't that interesting how that kind of played out? Then they're kind of reading the papers, and we see George's chocolate digested biscuits. Now, this doesn't get mentioned in the documentary, but this is why I'm saying they leave shit out. George was super mad at Yoko for sitting in his place at Twickenham, like sitting on his little pillow where he was, playing guitar or whatever, and for eating his digestive biscuits. That's what they call them in Britain, digestive biscuits. They're just biscuits, cookies, whatever you want to call them. He was furious about this. And it's just kind of funny because we don't see her eating any of them at all, contrary to the fact. As a matter of fact, it's Ringo. Ringo takes a bite out of a couple of them, So, but that gets left out. And then they start, reading about the fist fight, the supposed fist fight they might have had. The footage that we're watching, it dismisses that there even was one. They were constantly reading what the papers were writing about them. And, Peter Jackson takes this footage at its word, saying the Beatles are saying that they didn't get into a fist fight. However, as I said, something happened. There was a dust up. And now we're going to read from the book. It doesn't say a ton in here, but it says some. Okay, guys. It's reading time. Okay, everybody. It's reading time with Jeff. It's time for us to read our magic story. Who wants to hear first? No. This was... Ooh, good question. Robbie says, who would have won the fist fight? And I'm going to say it would have been John. George would not have won a fist fight against John. So, hold on one second. Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. Here, I'm just going to read I'm going to read this page and this page. This is page 60 and 61 from You Never Give Me Your Money. And again, if you want to read a fascinating read, again, read this book. There's so much, all the acknowledgments and the index and the bibliography is so meticulous on this thing. You really can't help but, revel in the amount of care that went into this. So whether you believe it or not, whether you believe any of this stuff or not, it's pretty special, pretty something. Relations had soured to the point that when McCartney sang Get Back, Lennon was convinced that he was aiming the chorus at Yoko Ono. After the Beatles attempted the song, so this is going back to Twickenham, okay? Right before George leaves, talking about the fight. I'm busting this book out because after we recorded the first episode, I then watched the second episode. I'm going, oh my God, like I gotta pull out what is said in this book because it's been a while since I've read it. I agree, Jody. Even though Ringo was the shortest, Ringo was short. Ringo absolutely would have laid all of those guys out. He was absolutely the toughest one, I think. Ringo, especially when you watch that footage of him, he's just like such an alpha. And I hate using that word alpha, but like it's the only word I can use to describe Ringo. He's just like, he's a G. He's just like, not that like an alpha is something that you like want to like look up to. I just mean in the sense that he just seems like like everything that an alpha wants to be, that kind of thing. He just seems like so confident and reassured of himself. And it's just so refreshing. Like it doesn't come from like a place of like, ego or arrogance. It's just like, he's just so, he just has this wonderful confidence about him. Yeah. Beatles fighting over biscuits, misfits over cheeseburgers. It always has to do with food. That's why you always got to have your own food when you're being creative. That's the honest truth. But the biscuits were not, the digestives were not between the Beatles per se. It was between, well, I mean, kind of, but it was with Yoko. He was mad about Yoko. In any case, let's keep reading. After the Beatles attempted Lennon's song Across the Universe, McCartney complained that, all right, how do I say this? I think this is whatever, I'm just going to read it. This is what's being quoted here. There's an Oriental influence that shouldn't really be there, and pretended like he was talking about music. Ooh, that is, I mean, if you don't think that there was some tension between Paul and John over Yoko, even if we don't see it in the footage, it was definitely there on some level, right? For Harrison, there was no relief from tension as his wife had become convinced that he was having an affair with Charlotte Martin. We know that Patty wasn't living with George at this time, and she does stop in briefly, but she was not living with him at this time. Harrison denied it, but Patty left to stay with friends because George Harrison, he liked women, as we just said. I lost my place. A couple of days later, on Friday, January 10th, 1969, after another morning of rejection from Lennon and bickering with McCartney, George Harrison cracked. So we saw that on the tape. We saw the bickering and we saw the rejection from Lennon. You know, Lennon's rejecting his songs. You know, yes. Josh from Riot Stickers, riotstickers.com, by the way. Not only did he like Ringo's wife, how about this? He slept with Ringo's wife. Did you know that? At the end of Ringo's marriage, when Ringo's marriage was breaking up in the early 70s, you know, because he was married to Maureen and then he married Barbara Bach in 80. George Harrison slept with Ringo Starr's wife. Bet you didn't know that. Crazy, right? I didn't know that. I found that out recently. So a couple of days later, on Friday, January 10th, 1969, after another morning of rejection from Lennon and bickering with McCartney, he cracked. He argued violently with Lennon over lunch. The two men supposedly, so I didn't realize, so I thought this, okay, so he did know. Josh did know what I was talking about. He said he did know that Ringo, when he says he didn't just like Ringo's wife, he slept with Ringo's wife, with Maureen, who briefly makes an appearance at Twickenham. You know, I'd always thought that it said that they straight up fought. It says supposedly came to blows and then told him I'm leaving the group. When? Lennon asked. Now, Harrison replied. You can replace me. Put an ad in the New Musical Express and get a few people in. He drove home to Henley, where Charlotte Martin was injected and Patty reinstated. So he kicked out Charlotte Martin, who was living with him, and Patty, his wife who he's married to, came back. But the bond between husband and wife had been broken. George would start to say something and then stop, Patty recalled. He appeared unable or unwilling to share his thoughts with me. He kept his hurt, frustration, anger, or whatever it was to himself. So something happened with Lennon over that lunch, okay? Something definitely happened. And as I said, Lennon says something. He says, are we going to pretend that didn't happen? We're just going to pretend that didn't happen and go on, you know? Something happened. None of us will ever know what it was. George would often sit hunched over his prayer beads, muttering to himself, resolutely ignoring anything that was said to him. Harrison's departure came as a shock to McCartney and Starkey, who debated whether they continue without him. Then that afternoon, they started jamming violently, Starkey remembered, and Yoko jumped in. Of course, she was there. While Yoko unleashed a series of screams, McCartney rubbed his bass guitar suggestively along his amp. Lennon corralled feedback from his amplifier, and Starkey was playing some weird drumming that I hadn't done before. So, I mean, we saw all of that on tape, and it actually looked like, it didn't look, I mean, it looked like chaos. It looked like bedlam. It looked like hopelessness. But it also, once again, it looked like a great amount of pressure was just being released. You know, there's nothing worse than Yoko's screams. Do I do it justice? No, you know, when you watch the footage, it seems like they're just letting off steam and that they're enjoying themselves after such a tense pressure cooker of a situation. However, the book makes it sound worse. And again, I read this book 10 years ago, so I definitely really should reread it because there's so much information. This is honestly, I can't tell you, one of the most fascinating reads I've ever. It's so good, you can't put it down. I inhaled this thing. So let me just finish the page, and then we'll get back to it. So later, when a guitar solo was needed, Lennon called out, "Take it, George," to Harrison's empty chair. While the Beatles closed ranks to avoid reality, Apple boss Neil Aspinall talked to the film crew about the box George is in. A few months of that would be enough for me, but 8 years, ... Lennon wandered into the conversation. Oh, interesting. Wait a minute. Apple boss Neil Aspinall talked to the film crew about the box that George is in, meaning like the predicament that George is in. I think we see them. We see them all sitting around discussing this stuff. So then Lennon wandered into the conversation about a few months of that would be enough for me, meaning like that George just took so much shit from Paul and John, just like always taking shit. But 8 years of it would just be too crazy. And Lennon wanders in on this conversation and says, "I think that if George doesn't come back by Monday or Tuesday, we'll have to get Eric Clapton to play with us," he said. "The point is, if George leaves, do we want to carry on the Beatles? I do." But that was John. He would just flip back and forth and just say things that meant everything and then say things that meant nothing. It's just like, it was always hyperbole or lack of hyperbole with John Lennon, you know? We should just get other members and carry on, which was really him being scared. It's so obvious. He's like scared. He doesn't know what to do. And he's going to pretend like this doesn't bother me. We'll press on with or without George. It will be okay, you know? And then, sorry, I totally lost my place. We should get other members. The suggestion was relayed to Starkey, whose friendship with Harrison was steadfast, even though Harrison was going to sleep with his wife in a couple of years. But he wasn't prepared to argue. "Do it," he said dismissively. Wow. "It was unbearable to me that they should break up," Derek Taylor recalled. Derek Taylor was their press officer, their press secretary. But that was the agenda when all four Beatles gathered at Starkey's home that Sunday. George said, "What we need is just the four of us," Neil Aspinall reported after the meeting, and I think John knew what he was talking about. But Lennon professed ignorance, telling Harrison, "I don't understand you. I don't believe you." Harrison retorted and left. Although it wasn't John who said those things, it was Yoko who spoke for him. George, in the presence of all of us, said that another reason for walking out was that he could not get on with Yoko, who was there in the room. Oof. McCartney explained in 1971, "Yoko was doing all the talking." Linda Eastman recalled, "I'd just tell her to shut up," Aspinall insisted, though he hadn't when the opportunity arose. So you see, there is Peter Jackson and Yoko Ono and Olivia Harrison and Ringo Starr all trying to make Yoko look like this innocent pawn of, or this sort of like this, innocent to all these accusations, when in reality, she was kind of doing stuff behind the scenes. She was sort of twisting gears. By the time Harrison left, the quartet had already agreed that they should split up, but not when it should happen. Starkey and McCartney reported for work the following morning. So when we see Paul, according to this book, I'm just saying according to this book, I'm not saying that it was serious. I'm not saying that it was permanent. They had agreed at that point that they should split up, but not when it should happen. Like, they don't know when we're going to split up, but that we will split up. And Starkey and McCartney reported for work the following morning. And in Lennon's absence, McCartney felt able to criticize the hold that Yoko established over him. And that's what we see, what we're talking about earlier, where he sounds very sort of, he's being very political and saying, well, John will choose Yoko over, the Beatles. That whole thing, right? Right, Jody? And that's essentially what we're now seeing. Like, we could only read about it before, but now we've actually seen it. Posterity would find it ironic. He noted that if the Beatles split up because Lennon insisted on bringing his girlfriend to the studio. Posterity would find it ironic, he noted, if the Beatles split up because Lennon insisted on bringing his girlfriend to the studio, as we literally just talked about. Lennon and Ono arrived later, but a phone call to Henley. See, isn't it interesting how the book is telling us the same events, but from a completely different point of view? That's why you always have to look at everything, Harrison had driven to see his parents in Liverpool, right? We already know that. So Lennon and McCartney agreed that if unity had not been restored by Friday, then the Beatles were finished. So whether this book is telling the truth or not, what we're not seeing on the camera when the camera is rolling during that time is that John and Paul have agreed that if they can't restore things by Friday, that the Beatles are finished. It's a festering wound, Lennon admitted. It's only this year that George has realized who he is and all the fucking shit we've done to him. Wow. The charade continued on Tuesday, though the tedium was broken by a visit from actor Peter Sellers. Lennon boasted to his comic hero about his heroin use. We don't see this on that bit. Definitely didn't get in, and that explains why Peter Sellers might look so uncomfortable as well, because Peter Sellers looks uncomfortable. He says, so showbiz people need a form of relaxation. He said, it's that or exercise, and drugs win hands down. Shooting heroin is exercise, Ono added proudly. Then Lennon sat down with a Canadian TV crew and promptly vomited on the floor. John, and then here's the thing. When we see John after that, because John had, they had come from doing an interview, which is why that's why they weren't there in the morning. John doesn't look like he just threw up, let alone might have thrown up from heroin. It's very interesting. John had escalated to heroin and all the accompanying paranoias, McCartney recalled, and he was putting himself out on a limb. I think that as much as it excited and amused him, at the same time it secretly terrified him. Harrison was persuaded by Derek Taylor to meet the other Beatles at Apple on Wednesday. Brian Epstein, I knew, would have fought and fought and fought to keep them together, he explained. And so I was bolder than I had ever been or ever would be again, and demanded passionately at length that George not let Paul carry the weight of keeping the film and the Beatles going. I felt that George's sense of decency could be touched, and it was. Taylor's reward was a postcard in McCartney's handwriting with the stamp carefully torn in half and the simple northern injunction, up your ass. The Beatles agreed to abandon Twickenham and their live concert and resume filming the following week at Apple. It was time for Magic Alex. So we're now just reading where we are in the thing. But it's interesting how we're reading concurrently with what we saw. It's different. It's different. It's sort of a different take on what's going on. I definitely am going to reread this book, though. I just wanted to go and touch on the fight one last time. It was interesting. Also around this time, John Lennon had done his first appearance without the Beatles, doing another band. It was a supergroup called the Dirty Mac, which had Keith Richards, Eric Clapton, I think, and Mitch Mitchell from the Jimi Hendrix Experience, which was for the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, which was also directed by Michael Lindsay Hogg. And he had to he was rehearsing for introducing the Rolling Stones. They didn't have anybody to introduce them. We see a shot of Ringo imitating Keith Moon, which is really cool, especially because, Ringo and Keith were friends, and they were very close during the Lost Weekend, 1974, about 4 years before Keith's death. And it's Keith Moon who teaches Zach Starkey how to play drums, and it would be Zach Starkey who, to this day, still plays with The Who. They laugh at the ridiculousness of Magic Alex's guitar-bass combo. by this point, George is really turned off to Magic Alex, and they're just take, as they would say, taking the piss. And it's just like a ridiculous concept. It's like a revolving guitar neck that goes from bass to rhythm guitar. It's kind of funny to look at. George Martin finally is like stepped up, and they're really takes charge of recording now. You know, Glenn Johns, he's trying to like hook up everything, and they're just kind of like, once again, they're just waiting to record. The recording studio is not properly connected and hooked up yet. They still have to do a bunch of stuff. But here is the set list. So this, remember when I said how Let It Be almost is not the Let It Be that we know, or Get Back is not the Get Back that we know, that it's almost a fusion of Abbey Road and Let It Be. Here's the set list as the songs were at the time. All I Want Is You, which is actually Dig a Pony, The Log and Winding Road, Bathroom Window, aka She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, right? Yes, right, Josh? That was really weird. Let It Be, Across the Universe, Get Back to Where You Once Belonged, Two of Us Are on Our Way Home, Maxwell Silverhammer, I Got a Feeling, Sunrise, aka All Things Must Pass, and I Me Mine. So you can see what happens. A bunch of songs are scrapped for the Let It Be project, and other ones that don't make it to that album then get carried over to a new album, a proper final album, as the band is disintegrating. It's almost like they're making Abbey Road as they are truly just disintegrating. They're fighting about Alan Klein. They hate doing Maxwell Silverhammer for Paul. It's the end. You know, John and Yoko are off doing their thing. Then we see them all switch instruments. You know, Paul loved to jump behind Ringo's kit because he was a drummer. They're all switching around. Ringo is playing the Hofner bass, which I've never seen before. And, you know, Paul's showing him like the frettings, the fingerings for the fret. It's so cool. I've never seen Ringo play a bass before. I did notice that the Stone, you know, the original cover of Beggar's Banquet, not the bathroom with the graffiti on it, but the original cover, it's just a white cover that says Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. And it looks just like the white album. And it's just like more proof of like the desperate, just like with, Her Majesty's Satanic Service or whatever. They just were always, the Stones were always a step or two behind the Beatles, always trying to copy their every move, you know? And I love how they just put the album underneath like some cigarettes and stuff. It's just like classic, you know, just like, oh yeah, this is just good to put our cigarettes on top of. So good. They just keep reading about the press about the John and George fight. Paul sarcastically reads this whole thing about how the Beatles have fallen off, you know, and it's just, you know, to them, it's hogwash. But the reality is, again, they're painting a different picture than what we just read in that book about the fact that they were like, if George didn't come back, that they were done. They were going to break up, straight up break up. That would have been that, right? We get to hear, this is amazing. We get to see them, the actual footage of John Lennon saying, I dig a pygmy with Paul Bevan and the Defanes, which you remember, of course, from the Let It Be album. I mean, this is like this legendary thing. And we're seeing the moment where it's just something that he just randomly says off the top of his head. And then it gets like cemented in stone as this thing. It's so crazy to me. And then we see them working out the drumming for Dig a Pony, and it's so cool. You know, watching this gave me a new affinity for the song Dig a Pony. It's such a good song. As I said, you're literally hearing White Album Beatles trying to record early Beatles, like Please Please Me Beatles songs. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing. Like stripped down guitar, bass, drum songs without any mellotrons or any of that other stuff. They're just trying to like go back to their roots. And it's just, that's how you have to view Get Back, Let It Be. And it's really cool to think about it in that kind of way. Yes, Rue just brought up Yoko Ono, playing with Chuck Berry and John Lennon on a TV show in 1975. See, what happened was John Lennon was sued by Chuck Berry's management for Come Together, because Come Together literally rips off a Chuck Berry song. So to settle the matter legally, John Lennon agreed to cover a bunch of Chuck Berry songs for an LP of covers that he did in 1975, his penultimate album called Rock and Roll, which would be his final album before a 5-year break and then return with Double Fantasy. And, well, you could say Milk and Honey is technically the last Lennon album, but really the last one is Double Fantasy. But he goes to play with Chuck Berry. They're doing a Chuck Berry song, and Yoko's banging a drum and going, ah! And you see this look on Chuck Berry's face like, what the fuck? What did I just get into, man? It's great. Go look it up on YouTube. It is a riot, man, to see that. And John's just oblivious, you know? So funny. Get Back. I said Get Back is a mirror of Please Please Me. I think that's what I was referring to about like them trying to do those kind of songs. I'm not sure why Get Back. I said Get Back is a mirror of Please Please Me. That's what I put in my notes. But in general, the goofing around, like the energy is so great now. And they're just jamming and messing around, and you really get the sense of the Beatles. And again, as I said, that's Peter Jackson's been going on and on in the press about, oh, everything's really happy. Everything's not happy. Everything is not good. But they are being happy amidst things not being good. You know, they slow. And now here's what's interesting. This is where Billy Preston comes into the play. The material that they're working on, they realize that it has room for a keyboard player. They're not doing overdubs live, right? They're doing these live tracks. They need an extra something to tie the songs together. They're missing an element. And that's when Billy Preston, someone who used to play, so Billy Preston used to play for Little Richard. And back in the Hamburg days, when the Beatles would play with Little Richard's band or whatever, they knew, in 62 or whatever, they do these package deals, these rock and roll band package deals. They knew Billy Preston, right? And Billy Preston's one of his favorite songs they'd always request was A Taste of Honey. It was the set from Please Please Me, the album, the entire track listing, that's their live set of 1961, 1962, something like that. Those are their songs. You know what I'm saying? They literally are recording the live set. And so Please Please Me is a document of the Beatles live set in 1962. And Billy Preston was around them at that time, so he loves A Taste of Honey. And when he comes to play with the Beatles, he just brings such a lift. And now here's the thing. We've always been told that it was George Harrison who brings in Billy Preston, but really, it's John Lennon. John Lennon is the one that not only do they bring in Billy Preston, John Lennon wants to make him the fifth Beatle. He says, let's bring him in as a band member. And then George Harrison says, well, let's get Dylan too. I'm sure he would join. And he was dead serious. He wasn't saying it sarcastically in response. He was serious too. And they said, hey, we can get a lot of people to join the Beatles as like our backing band sort of thing. And just like sort of expand what the Beatles are. And that's when Paul... He's like, look, let's just, the Beatles is us four. Four is enough. It's hard enough dealing with four, you know? But it's interesting how it comes from John, not George. And they're happy to have him, man. And he brings such a wonderful, I don't know what it is. He brings an element musically that was missing from the material, you know? And it just, yeah, as Josh says here, I think all the guys had fun playing once Billy showed up. That really showed on the doc. You're so right, dude. You're so right. You just see them. You know what he does? By having him come in with his and he plays on a Fender Rhodes electric piano, same thing that Glenn Danzig would play on in the very early Misfits, as well as Ray Manzarek of the Doors. That's the Fender Rhodes electric piano. Really cool sounding piano instrument. And he makes them loosen up. They play looser. They play they start gelling better having him there. They feed off of his energy. It's great. And he has a record contract with Capitol Records. And they're like, hey, let's sign him to Apple Records, and they do. And he puts out his next 2 albums with Apple Records, you know? Yes. Perfect example is Rue says, extra flavor ingredient for their old stew. That's what it is. That is exactly what it is. I concur. Then we find out, okay, this is big. This is friggin' big, okay? We find out, Robbie says, phenomenal key player. He plays my favorite electric piano sound. Just so good. Yeah, Robbie, that's the Fender Rhodes piano. That's Glenn Danzig's piano. The Fender Rhodes electric, man. Ray Manzarek of the Doors, man. Which is funny. I didn't even think about that, too. That's why Glenn loves that piano so much, because that's what Ray would play. And we know how much Glenn Danzig loves the Doors. So we get word that John is going to meet with Alan Klein on Monday. And this is what will spell complete doom for the band. Had that not happened with Billy Preston there and them having a good time, the Beatles might have survived into the 70s. Like, not saying that they would have lasted in the 70s, but they might have survived. They might have made it into the 70s, continuing to make albums. Maybe even with Billy Preston. You know, Billy Preston would have ushered in, you know, this era of soul. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And that is not going to happen because of Alan Klein. Alan Klein was the manager of Rolling Stones. We talked about this last time. He negotiated a much higher royalty rate for the Rolling Stones, and that's what, you know, Lennon, they were so annoyed with Dick James and the situation that they had right then. We talked about Dick James was the publisher of Northern Songs. They wanted to renegotiate. So John Lennon and Yoko, by proxy, they're going to meet with Alan Klein, and then it's John Lennon that sells both George and Ringo. And what's interesting, too, is when you think about it, Paul gets just as much money and royalties. I'm not going to go into the whole business dealings. Well, I guess I should real quick. Lennon and McCartney both have 23, 24% of Northern Songs. Dick James has over 51% of Northern Songs. Northern Songs has all the Beatles songs, but it has more than just the Beatles songs. It's a big songbook. We see them going through it in the first episode. We talked about this. Ringo Starr and George Harrison combined have 1.6%. So they each have 0.08% in Northern Songs. So when John goes to the 2 Beatles with 0.08%, he is telling them, hey, we're going to get a better rate. We're going to get a better deal. We'll have a better royalty rate for all of our stuff. You know, the guys who are getting the smallest piece of the pie are going to be like, yeah, let's do it. And the guy who doesn't want to do it has an equal piece of the pie that the other guy, John, has. So, of course, he wants his father-in-law, his future father-in-law, to be their manager. All of this just spells doom for the Beatles. Then they start talking about Jimmy Nicol. Jimmy Nicol was a drummer who filled in for Ringo in the middle of Beatlemania. Ringo had his tonsils taken out, and Jimmy Nicol fills in, and they talk about how they're just telling stories. And they're just kind of goofing on Jimmy Nicol that he was so concerned looking at the girls that he would miss the count-in for songs. He was with them for like 2.5 weeks or something. So he got to experience Beatlemania without earning it properly, just as a fill-in drummer for 2.5 weeks. Probably the coolest temp job of all time, you know? Pretty sweet, if you ask me. And then they go back to just making fun of their old songs again. And they're doing Please Please Me and Help. And they're just having so much fun. You know, Paul, you know, who does like backing vocals on Help, he's doing all the words that he's supposed to like jump in and sing. You know, like help, feet, ground. You know what I mean? They're just having so much fun, and they're doing Please Please Me Too. It's great, man. Then they start talking about, hey, we got to put out a single. The last one they had put out was Hey Jude, and it was 5 months ago. Now, look, anybody who's in there, the crowd, I don't know if Robbie's still here. Robbie puts out music all the time. It is an incredible undertaking to put out. If you put out one single a year, you're doing something right. Like, it's not easy to put out, like, if you're putting out an album once a year, that's a lot of material to do every year. It's not just like, it's not so easy, right? Like, there's a lot that goes into putting out a release. These guys are like, oh my God, it's been a 5 whole months since we put out a record, which, by the way, single record, which, by the way, has sold millions of copies and shattered every other record. I believe it's pre-sold 3 million copies, which was a record at the time for Hey Jude, right? And they're like, oh, we got to figure out what to put out next, so they're deciding, I think they're going to put out Get Back or something. I just thought it was funny that they made mention 5 months, 5 months is a long time, They do get Billy Preston a contract, right? They get him, and they're trying to figure out, like, how we're going to fold him in. John wants to make him a full member, but George is, saying, we can kind of, if we do it like this, then we can get him as a session musician and, only have to pay him this much. George was, for someone who was so spiritual, he was always thinking about the bottom line, the bottom dollar. You know what I mean? Always trying to save a buck. And they're just trying to decide how they're going to pay Billy Preston. And I said here again, after John says he straight up would like him in the band, imagine if Preston ushered in the Beatles in the 70s by adding piano to all the songs, and this is actually when George jokes about getting Dylan, and Paul's kind of against it. Then they have a breakthrough, right? They've been rehearsing all of these songs for since the beginning of January, and just not really making any leeway. Remember, this is a band that's used to okay, we have an hour and a half till lunch. We have to finish this song, and we have to come up with this harmony and do this thing. They've been doing this for the last 8 years, 7-8 years, right, of recording. They only recorded for 7 years. So they've been doing this for the last 6 years of their recording career, doing stuff in a very condensed short amount of time, and not only doing stuff in a very short amount of time, but everything that they're doing is brilliant, and they're doing it once or twice and just getting it. This is the first time that we're seeing them just absolutely struggle to just sort of make this material gel, and they finally crack the nut on Two of Us when they strip it down to acoustic guitars, and finally the song takes the shape that it's supposed to. It's kind of amazing to see. There's a scene where Ringo brings in a Sony video camera, and that's really cool because it's 1969, and it's one of those. So here's the crazy thing. He's got this Sony video camera that takes it's probably half-inch videotape, and what's amazing about that, they did have videotape in the 60s. I mean, but it's just crazy technologically expensive compared to, say, shooting on film, celluloid, a lot cheaper to shoot on. So this is he's got this really, it's a toy, and essentially it's if you're taking home movies, it's like having an iPhone, you're shooting little movies of your life, you're documenting your life. And so he's walking around with this Sony video cam, and like I said, it has the whatever you call it, the suitcase, whatever, the thing, oh God, I don't know what you call it. The place where where you put the video. It's like a shoulder bag you got to carry separate from the camera itself, right? And it makes you wonder, if he's walking around with that, what he must have documented on that camera, and all the candid conversation he might have gotten, or things that, and who knows, does it still exist? Does it not still exist? Apparently there was a fire at Ringo's house in LA in 1976. Maybe that footage didn't survive. Who knows? He did put out that photography book not too long ago, and had, photographs, because Ringo is a photographer, and, had photographs going all the way back to the Beatle days. So maybe not everything was lost. And then we see this incredible section. We hear them talking about India, and it's just, it is mind blowing. Okay. It's so freaking cool, because we're seeing all this footage some footage that we've never seen before. We're seeing the iconic, infamous, not infamous, whatever you want to call it. We're seeing Lennon got into the helicopter with the Maharishi, and they go up in the air, and he asks the Maharishi, what does it all mean? This kind of thing. And it's a moment that's talked about in a lot of books. And then we're actually seeing it. Like it exists. That stuff is so cool. So we see all this stuff about that. They just do this little India. They segue into India. I love how, Peter Jackson finds a way to sort of segue into other moments in Beatle history via conversations that they have are like springboards to go off on these tangents where they kind of like reminisce. And I just think it's really, really cool. Really, really cool. We see, okay, so I was going on and on and on about how John didn't really want to play on any of George's songs for the most part. And he does play on them, but he's just not as interested. He does play slide guitar on For You Blue. And we watch that. We watch the take, like the take that's on Let It Be, like on the album, the For You Blue, like the track. There's footage of it, and we're watching it being recorded. And it's just so, again, I'm just blown away that we're seeing these iconic moments that we're so used to hearing. We're now seeing the counterparts to the audio of it, But it is interesting to see that even that there is an example of John playing on a George song, despite what we think about I, Me, Mine and yada, yada, yada. At this point, the show is in flux. George mentions that nothing they've done that they've worked on has been, overly planned, meaning, look, guys, whatever we've done in the past, we've always been successful. We've never been overly planned. We just do something and it's great. They just go and do it. Why does this have to be any different? And ultimately arranging another concert location, like an alternate one, because as I just said, the show's in flux. Like they can't do it in the Pinwheel Park, or whatever the hell it was called. They're not really sure where they can go. They don't know how to arrange anything at that point, because like I said, another location is kind of impossible. Paul wants a big payoff, and the Rooftop is suggested by Michael Lindsay Hogg and Glenn Johns. And it's amazing. We get to zero in on the moment where Paul's face just lights up at the notion, and then they go up and they check on the roof. They're not sure if the roof can support the band and the equipment, but they check it out and it looks great. And then everybody gets drunk and they do Let It Be in the studio. And all that's left now is the Rooftop concert. And that's where it leaves us, right? So that's part 2. And again, definitely goes on and on and on. But if you're a Beatles fan, you can't get enough of this stuff. Like you will watch. You will just watch. Like give me the 18-hour cut. I'll just sit there and watch the whole thing. I'm definitely going to have to rewatch this at some point in the future, just to sort of like, maybe I'll revisit it in a year, just to continue to glean more things, because I'm so busy taking notes because I want to do these shows and review the thing. I feel like a second viewing will definitely be necessary in the future, and it's long enough, and there's so much to digest that like I feel like you could watch this like probably 3 times and still not fully understand the scope of what Peter Jackson is doing, of what what's happening in the footage. There's just so much to look at and mull over. It's really is something else. I got to tell you, first of all, thank you so much for sitting here with me and doing part 2, which came in under 2 hours. First one came in over 2 hours, but we had to do a whole introduction, right? Well, we read the book this time too. In any case, I'm glad that I had these notes and that I could stick to these notes. And speaking of sticking, do you guys need stickers in your life the way I need stickers in my life? Stickers are really, really useful if you're an artist, if you are some sort of creative person. If you have something that you want to get out, messaging, a brand, a logo, the best way to do that is a sticker. I've used stickers all the time in the past when I've been doing that kind of messaging. And, what's really great is right now this show is powered by riotstickers.com. We've been talking with Josh from riotstickers.com in the chat. He's been here as well. He's going to be on the show, Pizza Punk. We're going to learn more about riotstickers.com as well as Josh himself. But here's the thing. He is running a deal, a very special promotion at riotstickers.com. You can see it below here. And if you go into the description of this video, you can click on the link for said deal. And here's the deal. It's a very simple deal. Normally, it costs $59, but you know what? You can get these stickers for 50% off. It's $29.50 for 50 3x3-inch stickers, vinyl stickers, okay? 3 inches by 3 inches. That is a lot of real estate to put your messaging, to put your brand, whatever it might be. And if you use the promo code Frumess, you're going to get a 50% off discount. See that right there? That's what you got to do. So go into the description here, click on the link, and use the promo code Frumess to get 50% off, $59. You get 50 3-inch by 3-inch stickers from riotstickers.com, independent business. And I'll tell you something else. You really, truly can't find a better deal than that. I mean, that is a really, really good deal. There are competitors out there, allegedly, they don't stick as well. The stickers don't stick as well. I've used Riot stickers, and they stick really, really nicely. Here, let's watch a video about it.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Riotstickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. So like I said, go to riotstickers.com. The link is down below, the exact link that you need in order to get this deal. And you can get 50% off with the promo code Frumess. F-R-U-M as in Mary, E-S-S. That's F-R-U-M-E-S-S. So make sure you do that. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to this channel. We're on a Beatles kick right now, okay? We still got some more Beatles. We're going to do the third part of this review for the third episode. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to sort of do like a post-mortem show where we talk about the tragic genius of Paul McCartney and his failed leadership at the end of the Beatles. So we'll do that as well. Thank you, Rumorg. You as well. Thank you, Jody. We will see you all this week with more great shows. Appreciate you all, you guys. Let's play out with the Patreon. By the way, if you belong to the Patreon, go check out right before Christmas. We have a special Patreon surprise for all the YouTube casualties on Patreon. What do you want to know about this Patreon for? Let me show you. Peace and hair grease.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube casualty for $6.66. The YouTube casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents.
Hello, everyone. Man, was that something or was that something? I don't know if you finished watching the final installment of the Beatles Get Back project, Get Back documentary, but I'm pretty certain it's one of the finest documentaries ever made. Like ever in the history of documentary filmmaking, it will go down as one of the greatest. It's just the greatest, really, truly. I was just in awe the whole time. And, you know, I feel like I've been really hard on the Beatles, and I've been a little hard on Peter Jackson. And I just want to reiterate that this film, whatever this is, this miniseries is such a ginormous undertaking. It's such a it's a masterpiece. It's so well done. And, you know, to an extent, it's not as revisionist as maybe I was, you know, pushing. I was pushing the revisionist angle really, really hard. But by this third episode, I really, you know, it really just does not go down the way that it does when you're just listening to the audio or what you're reading in books. You have to see the whole kit and caboodle. And yes, obviously it's still manicured, and yes, there is still bias and agenda, and it's not 100% the truth. But I mean, it just was not, I don't know. My mind has been changed greatly. Do I still think that there is, you know, troubled waters? Of course. And obviously the Beatles broke up right after this. So, I mean, they were headed towards the end. But, you know, Let It Be has always been framed as something, a project of failure, you know, a project that started off as one thing and ended up as another thing, incredibly inferior. And, you know, we had the Beatles, you know, sort of reinforcing this in our minds. But what Peter Jackson has managed to do with this footage, he has managed to show us that it's actually a wonderful story of triumph through adversity. I mean, they just, you know, self-afflicting adversity. They put themselves in this position in the first place. But to watch them, you know, soldier on and overcome all the obstacles, and, you know, it was like an epiphany watching it, that when they're performing on the Rooftop live, it's like, it's such a, it's an act of defiance and determination to do what they said they were going to do. They set out to do a live show, and they did the live show. That's right, Rue. Don't let me down. Oh, no, no, no. Don't let me down. I mean, it was just, it was emotional to see that footage, man. This episode, in addition to being powered by riotstickers.com, which we'll be talking about a little bit later in the show, this episode is Also sponsored by Polar Seltzer. We're doing a prickly pear and citrus. So if you like drinking seltzer, and more importantly, if you like buying stickers, check out the information in the description of this video, where you will find out a great sticker deal. I mean, it's ridiculous. $29.50 for 53 by 3 stickers. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Let's dive into the show. I got my handy dandy notes here. I got some seltzer so that I stay lubricated, wet as a whistle. That's a good flavor right there. Seltzer, kids. Why drink beer when you could drink seltzer? Haha. So we open the episode with, they have decided to go up on the rooftop, right? They're going up on the rooftop. They're gonna do the show. As we said, you know, they're not gonna do a TV concert. They're not gonna do. Ooh. Whoa, we got a Twitch person for the first time. And look at the comment we got. Hey, with a face like yours, you can get a full-time job haunting houses. Woo! Are you scared? Woo! No, that was funny. So they decided to go up on the rooftop. They are going to do this. They were going to do a show, a concert of some kind on the TV. It's not happening. It's not going down. We see George and Ringo. We see Ringo showing that he has this song called Octopus's Garden, and it's amazing to watch George help him flesh it out. You know, we watch kind of in real time as they try to figure out the next section of the song. And what's interesting is, you know, it feels like the song, like we know what the song is. The song is always the song to us, right? Like it's baked in to our subconscious. You know, it's Octopus's Garden. Everybody knows how Octopus's Garden goes. But it's like they're creating the song in this moment. And what's so cool about it is it feels more like an archaeological dig. It feels like the song is complete and they're just trying to discover those missing pieces. Like that song was always that song, and they're just sort of dusting away the dirt to find the whole thing and just sort of fire it up, if that makes any sense. So that's really cool to see Ringo and George doing it. And it's interesting that it's George that's helping Ringo do this. You know, none of the other Beatles are around. Finally, John does walk in, and here's what I've noticed about John and Paul. Whenever it's a George or Ringo song, John or Paul always jumps on the drums, you know? Like that, those are songs that are meant for noodling on the drums. So it's kind of interesting how that always sort of happens. Like it's almost like condescending, like we're not going to take you seriously in that kind of way. So that's interesting. You have Mal Evans. Mal is he's taking notes. He's writing down the lyrics that they're coming up with for Octopus's Garden. And George Martin is sort of harmonizing. Paul then comes in with Linda, and we meet Heather, who's Paul's soon-to-be adopted daughter. It's Linda's daughter from a first marriage, and she's just very playful. The Beatles are so playful with her. It's so wonderful to see the Beatles interacting with the child in this kind of way. They're very solicitous, you know. It's like with Yoko comes the opening of everything. Like suddenly we have children in the recording studio. Everybody can come in now. So that's kind of interesting. A quick note about Octopus's Garden. Ringo came up with the song when he quit the Beatles during the White Album because he was being micromanaged by Paul. He was in Sardinia, I think, off the coast of Sardinia on a ship. And the ship's captain was explaining how octopuses, because Ringo was eating squid for lunch. And the captain starts explaining to him how octopuses like to collect shiny objects and create these gardens under the sea. And that's where Ringo gets the idea for Octopus's Garden, but he only has the first part. And George is helping him flesh it out. And we used to always joke, I like to pee all over the seat in an octopus's garden in the shade. That's a beautiful song. And it's also a storybook. Ringo turned into a storybook. It's the perfect storybook, you would imagine. Octopus's Gardens, Yellow Submarine, 2 children's songs. So then they start working on Let It Be. John's goofing on the words. And they just continue to let Heather play around. It's just so nice. They're so solicitous of the girl. I mean, probably helps that, it's his fiance's daughter, who he's going to adopt. So obviously, but he seems genuinely bonded with her. So that was, I don't know, it was just nice. She's like 6 at the time. What else is interesting too is so Yoko starts singing. And I realized as well, Paul, every time that Yoko has sang on tape, Paul jumps on the drums. So it's like Paul almost can compartmentalize Yoko and her baggage and everything if he hops on the drums when they're jamming. That makes everything okay. And we hear Heather reacting to Yoko's singing, and then she starts copying her, and John notices this and he goes, "Look, Yoko." This was amazing. Dig it, that like the FBI, like the CIA, like the BBC, like Doris Day. Dig it, dig it. That was actually a part of a larger, loose, free jam from the song Twist and Shout. They're doing this weird version of Twist and Shout. It turns into Dig It. And there's so many times in this episode where we see, the iconic Let It Be album, we see where that stuff comes from. And it is just, man, if you are a Beatles nut like me, it is so cool to see that, There's a moment where John, we never see a bass in John's hand. I do know that John played the bass. George has played the bass. On Helter Skelter, that's John on bass. He's doing this punky bass with so much attitude. But here he is in the studio, but he's kind of like playing his guitar like a bass, like the heaviest strings, like they are a bass. We watch them actually track Long and Winding Road, and it's amazing to hear what it sounds like without the Phil Spector stuff. I mean, you can go check out Let It Be Naked, which is Paul. Talk about revisionist. That's Paul. Look, at the end of the day, whether Paul likes Spector's arrangements in Wall of Sound that he added at Lennon's insistence after the Beatles broke up, or maybe it's before the Beatles broke up, because Lennon's already hanging out with Spector in early 70. But it's a part of the history of the album. Let It Be is like this crazy patchwork. It goes from being a live album to a studio album to this Phil Spector Wall of Sound like pastiche. You know what I mean? It goes through so many metamorphoses before it winds up as just Let It Be. And I feel like that's just part of the history. You can strip down Let It Be to get the original vision, but there was no real original vision for it. So it's kind of like, I feel like that's a little bit false. It's kind of like a false thing to do with that, but it is what it is. It's interesting to hear it. It's interesting to hear it without the overdubs, I'm just taking a little note here. So that was cool. And what else is interesting is that he's talking with George Martin. He's considering strings, and he's not sure how to proceed with the song. So what's kind of funny is Paul makes such a fuss when Phil Spector finally adds strings to the song, like, a year later. But Paul was already there. He was thinking about it, man. So I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting. We see them listening to the playback of the previous recorded day, and Peter Jackson just wants us to see how happy and jovial things are. There's a lot of that. There is a lot of happiness. Over the summer and through all these Beatle videos, I've been telling you guys how much this is revisionist history and how this is so whitewashed and how there's so many agendas at play here. And I still think that's true to an extent, but the reality is that there was a lot of happiness, man. I mean, there was. It was, when Jackson talks about it being a happy time, it wasn't a happy time, but there were happy moments happening all the time. Those guys were going through hell, but they weren't going through it separately. They were going through it together as they were slowly drifting apart. And we really see so many examples of that in this third one. We see George talk. We'll get to there. George talking about doing a song. We see John talking about Alan Klein. We see Paul persisting with the perfection despite the fact that the other guys are kind of done over it. Let's keep going on here. George Harrison writes Old Brown Shoe, and he pushes himself to finish the whole song because of advice he had gotten from John 10 years prior. Just if you start something, you got to finish it, which is also kind of a bigger, it ends up being symbolic on two levels. It's symbolic of the fact that they started this this Get Back project, and they have to finish it with Let It Be. Isn't it funny how they started with, it starts with a cry of get back, and it finishes with the acceptance of just let it be that we are splitting up, but the lyrics, I'm stepping out of this old brown shoe, takes on totally new meaning. And yeah, I said this already, whenever Paul isn't doing a Lennon and McCartney song, he just fucks around on drums. He's still bossing around as they work on Let It Be, trying to whip this material into shape. And George Martin, in certain instances, when he makes the attempt, he's the last bastion of outside leadership that resembled Brian Epstein. They get flustered over how everything is mic'd, and they're trying to arrange Long and Winding Road, and he kind of sometimes knew how to handle them. They're having all these problems, and he steps in and says, well, you got to do it like this and this and this. You have to go back to your old miking because the mics are creating weird sound for them. They're saying, look, if our sound is good, we'll be able to compose good, and that kind of thing. John Lennon always knows what he wants, and this is when he's talking about the mics and stuff. John Lennon seems to always know what he wants, but he can never communicate it in technical terms or understand them. And we see this time and again. Go back to Revolver when he's trying to tell Jeffrey Emmerich. He's saying to Jeffrey Emmerich, "Hey, I want to sound like 1,000 chanting monks or something." He just can't. He speaks in these big abstract terms. He's talking about like the miking situation, which is this really technical sort of thing, but he doesn't know how to speak technically, so he's trying to do his best to delegate something that he can't really verbalize. They end up breaking for lunch, and we see the state of the studio room, and it's just everything is still a mess. Remember, Magic Alex messed everything up, and they have to rewire everything. And they have to wire in a patchwork sort of recording situation with George's machine, and they're lashing mixing machines together. And it's just interesting to see the state of the room that we've kind of gotten. We see it in the corners of the screen, but we see the camera really focusing on it. And the camera crew steps in, which this is interesting. The camera crew steps in, including, I think, some of the recording guys, and they start jamming on the gear. It's so weird. I think it includes Alan Parsons. Alan Parsons, the Alan Parsons Project, who would become is a musician in his own right. He is working as the tape operator in Apple Studios, which is very interesting. Then we see John goofing off again. They're playing Get Back, and Paul is getting frustrated, and he finally says something. He goes along with it for a time, and then he goes, all right, boy, all right, John, I've got a call order, John. And he's really trying to put his foot down, and it's funny how John succumbs always, knowing that he's been caught, being cheeky, and he always just sort of rolls his eyes like, all right, Paul. But he knows what he's doing. He's entertaining himself a bit because he's kind of bored, and Paul says, valuable time, son, cool down, son. Hey, Amy, yeah, we're finishing up the series, and then there will probably be a final thought show, because there's this article I want to read about Paul McCartney's tragic genius and leadership. So we're gonna talk about this kind of as an overall thing as we read that article. But this is the final part of our Beatles kick here, and I've started rereading that book about the breakup of the Beatles, and interesting too. So I'll probably finish that book, and then we'll do. Okay, Amy wants a Lennon impression. Well, Lennon's more like this. George is more like this. I me mine. It's I me mine. I was watching this waltz, and I thought I me mine. And Paul's more like the. Paul's up here. He's kind of up here too. And Ringo talks like this. But John George, I can't get it. Sometimes you can't think about it. You just have to do it. If you think about it too hard, it's too hard to talk like the Beatles. But they all have. I once heard someone say, I forget who it was, when you're doing an impression of the Beatles, you have to think directionally as you're speaking. So if you think upward, that's Paul. He's up here. He talks up here, and he talks like this, and he goes, do. And whenever he's lying about something, he always scratches his cheek right here. And then I think you have to think left to talk like Lennon. And he kind of talks like, no, that's not it. He goes, trying to think of a good thing. All right, Paul, let's do another take. No. And then the right side is supposed to be George, you got to be. We went to India and we met the Maharishi, and it was very spiritual. No, that's kind of like that's like an in between. And then Ringo, you got to think down for Ringo. He's all the way down here, something like this. It's just a stereotypical Scouse Northern Liverpool accent. So I'm sorry, I'm not doing it justice today. It's not happening. But yeah, Paul's trying to rein him in, and then Glenn Johns is the co-producer of the whole project, right? He's the co-producer, and he worked with the Beatles. And Glenn Johns, we haven't said it here yet. Glenn Johns is a cool cat, man. What a cool dude. Really, truly, just seems like such a cool guy. Gets along with everybody. Everybody really does when things weren't so strained. Everybody's an interesting character, and everybody kind of gets along through all the hardship, which was really nice. Glenn Johns notes that they're goofing off on a take is costing them 2 shillings a foot. So Glenn Johns, because they're once again goofing off, and Paul's goofing off too, and they say, this is costing you 2 shillings a foot. And John says they, talking about EMI, they can afford it. And George clarifies it's costing EMI because we're EMI artists, right? But the reality is that they're in their own studio now. So is it cost? Who is paying for it? I was doing the math, 2 shillings a foot. So 20 shillings in a pound, right? 2 shillings a foot is something like $18 or $19 today. So it's like $19 a foot. How much? Okay, one thing we didn't check, what I should have checked with the math, we don't know how long the reels are. Let's say that the reel is 15 minutes of reel-to-reel tape. So let's ask Google, how long is an average reel-to-reel recording magnetic tape?
According to Tone Pearl's records, a typical open reel tape is about 50 microns thick. Sometimes it is called standard play. With a full 10-inch reel of tape, the playtime is a bit over 30 minutes at 15 IPS, which is the common speed for a professional machine.
Okay, so IPS is inches per second, right? This is really boring stuff, I know. So, but this is it fascinates me. So you get 30 minutes of recording at 15 IPS, which is 15 inches per second, which means 12 inches is 1 second. So, holy shit. Yo, that's crazy. So it's 2 shillings per second, which means that they're paying, essentially in today's dollars, they're paying $18 a second to record. At least according to if my math is correct, it's $18 a second for them to record. And there's 132 hours of, well, that's Nagra, so it's a little bit different. That is nutty butter, man. That is nutty butter. You see me scratching my nose. My beard needs to be trimmed. The nose hairs tickle. The mustache hair tickles my nose hair. My nose. It's really, really annoying. And every day, I plan to shave it, and I don't. And that's why you always see me scratching my nose. Some people think I have a cocaine problem. I do not. I've gotten comments like that before. It's kind of funny. Me, of all people. So that's cool. 15 IPS, 2 shillings a foot. That's nuts. That's nuts. And they say they can afford it. And of course they recouped nicely because Disney Disney bought this stuff or at least licensed it. 50 years later, they've made millions of dollars. Okay, that they're doing quite all right for their investment. And it's funny how they're trying to decide if they should do one more take, and John wants to because they may never get another chance again. And he was right. They really wouldn't. It's like, if they don't finish right now, they're not going to. Well, that's not entirely true because they came back they did record more in January of 1970 without John. John was, once September rolls around of 69, John is out. I don't think he does any more work on any Beatles songs. Could be wrong about that. I did check one thing, though. I checked. Every song after 1967 hardly features John Lennon. How about that? So even when we see John kind of helping George with his songs, you are hard-pressed to find John Lennon doing anything more than some backing vocals or a little bit of piano or a little bit of slide guitar. That is it. He's not even there. And some songs, he's not even there for the recording. He plays a little bit on something. He plays a little bit on, God, what else is he on? He's on For You Blue. We know that. I think he does a little bit on Old Brown Shoe. But I mean, again, name any other. He's not on Piggies. He's not on Long, Long, Long. He is on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I think he's playing piano. He doesn't play on Here Comes the Sun at all. Lennon is not on that song. So that's interesting as well. I mean, he really doesn't want to play on any of George's stuff. They have a very weird, there's a very weird dynamic between John and George. And, obviously it got very heated when George decided to leave the band. They just keep going to get takes, and they're trying to get the best one. George Martin suggests that they can always edit, like you guys can edit. And John is totally taken aback by this because they're in the control room. He's like, what? Because they want to capture an album as, live as possible. That's the purpose of Get Back, Let It Be, to go back to essentially what they did with Please Please Me. Please Please Me was recorded to 2-track tape live in the studio. They recorded Please Please Me 10 songs in a single day. That's right. They recorded 4 tracks prior, and then they did the remaining 10 tracks in a single day's session. They had 1 track for vocals, and then the rest of the track was the instrumentation. The final song they did, Twist and Shout, on that day. That was 1963. And as we talked about, it's their set from 62. So that set that they had been performing nonstop and just getting it to just honing it and refining it and getting it perfect. That's the set that they went into the studio and recorded. And now here they are. What took them a single day is now taking them more than a month, and everything's patchwork. That's kind of the difference there a little bit. Except the big difference is that now they're masters of the studio. They are just hardcore perfectionists. Really, Paul is a hardcore perfectionist. He's got this work ethic like no other, man. You look at the amount of output that Paul McCartney, he is, no matter what you say about Paul McCartney, dude is a genius. He is a genius. And it is true, and I heard this take and I agree with it. We're kind of like going on and on about like how they're struggling to come up with material maybe, or they're trying to come up with stuff or John is trying to come up with stuff and he just doesn't have anything. Remember, they did just do the White Album. Like they're literally coming off of a double album and putting themselves in this situation. How many bands like today and like from, you know, that point on, like they put out a double album and then they don't record another album for 7 years, 10 years, 12 years. Some people go on. And here they are, literally like a month after they're done, month of December goes by and it's like, boom, they're already doing another album with brand new material. It's just unheard of, man. It's totally unheard of. So John is a bit taken aback that George Martin, you know, wants, you know, suggesting that they can do some edits. They've done it. I mean, listen, Strawberry Fields Forever is an edit. They took 2 takes and spliced them together to get Strawberry Fields Forever, which John has always sort of resented against George Martin, you know, kind of thinking it's dishonest a bit. And he says, what are we, the Boodles? They're just dead set on recording live tape. Then we get to see the take that is used for Let It Be, which is really cool, at least one of them. What, you know, I said it here and I said it a couple more times as well. Watching part 3 shows what a triumph this ended up being, considering the circumstances. But at what cost? The cost was the Beatles, you know. They know that it's over, but they're still sort of like together doing their thing. And what's interesting too is it's not just the triumph also comes from, look how far things have come since the Twickenham Studios in the opening episode. I mean, that first episode was so tough. It's a tough watch, man. It's brutal. It's like a slaughter. You're just watching them struggle and struggle and struggle to get it together. And now here they are. They've a month later and they've come through the other side and they're going to do something. It's not what they anticipated. And that's the way art is sometimes. You know, that's been my experience, you know, in personally when I'm trying to create art. You know, you intend for something to go one way and then you go into the production of the thing. And when you come out on the other side, it's not what you thought it was going to be at all. It's something completely different, or it changes in some way, shape, or form for better or for worse. You know, and that's just the reality of trying to create. So there's that to consider as well. Then, you know, there's a moment where, you know, John is doing the answering that everybody had a hard year. Everybody let the hair down, whatever it is. And he's just doing it. He's so sarcastic. He's just got like such a face when he's doing it. And you could just chalk it up to him goofing for the camera, but it just looks like he doesn't want to be there. That's the truth. Then they take appraisal of what they have gotten through. They still have songs to do, man. And perfectionism rears its ugly head, particularly in McCartney. You know, it's grabbed a hold of him and he wants to be all Sgt. Pepper about it. For those of you who don't know, Paul McCartney, with a pile full of cocaine, you know, went back after they had tracked all of Sgt. Pepper and overdubbed his bass. Now, generally speaking, whether you're a musician or not, it is really, really uncommon to do bass last. Usually you build a track drums up. So you'll do the drums and with the full band, so the drums get a feel for the whole track with everybody else in the room, but you're only really recording the drums. Then, and the rest of that stuff, the vocals, everything, that's all scratch. It's called scratch. So all the scratch they do away with, and then they start layering the track bit by bit. That's if you're recording in the studio, multi-layered tracking, whatever. Some people might just like look at the Stooges when they're doing Funhouse. They record that live in the studio. They're isolated from each other so that they can do mixing and stuff. Because if you're not isolated, you can't mix, right? Or it's harder to mix. When the Beatles are doing Please Please Me, they have to mix that live. They have to find the right live mix. They have to mix everything and then they record. Then they lay it down to tape. Which is nice in a sense because it's like it's all baked into the performance. You know, it's like they're doing the performance and everything is set where it needs to be set, and whatever they get in the can, that's the thing. Adjustments are minimal when you're doing like live to tape recording like that, if you're just doing 2-track recording. Now, if you're doing multi-track recording and you got, 8 or 9 tracks and everything's sort of separate, you can mix that stuff together. You can mix it until it, starts to sound kind of good. So yeah. But generally, when you're recording, right now I remember what I was saying. I totally hit a pothole. But generally, you layer everything after the drums, then comes the bass, then you do guitars, then you do overdubs, and then you do vocals. Or you do vocals and then overdubs, whatever. And McCartney, he's coming back in just high on cocaine late at night, driving that train high on cocaine. Casey Jones, you better watch your speed. And he's just coming back in, and they're just dropping him in, and he's just doing his bass. He just wants to get those bass notes perfect, and they do. They're creamy, round bass notes on Sgt. Pepper. It can't be denied. Then the Rooftop concert, it gets delayed by an additional 24 hours because of bad weather. Remember, it is January when they're doing this. And then we get some shots of Linda, and I just, I have to comment. Linda's beautiful. She is absolutely beautiful, and I'm sitting there just admiring her beauty. She's breathtaking. It's funny, 70s Linda and definitely 80s Linda, she doesn't really, I don't know, she kind of loses it, whatever it is that she has. But during these sessions, like I was very much taken aback by her beauty. She's beautiful. She's like this beautiful Jewish princess. And she talks about how it's a good thing. The one good thing about being a woman is that you can't get drafted in Vietnam. So that was interesting that, there's some talk of Vietnam, and that is interesting. Like, if, there was a draft, right? And people were getting drafted. And if you are not a woman, you don't have to worry about that draft, for a lot of young men who, whether you wanted to go to war or not, there was a draft coming, and it was something that you had to consider, that you might have to put everything on pause because you might have to go to Vietnam. It was just the reality of the time. So of course this came up in conversation. Oh, it's a good thing I'm a woman. I don't have to worry about getting drafted, because she did not, these guys were not about the draft. Then they are trying to make a list of what to play on the roof, and they are not sure whether this thing is an album or a performance. There's still a lot of confusion. They just keep going around in circles. It's like they decide to do something and then they go back, and Paul's like, look, we always just do an album, man. We always just do the next album. This has to be more than that. It has to be something different. It has to be something more. It has to be something bigger. And there's just like a lot of arguing back and forth, not arguing, but just debate. And it's kind of like, you just kind of wish that there was somebody who was the leader who would just take them all by the horns and just drag them on the rooftop. And then they kind of decide, Paul's like, oh, okay, we'll perform the ones that are essentially complete and record the rest that are still in pieces, which is essentially what they end up doing. But John is like, no, we should do the full 14, but we need like 2 weeks. Or if you want to do Paul says, I want to do the full 14. John says, if we do the full 14, we need at least a month to 6 more weeks. And Ringo's doing the movie. And the bottom line is, and George Martin kind of says this, it's like, you guys put this deadline on yourself. You could just put it on pause. Let Ringo go shoot his movie and then reconvene. Why is it be all end all? I mean, thank goodness it was, because then this might remain unfinished indefinitely. Or, the fact that it went the way that it went is why we even have Abbey Road in the first place. If I go back to the anthology, and George Martin flat out states that he was, Abbey Road, it was like, we knew it was over. We went back one more time just to, go out on the right note, which is a bit prophetic, as we would later learn with the secret recording in September of 1969. Right before the Beatles broke up, they had meetings, and it was discussed that they would each get 4 songs and 2 for Ringo, moving forward, very democratic, which was really the right move. And that's ultimately the truth. They had a solution for how to move forward in the future. And they chose not to, or at least John. Something happened in 24 hours after that meeting, and John was like, I'm out. I'm out of the band. That's it. You're daft. I'm leaving, you know. Then they go into Love Me Do, which was cool. We got to hear them do Love Me Do. A lot of old songs that come full circle ultimately surmise the ultimate. Sorry, I'm not using the right words here. The not surmisation. The ultimate of which, I should say, is One After 909, of course. And you know, I took a note here because they're having problems. John finally gets excited about one of George's songs, and it's one of the rare times that John is helping George with a song, right? And it's something. He's helping him flesh it out a little bit. George admits that he's been noodling with it for 6 months, all the way back to when they're putting the final touches on the White Album. And I forgot what it was. It's like something about the show. You're asking me if I'll go to the show. I don't know. Something like that. And then it's John who suggests, he says, hey, just use a placeholder. So it's like to say cauliflower as one of the things. Kind of like when Paul came up with the idea for Yesterday, but he didn't have the words, so he used scrambled eggs. Oh my goodness, she has such lovely legs. Those are the original lyrics to Yesterday. And I wrote here, for the sake of creativity, and this is true, and this has been my experience in my endeavors to be creative. For the sake of creativity, it is so important to place holders instead of getting stuck on the bits that don't have that you don't have down and set in stone yet, you know? So this happens all the time when I'm, you know, when writing screenplays. I will, you know, I'm sitting there writing a screenplay, and then all of a sudden I spend however many goddamn minutes trying to figure out what the name of this character is going to be. Or what happens right in this part, instead of just moving on. And you get so weighed down because, you know, there's so much writer's block surrounding the thing that you end up, it's almost like a form of procrastination. You don't make any progress. It's very demoralizing. So the best thing to do is just sort of go, okay, well, you know what? Until I figure out the guy's name, his name is Peter, and just move on. Because otherwise you may get stuck and never break out of that creative rut. It's especially important in writing. You can't figure something out, just put a placeholder, move on. You'll come back to it and you'll figure out. Something will come to you, or you'll do another pass and it'll all make sense, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, then this is just, I think the average, this is not about being an elitist or anything, or like an elitist Beatle fan or whatever, but I feel like the average Joe or Josephine is not going to know what happens here, or not recognize the significance of what happens here. We keep talking about this guy, Alan Klein, and finally his name comes up once again, and this time in a big bad sort of way. And it's the circumstances of how it happens, the fact that this was caught on film, it boggles the mind. Paul leaves for a meeting at 1:30, right? And John leads the band through I Got a Feeling, and then mentions that he's seen Klein and that he thinks he's fantastic. John is trying to get the others on board without Paul there to nix it. That was what was so obvious to me. And this was behavior that John had kind of, you know, done. He'd done the same thing with Brian Epstein a bit. You know, Brian Epstein was gay. Brian Epstein was in love with John. And John knew that Brian Epstein was in love with him. And he used that to his advantage to sort of, you know, flex on the band that was his already, that he was the leader. And so here is John sort of being sneaky deaky for whatever reason. I don't understand why, but he's being a little sneaky deaky, you know, maybe because he knows how, you know, because we've talked about, and he recognizes, everybody seems to be aware at this point, that Paul has really assumed this sense of leadership, and that Paul might nix the whole thing, and that John really likes what Alan Klein has to say. It's 52 minutes, man. And it's just this irreversible thing that ends up just destroying the Beatles. When this whole thing is over at the end of January and into March, that is when it becomes 3 versus 1. And for the first time, the veto doesn't work. And, John, Ringo, and George are just like, Paul, this is what we want. We have to sign with Klein. And Paul eventually acquiesces. And it's Paul that kind of gets them all out of it by suing his 3 brothers, John said, I've seen him, and it's very interesting from a lot of angles. I mean, that's pretty explosive, John pulls back saying he wants to tell everyone all at once. So he kind of lets George know that he's seen Alan Klein and that Alan Klein is like a magic kind of guy for them, but that, we should all talk about this together. But this is a primer for sure. It's sort of like John is laying down the footwork for where he wants everyone to go. And he's doing it without Paul around because he doesn't want to deal with Paul sort of shooting everything down. John says there is a lot of interesting news about them being the Beatles. But just to let Klein tell them about it, George and Ringo, because he knows everything about everything, and he's referring to their money and more specifically where it's gone. So John's like, he knows about our money and where it's gone because, the Beatles were so mismanaged and they lost so much money, even going back with Brian Epstein. John admits that he was with him until 2:00 in the morning. And, he was so enthusiastic to meet him. He met him at the Rock and Roll Circus, which was the Stones project that he played. He was the Dirty Mac. But he's just been hearing about Klein for years. And, he talks about how they got better royalties. The Stones had better royalties than them, just all this stuff. And, it's interesting how George wants to please John and sticks it to Paul. So this is like a way of George sticking it to Paul and sort of being, George wrote a song about Paul when he left the Beatles called Wah Wah. Wah Wah is about Paul McCartney, or about the situation. Wah Wah, you've given me a wah wah. It's a great song on All Things Must Pass. But it's interesting how, and Ringo sees that it's in his best interest to side with those guys and not side with Paul, because he knows on some level, Ringo's been burned too. So it just really, they become very separate as a result of these business dealings. Klein convinces them that he can just fix the money mismanagement and get their money back. Klein is the devil who easily charms John. He explains that he wants Klein to look after him and didn't really, this is, end quotes, this is what John says, didn't really want to say it sort of half a yes. So meaning he didn't want to just say it to just half the guys. And also that, he didn't want to speak for them, but that he wants his affairs looked after by Klein and that the others are tied in. So we all should do it, because they're all tied in together. John says that Klein knows so much about them and what they've done and what they will do. And John loves how Klein just sets things up like he did for the Stones. Klein is the type of guy that just, or at least he convinces John, yeah, you tell, oh, you want to put on a rock and roll show? I figure out all that stuff. Oh, you want to put on a benefit for Biafra, which is a country in Africa where you're familiar with the term. That's where Jello Biafra gets his last name from, Biafra. There's a food crisis, and John is just amazed that Klein is telling about his plan, and his plan was to use the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, the proceeds from the album, to buy food for the food crisis, to feed the country, which is something that the Beatles, and all rock and rollers, it's irresistible to them. Philanthropy through music. Oh, I'm going to use my music to heal the world. And, and he mentions that John does, that George Harrison had an idea for a film and that, hey, Klein can help you with that kind of thing, which is foreshadowing exactly what happens with the concert for Bangladesh and the disaster with the money afterwards. George put on a concert for Bangladesh, which was an Indian country, starving. And all the money that was raised, he had some Beatles there. All the money that was raised got tied up. It never went to the cause that was intended. It was a huge disaster. What's up? We got Walter White in the house from New Zealand. We're talking about your countryman, Peter Jackson, and the stellar job he did on this series. So that's interesting, right? And now we see John is happy to play on George's song, even though he won't appear on the actual recording, because he wants George to sign with Alan Klein, We get another scene of George. He's always sending Mal Evans, their roadie assistant, whoever. He's always sending him out for clothes. First he wanted neckties, and now it's about shoes on Bond Street. Again, the spiritual Beatle is one of the most materialistic Beatles, even though he's, it's kind of funny. George is all about money and things and cars and whatnot. Then we see that little, what's it called? The little electronic organ that, David Bowie would end up using on the Space Oddity. I think it's called a styro organ or something, a little electronic metal organ. And John had gotten it from Japan, and Billy Preston's trying to figure out Old Brown Shoe on the organ. It's really funny to watch them do this, figure this out. Paul comes back after his meeting, and there's no mention of Klein, which I also found kind of interesting. But maybe he knows that they're going to be doing something with Klein, or that they're going to be having a meeting with Klein, so that maybe it gets talked about, and Peter Jackson just left it on the cutting room floor. Who knows? But, I feel like if it was there, that Jackson would include it. Jackson really does. I was listening to this podcast. They're talking about how Jackson is just this uber mega fan. He really is. And there are so many clues and little nods and little subversive little bits that are meant for Beatles fans that who know what to look for, and it's just, that's just Peter Jackson really just doing a stand-up job for the fans in that kind of way. John plays Paul. Then what's funny is John ends up playing Paul to George. So, the way that Paul scolds John for messing around. Now, John is doing the Paul thing, but to George, who's mucking around a little bit during John's song, Don't Let Me Down, which is kind of funny. Oh, it's my tune, so now we got to take it seriously, Then there's a bit where George Martin suggests that they tune up. So here's George Martin trying to be like the, again, like the elder statesman, leadership guy. And John does something kind of disturbing. He jumps out of his chair and mentions that he's had wine and to remember Bob Wooler. And Paul jokingly says, don't do it, John. Don't do it. It's a joke that's based on a really serious incident from the beginning of the Beatles' career that might have even sidelined the Beatles' career, because there's this guy, Bob Wooler. I don't know the whole story. Basically, John Lennon got really drunk and almost beat this guy to death. That's right. John Lennon, we know that John Lennon was not a perfect person and did a lot of things, a lot of nasty, terrible things. One of them was that he beat Bob Wooler within an inch of his life in 1962. And now he's making a joke about it to George Martin, the guy who is the fifth Beatle, It's just kind of interesting how they do have some animosity, or they're hostile. They can be very hostile towards George Martin in a certain way. And then we see that the take that they're recording for Don't Let Me Down is the one that's used on the B-side for their next single. And then we hear the earliest versions of I Want You, She's So Heavy from Abbey Road. It's really cool to hear it in such a primitive form. We get Paul, he's doing some percussion with like a maraca or something. And then Alan Klein actually shows up. He doesn't show up on film, but the Beatles all go to meet with him. And that blew my mind. there's some more talk about what songs they're going to do, I guess, on the rooftop, and they decide to do 5 or 6 songs. And Ringo suggests that before the day of the concert, just let's go over them over and over and over again, since it's so few. Let's just get them good. And they start talking about Alan. They're in a recording studio, and once again, Paul is not around. It's just Ringo, George, and John. I mean, there's got to be something to this, right? It's very interesting. And Ringo wants to know if the meeting went longer with Alan, suggesting that Ringo left a bit early, right? John admits that they talked till 12:30, going through everything. And then Glenn Johns, who's worked with the Rolling Stones and worked with Alan Klein, he knows Alan Klein. So they're talking about Alan Klein, and he says he thinks that he's a strange guy, but very, very clever. And it's just so weird that Paul is not there. And, John ends up admitting that they're, all kind of like hustlers, Yeah, I decided to go with the back, right? I couldn't find my other hat, so I'm wearing this is a very old fitted hat, but yeah, had to do it. So John admits that they're all hustlers hustling, Ringo admits that Klein, what's interesting. Ringo recognizes, they all seem to recognize that Klein is kind of a con man, but that he's a con man on our side for a change, and that all those other con men were always on the other side, meaning that they have one of the con men working for them this time, which is what they need. They need someone that's going to fight fire with fire, I guess. So they recognize him for what he is, and they still want to get into bed with him. Glenn thinks that that Klein is extraordinary in the way that he speaks to the Beatles. He notes that Alan Klein is charismatic and also very sort of, calculating. Glenn notes that if he asks you a question, Alan Klein, and you are halfway through answering it, and he doesn't like your answer, then he'll just change the subject. And Glenn admits that really bugs the crap out of him, But John is impressed with Klein because what does Klein do? He goes out of his way to know everything about the Beatles. He studies them. He knows everything about Yoko. He's talking to Yoko, and we don't see this. This is from elsewhere. He's talking to Yoko about her exploits. And now here's John, who loves Yoko the way that he does and crazy about Yoko. So, of course, he's now gained the confidence of John Lennon for knowing all this stuff about Yoko. It's very manipulative, and it's very brilliant. Then they start talking about the rooftop again. Hogg initially talks about having a 9-camera setup in hopes of capturing something good during the performance. And Paul reassures Michael Lindsay Hogg that the best thing about the Beatles is how things materialize or execute when their backs are against the wall. And he's not wrong. And he won't be wrong about the rooftop concert, as we're going to see. Really, really funny side note where Ringo, just like a side to everything that's happening, Ringo blurts out to George Martin that he's farted. They're sitting next to each other. He just turns to him. He goes, "I've farted." As this whole convo is going on about the cameras and everything, and he just wanted to let everybody know, because if he said nothing and sat there silent, it would be awkward, and that it was better to tell them about it. So I love that Ringo just admits that he farted. It was just, I thought it was a G move. I thought it was awesome. One of the few times that Ringo speaks, he says, "I farted." And once again, Paul is just worried that they'll have nothing but another boring album again. And John says, "Well, that's what we do." And Paul says, "We're going around in a circle." George Martin tries to weigh in about the deadline being of their own creation, what we talked about earlier, and that they can wait, as they've broken the deadline a few times before, which is true. They have. They were supposed to do it almost 2 weeks earlier. And Paul gets nasty with George Martin. And he tells him, he says, that's why I'm talking to John about it and not to you. Ouch. And he responds with that really quickly. And Martin lets it kind of roll off. And maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe it wasn't that bad, but it felt pretty brutal to me in the moment. Paul wants to wait around another few days and rehearse all the songs one after another, and then just do 3 songs at a time in piecemeal. And John thinks that they're just not ready to do the 14. He wants, we talked about this already, he wants a month to 6 weeks to get everything to where it needs to be. But since they have 7, they should just do 7. Disappointing as it may be or not, they should just do 7. And then they start talking about their relationship. Paul he makes a comment about how they can't produce each other. And that's interesting that and John kind of chimes in on this. Like, nobody can really tell anybody what else to do. Like, we can't tell each other what to do in the way that we have been, the way that Paul has been, because that's not how the Beatles operate. But they're just going around in circles, not sure how to proceed. And it's a little frustrating. And part of me is like, why do we need to see all this? But it illustrates a fraction of what they must have been going through, in terms of like hemming and hawing. We see them jamming on a song, I forget which one, and we see Mike McCartney, Paul's brother, who you never really see around ever, at least not on video or photos and stuff. He's pretending to play the piano, and they go to lunch. Paul and Mike go to lunch. Mike eventually did release his own music, and he released it under the name Mike McGear. And I'm not sure if that was at Paul's suggestion or if he just didn't want to suffer, from famous sibling syndrome. But it seems like Mike has always been supportive of Paul and Paul's fame and success. And if it was his own doing to call himself Mike McGear or whatever, I think that's really admirable. I think that's really cool, a lot of respect for that. Kind of like Joe Hill doesn't use his last name is Joe King, like he would rather just, use a pen name to sort of get famous, do it on his own without his dad's help, which I thought was pretty cool. Then again, with Paul's not around and we just have George and John, they always seem to talk when Paul's not around about like important shit. George tells John about how he has so many songs that he wants to do an album for. He wants to do an album of songs on his own because it would just be nice to get them out of the way. He says, I've got my Beatles quota, full for the next 10 years. He has so many songs that he could put them on Beatles albums. Like, he's just stockpiled and he just wants to get them all out of the way. And John is a little concerned. He's like, look, it'd be weird if the Beatles are doing an album, but George is putting one out on the side. And George thinks it would be nice if they could just, sort of do separate things as well. And the fact of the matter is, John has done things with Yoko and the Dirty Mac by this point, both on recording. So why can't George do a solo album, which he will do very shortly? It'll be the first triple album in history called All Things Must Pass. George thinks that having an outlet will preserve the Beatle bit of it more. And he might not be wrong. Maybe if they had done separate things, it would have kept them together. I mean, look, it worked for Kiss, kind of, right? A little bit. It's just funny how this stuff always happens when Paul isn't around, because Paul would also sort of talk him out of it. And, George is like, well, I was thinking about giving them away, but, and then I realized, I was like, fuck it. I'd rather just do myself a little bit, just be me. Like, why can't I have the spotlight for once? So there's that. Then they do I Want You again, but this time the lyrics are, I had a good dream. I had a good dream. Something like that. And Billy sings, you're black or you're white, or do you want to go right? And the song is kind of about like equality, referencing Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech. And it's just, I had a good dream. Like, I want you. I want you so bad. I had a good dream. I had a good dream. Like that. It's kind of cool. And then it's the day of the big show, right? The big concert's coming. My back is hurting. I'm going to sit back here because my back is hurting. Ugh, it's better. I feel like a lazy slouch, but whatever. So Michael Lindsay Hogg is working now with 10 cameras, not 9. He's got 5 on the rooftop. 1 is on the roof across the street. 3 cameras on street level, and a hidden camera in the reception area of the Apple building entrance. So they're covered, man. I mean, they are really, 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 really covered when it comes to cameras, you know. They got everything set up. George Martin walks in and notices the hidden camera with amusement. I mean, this is great. Like, I never knew that they had a hidden camera in the reception area of the Apple building entrance. It most certainly does come in handy, as we're going to see. In the basement, Glenn Johns and George Martin will be recording the performance from the Apple studios, right? And they will also be able to monitor the events on the roof via closed circuit TV camera, right? And you can see it. You see it off in the corner. As everything is being set up, the Beatles meet in one of the boardrooms upstairs, and they're still not sure about the performance on the roof. Paul has talked about how it would be really great. He says this all the way back in Twickenham, how if they're performing and the cops are dragging them off the stage. So, you know, kind of what they're kind of trying to create a pressure cooker situation that might result in them getting arrested, which is just so cool, you know, even if it's a little bit contrived, but like they're trying to do something. What's interesting about the Rooftop concert, it's 42 minutes long, something like that. And in the age of YouTube, it's only increased the legend of this Rooftop performance and its mythological status. Like, you know, Let It Be, because the movie, the documentary that came out in May of 1970, it's never really gotten a proper release on DVD or Blu-ray. So, you know, the footage that we have of it, or what we've seen, or what most people see when they're accessing it, comes, in fact, from YouTube. And so YouTube is really, I think, in the last 15, 16 years, really sort of even further, because we've read about it in books, we've seen it, you know, in pictures, but like having it on YouTube and really just being able to watch that this is the Beatles' final moment, it just sort of really etched, sort of set that in stone in a way, I guess. It's just amazing to see all of this footage. That's the honest truth. It's one of the most important moments in modern musical history. And I'm not sure they didn't exactly know that at the time. It's so well documented because they were making a documentary and a film, thank goodness. But had they not been, I'm not sure it would have been, maybe they would have had a camera or two, but like, it's just, there's such a rich amount of footage. And, you know, when we think of 54 hours and we've seen eight of those hours, and you have to imagine the Rooftop concert, it's hold on, 42 minutes, right? Where's my calculator here? 42 minutes of footage times 10. So that's 420 minutes, okay? Alone. With everything that's going on. 420 divided by 60 is 7. So, and you have to imagine there's even more than 7. So you can account for, let's round it off. Let's be generous. Let's say that you can account for anywhere from 10 to maybe even 15 hours just being Rooftop, right? Just being the Rooftop stuff. Maybe. And when I say hours, I mean, you have to remember it's 10 cameras covering the same 42 minutes. You know, that's what they mean when they say they have 56 hours of footage. I think, you know, we actually don't know how to qualify that. Do they mean 56 hours not including coverage, or including coverage? That would be something to ask someone who interviewed Peter Jackson or something, you know? The Rooftop concert, it's like, I use this metaphor, this is what I said. It's like watching a man who's drowning slowly just pierce the surface, like jump up out of the water and take the largest, greediest gulp of air. You know, like they're slowly sinking, but it's like they're also like this fiery phoenix all at the same time, burning as bright as they possibly can one last time. You know, I don't know. I wrote here multicam. God bless you, Peter. It's the only way. And it's true, man. And they make use of all the coverage with these gorgeous multicam shots. And, you know, you can watch that sequence of the third part of this documentary over and over again, and you'll be watching it in a different way, because when you have split screen like that, the editing happens with the viewer, not with the editor. You're editing the film with your eyeballs. You choose where to look with your eyeball, and that's the cut you're making, you know, like the splice or whatever. So you could watch that endless combinations of endless different ways. It's really cool. Really, really cool. I mean, one of the coolest things that Peter did, man. This footage, I would say, is better than the recreation of the Live Aid footage of Queen in 1984. That was a phenomenal feat too, recreating Live Aid and that footage. I mean, it's really awesome stuff. But this, the Rooftop concert, the fact that it's real, that it's unscripted in that way, I wrote, it's magical. It's brave. They're so brave. They're taking this material. They haven't performed live in 3 fucking years. And they are debuting, they're revealing new songs that no one's ever heard before live on a rooftop, on a freezing rooftop. It's just so punk, man. The Beatles were punk, man. They really, really were. They had such a punk rock attitude about stuff, you know. It most certainly helped that they had a lot of money and that they had a lot of influence and power and stuff. But they're punk, dude. They're punk as hell. Fiend in a yellow submarine. I dig it. The POV shot from the building across the street, like that shot that they have, that view, is just so great because it really gives us a sense of the space, especially via the sound. Like we hear how far away, or we hear how the sound travels to the other building. It's really cool. And you could tell it is so cold up there, man. It really is. It's really, really, really cold. I mean, they are freezing. And that's another talk about punk. Like, they're up there, they're performing, and they're like, it's cold, and they just don't give a fuck. And they're just still playing. It just, all of these things make the album Let It Be just so much. Let It Be was always just kind of like, yeah, it's Let It Be, whatever. But I just have such a newfound respect and veneration for what Let It Be is. It just kind of blows my mind. It's part live album, it's part studio album, it's part documentary, it's all of these things at once. Yeah, Minister of Darkness always says this. He says, my first rooftop concert, listening to Paula Abdul's debut cassette, 1988 Jersey Shore Rooftop. Yeah, bro. Sure. I like that cartoon, you know, when she's dancing with the cartoon cat. That's fun, you know. I feel kind of like Jabba the Hutt leaning back in my chair as I talk to you guys because my back is hurting. But, you know, the show must go on. We must finish. Oh, tutu solo. So, not only is this the first and last time since 3 years ago, but it's also brand new songs that just have never been heard publicly. It's astounding. And people are just like, what? That's the Beatles? You know, people nearby, they're starting to come out. They're starting to listen to the show. And they're down on the street with the 3 cameras. They're getting people's reactions. And one dude just complains that it's too loud. Another dude's like, I hate the Beatles. These guys are idiots, man. Here's the thing. You are entitled to your taste. You are. I can't deny. But when you go around just slagging off at the Beatles, like, have some fucking respect. Like, you know, oh yeah, they're just so overrated. What is overrated about them? There's nothing that's overrated. They're incredible, but it's like so cool. It's so chic to like tear down the Beatles. You know, it's funny. I know certain musicians that are like, oh, the Beatles suck. And it's just like, how can you call yourself a musician and not understand the Beatles? I feel like it's not even a matter of like, it's not like conformist or anything. It's just a fact, right? Like it's summer, so it's hot outside. Like that's a fact. That's not like, oh yeah, winter's so overrated. I'm talking about like summer being hot. That was actually a weird example to use. But you know what I'm saying? It's just like we're talking about we're talking about greatness because they were great. Like it's not up for debate, dude. It's just not up for debate. So when I see someone being contrarian like that, I'm just always just like, what is your deal, dude? Like what? Okay, so like they could be like, oh yeah, the Beatles not really my thing, but I recognize them in some way, shape, or form. But you get these morons, and you know what I really think it comes from? It's just like penis envy, man. That's what it comes down to, I think. Oh, they're not that great. They're not that great. Yeah, Rue, you said it perfectly, man. You don't have to like the Beatles, but respect the craft of the art. I'll tell you something. I'm not a fan of Bob Dylan. I'm not. I don't get Dylan at all. I just don't get it. It goes right over my head, dude. Right over my head. But I respect Dylan. I understand Dylan. I understand what Dylan did. You know what I mean? What he's done. Why he's so important to music. I mean, look what he did to the Beatles, how he influenced the Beatles. But that's my point, is that like, yeah, you don't have to like necessarily like or connect with the music, but recognize like, wow, they were incredible musicians. But you get these guys, oh, they're not even that good, or it's so easy, or blah, blah, blah. Ringo Starr. It's like, shut up. What do you know? Clearly nothing. Clearly nothing. That's me. That's me. What can I say? So let's get back to our story here. It's just so cold, and you could just tell it's freezing, man. People listening to the show, people are complaining it's too loud. So now the cops are trying to get in. By the second song, "Don't Let Me Down." Remember they only performed like 5 or 6 songs, but they did them multiple times. So the total runtime of the show was about 42 minutes. They're trying to get in. And, the hidden camera comes in handy. Michael Lindsay Hogg, he's a friggin' genius. The cops tell Apple's employees that there have been 30 complaints in a half hour. So 30 people are idiots who aren't grateful that the Beatles are performing a surprise concert of brand new material, Minister says, Jeff, you're a good sport. Dylan, I love, but he can go too. Yeah. Like that, but that's my point, is that like, look, like we don't necessarily have to connect with the thing, but just recognize why they're important. Recognize what they've done. I know that there's something to Dylan quite clearly. I don't hear it in the music. I don't. I've tried a little bit, and of course I appreciate like a Rolling Stone and All Along the Watchtower and How Does It Feel? These are great songs, man. But like, if you're like, all right, Jeff, Blonde on Blonde, right? Or Blood on the Tracks, like lay it down for me. I'm like, bro, drawn a blank. Don't know. Not my thing. That's it. Same thing. Some people would say, who I go to in that situation. I know it's not exactly the same parallel. I'm a Lou Reed guy. I like Lou Reed. I know it's like, that's apples and oranges, but I don't know. Just like when I think about like, just sort of solo musicians, I guess. Both are incredibly influential, right? Dylan was very influential. Lou Reed was very influential. So that like I said, the hidden camera, it's come in handy. Michael Lindsay Hogg, he's a genius, man. The cops tell Apple employees that there have been 30 complaints in a half hour, and it's just like, fuck them, you idiots. What a bunch of idiots. Who cares? The cops just don't even seem to understand what's going on. They don't even know. Like, I think this was a revelation. The cops didn't know that the Beatles were on the roof. right? They think, they're like, why is it coming into the street? Can they turn their stuff down? They think they're in the studio. And the best part is the Apple dude who's talking to him in the lobby, he never lies. Every single thing he says is true. He's just like sort of not revealing that they're on the roof, you know? And this is where I took this note as I'm watching this in awe, because this is the perfect, Michael Lindsay Hogg had the perfect climax to a documentary. He just couldn't see it. He couldn't pull it out because of the breakup. And that's the ultimate truth. Let It Be is hindered, fails, is hurt, is damaged by the fact that the Beatles broke up right afterwards. But where Jackson succeeds is he has 50 years for all of that stuff to sort of like wash away in a way where now we can look at all of this for what it is. And we see the genius of Michael Lindsay Hogg in documenting everything that he documented that day. I mean, he's a freaking genius. Here's what I wrote, and this is the truth. There is nothing failing about the Get Back project. It's like, you know, time and again, as I'm watching this thing, it's triumph over adversity, man. They're going up on the roof because they said they were going to go up on the roof, and they were following through. I just had so much respect and admiration. They started off this project. It wasn't going the right way for reasons that were their fault, by the way. You know, they're trying to make this thing work, and yet still they're like, we have to do the thing that we set to do. We have to try and get back. It all flows back to Get Back. It's just so inspiring and incredible. So it's not a failing. Get Back didn't fail. It just stayed dormant for 50 years, 52 years. And now we get to see how it was a triumph over adversity. The Beatles would not survive, but this didn't kill them. And that's the truth, you know? Hogg knew there could only be one Ringo. Man. Then we get we see they notate every time a take makes it onto the Let It Be album. They let us know because it just adds an extra layer to what you're seeing. You're like, holy shit, I'm watching the recording of this thing that I've been listening to since I've been alive, you know? So it's like, I've Got a Feeling on the Rooftop. That makes it to Let It Be. It really is. It's the livest live album, right? Like, it's amazing that that I've Got a Feeling, that was recorded live on a cold, windy rooftop by the Beatles. Like, the first time that they play it live, they did do what they said they were going to do. You know, about however many tracks, like 4 or 5 tracks on their new album were tracks that had never been heard before, played live. I mean, it really is. It's in a way, it's almost kind of like a concept album. In a way, it's almost like the Beatles is the anti-Sgt. Pepper, but Let It Be is kind of like the anti-concept album, right? Right? If Sgt. Pepper is the proto-concept album, it's like they're doing these things in like parabolic ways. They go from sort of inventing the concept album to inventing the anti-concept album, or, you know, sort of doing the minimalist, going in a minimalist direction with the White Album. It's just, oh God, they fucking fascinate me to no end. And it's just so funny to see these police are such buffoons. I don't want to, no offense to anybody who's from Britain. No offense if you're a Bobby or a cop or whatever the hell you are in England. But it seems like in the 60s, man, these guys just seem like a bunch of buffoons, man. They really do. They really do. Well, some would, I'll shut my mouth. They're just like, they're walking around scratching their heads. They're just party poopers. I don't know. It's just really funny. Like, none of them have any levity. Like, you just can't recognize that these are the Beatles performing a show. Everybody's enjoying it. Who cares about the complaints? Just let it happen. There's a great moment where they all stop playing to have a look and see everyone gathered below. And it's amazing how in this last hour, like, because that's what the last hour is, the rooftop, but we've been preparing this for almost 7 hours. We have 7 hours of buildup that bring us to this legendary moment. The comments from people on the street are just so great. And the like I said, the Beatles, they stop playing to have a look and see that everyone's gathering below, which is fun. You know, yes they are, dude. You know, as I've said on this channel before, the Beatles were the Ramones before the Ramones. If you go back to the Hamburg Beatles, clad in leather, playing simple 3-chord rock and roll, man, that is Ramones, man. That is Ramones. Then they do One After 909, and this one has a special meaning, and it also comes from the Rooftop. I mean, this is so cool. One After 909, I think Minister of Darkness actually mentioned previously that this was from 1959. I knew it was an early song. I didn't know it was as early as 1959, though. So here they are 10 years later, recording what essentially is their final album, even though Abbey Road is sort of their final album too. And they have One After 909. They've come full circle. You know, watching this has really given me a lot of closure about the breakup of the Beatles. It was so meant to be. It was so meant to be this way. Everything happened the way that it was supposed to happen for them in that kind of way. And it's just a shame that we were robbed of any kind of meaningful reunion in 1980. Oh my God. I didn't even friggin' realize, guys, in a half hour, it is been 42 years since John Lennon left us. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Well, actually, it would be 24 hours from now. It's 11 o'clock. So 24 hours from now, technically. So tomorrow is the day that he died, but it's really 24 hours from now is when John Lennon leaves the earth forever after being tragically murdered. That's so insane. They do Dig a Pony, and John needs words, so they get their roadie. They get their roadie, and they have, I forgot his name. I actually just watched an interview with him. He's such a cool guy. Yes, it is. Get Back is fucking awesome, dude. It really is. But it's just awesome that Dig a Pony is being done and John needs the words, you know. Meanwhile, the cops are downstairs and Jackson's just so brilliant. He's cutting back and forth between what's happening with the rooftop and the police downstairs, and like I said, Michael Lindsay Hogg, he's capturing all this stuff in the main, in the front office area. Cops are making phone calls. Mal runs interference with the cops. I said Mal should have had a statue erected of him, man. You know, here he is. And it's so sad, you know, he would be dead. He would be dead at the hands of a cop 6 years after this. 7 years. 7 years after this day, he would be dead at the hands of a cop in America. Which was which is kind of the difference. That the other difference is that in England, the police are like, "Oh, poppycock, rubbish! You should not be making noise up there. I will have you all arrested. I will have you all arrested." And then cops in America, "Freeze, motherfucker! I'll fucking blow you away!" You know, just like, and they did. They blew Mal away. He died by cop out, man. Crazy death by cop, as they say. But Mal is just, in the meantime, he's a hero, man. He's a hero, and he deserves a statue erected of him for just running interference. The idiot cops, the receptionist spills the beans, and the idiot cops finally figure out that they're playing on the roof, and they're just so speechless. They're just speechless. They're like, "It's on the roof for a film?" Like, these cops take so long to break it up, and it's like they want it broken up. And that's what, again, the difference. American cops probably would have had that shit broken up real fast, and there'd probably be like 3 or 4 dead people because the cops just start shooting at for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Dig a Pony on the Rooftop is also a Let It Be take. So how many songs is that? I think that's 3 or 4 songs so far. I think it's 3 songs that have wound up on the Rooftop. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, the dude downstairs, he tells the cops that they locked the roof because people are trying to get up. So the buffoon cops are like, oh, okay, I guess we'll just hang around here. You know, they're just like hanging around just to show how badass the Beatles are. As we said, they're performing it's super cold outside, and they're on a windy roof. It's not like they're down at street level and the buildings are kind of shielding. They're up on the roof in the wind recording this music. That sounds awesome, by the way. The music sounds so good. That's what's so crazy about this. Like, Dig a Pony, I Got a Feeling, they're all coming out. They're all bangers, dude. Like, it's not like we don't hear any, like, I don't know if you can, we're not hearing that, you know, on the mics, you know, my greatest enemy when I'm trying to record outside, you know. Oh my God, yes, Minister of Darkness. That is what I listened to right before I hopped on here. I listened to my friend Otis. He had the Beatles roadie who was on the roof, the guy with the red hair, Ken Harrington, maybe. That dude was up on the roof, and he was talking about being there. Point is that they're up on this roof. It's friggin' freezing cold. Lennon's hands are frozen. He says his hands are too cold to form chords. Like, you know, when you're forming chords when you're fretting or whatever. Lennon is freezing right now, and they're just still doing it. They're still up on the fucking roof, man. It's just like, what a last stand, you know? It's just so awesome. They do a little God Save the Queen, not like the Sex Pistols one, or God, All Hail the Queen. What is it? God Save the Queen. Da, 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 da. So that was interesting. And people are just gathering up on the roofs, and they're so stoked to see the Beatles friggin' playing. And the Beatles are kind of interacting with them a little bit. By the way, that roadie story that Minister is talking about, he's the guy who's holding the lyrics for Dig a Pony for John up on the roof. Then the oafish cops, they finally get on the roof and they witness the final concert of the Beatles. They're so undeserving. That was what I wrote in my notes. Fuck these cops, these piece of shit cops. Fuck them for breaking up the fucking Beatles' final concert. These oafish, like, fools who just look, you can't be doing that. You can't be having your concert up on the roof, you know? And, like, it's just like, dude, you're witnessing the final concert of the Beatles. You're so undeserving of this because you're trying to stop it. As soon as Paul sees the cops up there, he gets super happy. You watch his face light up. And he turns around and he sees them and he lets out a woo! He's so happy, dude. Because he wants the thing to happen. He wants the cops to rip them from their amps and guitars and arrest them, like, for the film. He's trying to create this ending. And it's just, you know, you might go, again, you roll your eyes and go, oh, well, it's being a little contrived. It's like, but no, it's super punk rock, as Rue says. It's so fucking punk, dude. So punk. It puts a little pep in his step. You know, he's hamming it up for the camera. He's doing like he's like doing all these moves. And then I wrote here, if it was American cops, they would have been beaten. They would have beaten the Beatles. That's what would have happened. And that's not a joke. That's not a joke. You know, especially if it was like the 80s or like the early 90s, the cops would have had batons. Well, maybe not because of the Beatles and they're super famous, but the cops would have had batons. They just would have been, I'll tell you something, that camera crew would get the crap beaten out of them. And I'll tell you, one of them might go, oh, he's got a movie camera, you know, see the handle of the movie camera, think it's a gun and pull out a gun and shoot him dead, because that's the sort of stuff. Yeah, it was like Paul wanted to go viral before viral could be gone, you know. But it's just funny to see how polite the cops are. They're just silently watching the Beatles play. And it's not the type of like silence where they're watching the Beatles play because they're like actually in awe of what they're seeing. Uh-oh, I just lost all my notes. It's not because they're in awe of what they're seeing. It's more because they're like, oh, they're performing songs, so we have to wait until they're done performing songs, and then we could go in there and break this up. By the way, anybody who's English listening to this, I apologize for doing this silly English accent. My deepest, sincerest apologies. It's just me goofing on them. I love England, and I love English accents, and I love you all. I just want to say that. I don't mean to upset or offend anybody, and if you want to make fun of my American accent, please feel free to do so. I am fully deserving of it in every which way. You could do a podcast about how much of a stupid, loud oaf I am. Stupid, loud American, being an American. Yeah, right. It's breakup after tea time. YouTube didn't get beat up in LA, but they should have because they're U2. All right, we have Walter, who's originally from the UK, says no worries. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. I really do. So then what happens? So this is crazy. So the cops are just really polite. Without a second to spare, the song ends. It's Don't Let Me Down. You think, oh, well, that's it. That's it. That's the final song. Don't Let Me Down. They're going to put their amps down. They immediately launch into Get Back. And you see George, and you see mainly Paul just keeps turning around and looking back. They are just egging the cops on, but they're not American cops, so they're not going to beat the crap out of them. You know, it's not 1980s LA, you know, like, so they go into Get Back, which is the final song, kind of. And Mal switches off the amp that George is using, and then George switches it back on. It turns into a standoff, dude. And George is like, George, he didn't want to go up on the roof, and now he's up on the roof doing his songs. They're doing the Beatles songs, and he sees the police, and Mal, he shuts it off. But then George says, fuck that, Mal. We're going to play them. We're going to play them until it's over. It's just so awesome, dude. It's just so great. So they finish, and with Get Back, the final, it was such a fitting song. It was so fitting that the final song is Get Back. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just, what a finale. And then the little bit that you've heard on Let It Be a million times, he says, John says, I hope we've passed the audition, which is what you hear on Let It Be. And it's just so great, man. It's so great. They go down. So here's the thing. They go back down into the basement at Apple Studios, and they're listening to the tapes. And immediately I am reminded, I don't know if any of you are into Wes Anderson or Wes Anderson films, but suddenly I just felt like the whole Rooftop and them all like having a good time. It's just such a wonderful, warm, friendly note to end Get Back on, especially because of how sad like the bigger reality is that they're like breaking up. Like everybody's happy and laughing and feeling so triumphant for what they did. And George Martin thinks that it was a good dry run for something in the future, you know, and had Klein not come about, that they might have done something about it, you know, that might have happened. Or if Ringo hadn't done the Magic Christian, maybe it would have, who knows what would have happened. But it's just so nice seeing them all listen to the tapes back down in the basement. And like I said, it feels like a Wes Anderson movie, you know. They're going to do more recording, but it takes a long time for all the stuff to come off the roof. So they decide to finish the final recordings the next day. Paul, the next day comes, and the credits roll, by the way, now. And we're just, Peter Jackson just packing every last bit he can into this stuff and into this thing, because as it turns out, Peter Jackson, who does extended cuts of everything, finds out from Disney that there may not be an extended cut of Get Back. And so upon hearing that, that's why we were all wondering. It was supposed to be 6 hours long. All the Beatles and all the Disney people, everybody who saw the film and approved the film, approved the 6 hour cut. Peter Jackson, who's a badass in his own right, he goes back in and he throws in, we get over almost 2 extra hours, about an hour and a half extra stuff, because he's afraid that if they don't do the extended edition, this is all we'll get. So he extends it further. And the stuff that he puts back in, I would find out because I listened to an interview with him. The stuff that he puts back in are little sort of like plot element stuff, like plot bits that sort of make sense. Or he says this, he says the 7.5 hour version flows better than the 6 hour version because we added this stuff in. And he said, he told a story, and I thought it was a very poignant story. He says, my uncle used to paint bridges, and it would take him 3 years to paint a bridge. By the time you get to the other end of the bridge, the stuff that you painted 3 years ago is already starting to peel and crack and degrade. So you have to go back and start painting the beginning of the bridge, and that's kind of what it's like editing a documentary, according to Peter Jackson. You know, like you get to the end and you realize stuff that didn't make sense at the beginning makes more sense. So you got to go back and fix things. And so that's what Peter Jackson said. That was part of the process, which I found fascinating. Minister of Darkness says, it's awesome at the end. They cut out the part where John's Rolls Royce ran over Ringo's puppy. Damn it, Disney. Oi. Can't be having that. John's kind of like Cruella de Vil, I guess, right? So it's a great way to end on them doing that. Then we see it during the credits. We see Paul is wearing what he does in the Let It Be video, or the Long and Winding Road, maybe both. They play Run for Your Life, which is kind of crazy. If you don't know what the lyrics are about Run for Your Life, we talked about how John Lennon is not a perfect person by any means, or that he is a questionable person in terms of, just his life. He's a very flawed human being that's done a lot of very unconscionable things. And one of the things that he's done, I don't know if you call this unconscionable per se, but let's just put it this way. This song did not age well. If you go look at the lyrics of Run for Your Life, I mean, it's really kind of grim. It's about a guy who just like keeps a girl, is in possession of this girl, and that she better run away because if he catches her with another man, he's going to kill her. And it's just such a very, oh God. But it's just so interesting to hear them playing that song of all songs, And then they play Two of Us for the final time, which ends up on Let It Be. It's that they're doing sort of acoustic version. It's sort of nice that we get one more day of them recording in the studio. And so by the end, you basically have this sort of like situation where they were struggling, and now they've gotten to a place where like everything's okay for a minute, because Alan Klein is going to be that final thing that just sort of just permanently drives a wedge that is sort of Here's the thing. There was a wedge that was driven between them, and it was ugly, and things were tense, especially that first episode. It's all there. I stand by that. But the last two episodes, we see them overcome. We see them overcome the problems and get to a place where they can, do the thing that they set out to do, or the closest approximation of that, right? So they play Two of Us, and that ends up on Let It Be. And then I guess this also part of this, this Let It Be also ends up on Let It Be. I don't know. And then all the way at the end, there's like literally 15 seconds left in the runtime. All the way at the end, Paul still wants to do one more of Let It Be. And John says, we've got so many of the bastards. And that's how they end the entire Get Back, Will I rewatch Get Back? Of course. I'll probably wait. I'm probably going to wait. Maybe I'll wait a year or something, or 2 years. Actually, I kind of want to watch the anthology now to see how much more whitewashing and manicured it is compared to Get Back, which definitely shows a lot more warts than I thought it would, and definitely is a lot more honest maybe than I thought it might be, or at least Jackson is not totally shilling for Disney. He's telling the truth, or the Beatles. He's telling the truth, man. Like, it was a happy time. It was like a heartfelt time, just rising up against the craziness of it all. So like I said, so that concludes the review. I'm going to do one more episode, but this is going to be more about Paul McCartney and his genius and his leadership skills and all that sort of stuff. Minister of Darkness wants me to watch it again tomorrow. I mean, I'm so not like burnt out, but like I'm so overly stimulated by all the awesomeness that I saw. You know, like I need to like let it cook for a little while before believe me, I'll be watching that time and again. I really do hope it does come out on Blu-ray, because I will totally buy that on Blu-ray. I need to own it. Yes, I want the 18-hour cut too. There is an 18-hour cut. Everything that we saw was taken from the original 18-hour cut. Kind of insane when you think about it. You know what else is really insane? Truly insane. This guy at riotstickers.com. Do you know about riotstickers.com? Riotstickers.com is a sponsor of this channel. We're powered by riotstickers.com, and they are running this insane promo deal. Are you a fan of the Beatles? Do you want to print up some bootleg Beatles stickers? Or maybe not. Maybe Josh wouldn't be happy with bootleg Beatles stickers. Do you have a band like the Beatles and you're trying to get your name out there, or trying to create some brand awareness? Well, you can do it by getting some stickers at riotstickers.com. And the best way to do that is with a special promotion that we are running right now here on the channel. With the promo code Frumess, you can get 50% off. You can get 50 3-inch by 3-inch square stickers for $29.50. Look, it's right there. See that? Go into the description. You'll find the link, and then use this promo code right here. Frumess. Boom. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like. Make sure to comment. Buy a coffee. Oh, Minister of Darkness says that he made an order and got hooked up. That makes me incredibly happy. Please let us know how they come out, Minister of Darkness. In fact, if you want, send us a picture of your stickers. We will post it here on the YouTube channel. I'll post it on I'll do a community post. But yeah, and if you like die cut stickers, those are the stickers that are shaped. You can get those for $34.50 with the 50% off code Frumess. Remember to use that promo code Frumess. And you know, Josh is going to be on the show. Very soon we're going to be talking to him, so that'll be great. We're going to get to know more about him and his business and his experience with bands and stuff. And he had this great video made. You know who wrote this? The guy from Less Than Jake wrote this track for Josh. Check it out.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too. Posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads. We can print on shirts. We can print on hats. We can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality. Quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support. Great customer service and so much more. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com. Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. Yeah, baby. So that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. That's right. You got to smash that like button. Oh my God. In 5 minutes, it'll be 42 years since we lost John Lennon. Really is sad. So sad. And to think that he was considering reuniting with the Beatles in Central Park. He was going to go and see Mimi. Just a lot of stuff. Just very sad. Tune in tomorrow, by the way, because we are doing a very special Streaming Evil Live show that you guys are not going to want to miss. If you guys are Misfits Sam Hain fans, you're going to love this show. I mean, this is a really special show, and I'll tell you why it's so special. I put out a challenge a while back. I said to anybody, I said, hey, look, I challenge you to go out there and record Misfit songs like they're Sam Hain songs, Sam Hain songs like they're Misfit songs, Initium songs like they're Earth AD songs, and Earth AD songs like they're Initium songs. And this guy did it. And I got to tell you, I was very skeptical, but he did it. And it came out really great. And we're going to do a listen through. It's going to be really, really, really cool. I mean, he really captured my imagination as my imagination was running wild with what it would sound like. He definitely, let's put it this way, he knows this music well enough that he was able to show me what it would sound like. And, you know, he did the best he could with the resources that he had. And I was so blown away. So it's going to be a very special show, especially because these tracks were created because of the show. We issued a challenge and someone out there and brought these things to life, you know, which is really cool. So we're going to do that. Minister, that's happening tomorrow night, probably around 9-ish. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yes. Watching the wheels. I mean, look, Double Fantasy is great. Oh my God. Amy, just wait. Amy. Oh my God. You're going to hear Sam Hain in a whole new light. You're going to hear Earth AD in a whole new light. It's just going to blow your mind. Like, this guy just totally understands this stuff, you know? And like I said, you know, he told me how he recorded it. He recorded it in his basement. He recorded all the vocals in his car. So it's a very DIY operation. Let's put it that way. And he does a great job. I thought he did a great job. He nailed the assignment. So I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, so make sure you tune in tomorrow night for that. 2 minutes until the anniversary of John Lennon leaving us. I did not time this show with that, by the way. It just so happened to be that way. Awesome. Thank you, Minister. And thank you for all of your Beatles-centric comments. I got to tell you, it's so nice when I see like the people that come for like the Misfits stuff and the Sam Hain stuff. When you guys stick around for the Beatles stuff, it makes me so happy, you know, because those are two things you don't generally lump together in any way, shape, or form, let alone being on the same channel. But it just so happens that we talk about a lot of different stuff here on this channel. So it's just nice to see participation and in the comments in regards to that. It's really, really great. To me, it's really, really great. What else can I tell you? I don't know what else to tell you. Patreons, if you haven't seen it already, you have got to check out this video that I posted. It's Patreon exclusive, YouTube casualties only. It's a great video. Has to do with cheeseburgers. You will really appreciate it. It's a Christmas present, I guess you would call it, holiday present. This is on December 23rd is when it's going to drop. So keep your eyes peeled for that. I want to do more videos like that. I just need topics that come up that work for that sort of thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to just make it for the sake of making it. I want it to be, you know, I want to be inspired. The Danzig Beatles discussion. I don't even know what that means. As to whether Danzig likes the Beatles. I don't. Who knows, man? Who knows? That's some crazy mojo there. I really don't know. Okay, it's midnight, guys. It's midnight. A day in the life. R.I.P. John Lennon. That's right. We were waiting until midnight out of respect to John Lennon. Yes, the Beatles are punk. John Lennon, nobody's more punk than John Lennon. You know what? You know what makes me sad for John Lennon? I'm sad that John Lennon didn't live to see Twitter. I feel like he would be the biggest fan of Twitter, truly. I don't know. He's just like, he's everybody's uncle, man. You know, he's like, he was a fucked up, flawed guy who just wore his mind on his sleeve and wore his heart on his sleeve and wrote from his soul. That Plastic Ono Band album, that first solo album, is so punk rock, and it's so good. It's so good. If you never listen to Plastic Ono Band, give it a spin. Maybe I'll do that today. I just wanted to wait until midnight to pay a proper salute. And, we'll say what we normally say. We're going to say peace and hair grease, and I'll tell you all about the Patreon.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon because we need you!
66 cents.